Floyd and he was me,
Yeah.
he wouldn't never have to fight again because that exhibition shit,
Yeah.
as me being his little brother, hey little bro, we finna do 10 rounds and we both gonna get 100+ million for it.
Right.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
Right.
well, I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word him up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
In the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to Jusdueboxing, the best boxing talk on YouTube.
Jusdueboxing in the building, 4 o'clock shorty, man. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. He's going to be live today at 4 o'clock, man. And he's going to be spewing some good stuff as he always do with an unbiased approach, man. He's probably the most unbiased channel on YouTube.
What's going on? And one of my favorite channels, if y'all into that pugilistic perfection, if y'all into that boxing, that's that boy Jusdueboxing here on YouTube. Make sure y'all check out Jusdueboxing, the only unbiased boxing channel on YouTube, because I am definitely biased when I talk about boxing. So
as always, we got to shout out everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to my brother Jusdu. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Just, man. Just doing a hell of a job over there. Had a great interview today. The brother, and I say it respectfully, one of the most non-biased individuals that I've ever heard speak on the sport of boxing. And I got a lot of love and respect for my brother Just, man. And right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Jusdu, man. Much love and respect.
What's good? What's good? Salute to the fam. How y'all feeling on this good Saturday afternoon, man? We're going to build on some boxing a little bit. Give it its just due. A little warm up before we get to the fights tonight, man. Should be a good fight card tonight. Unfortunately, it's Jake Paul and Chavez Jr. at the main event, but you know, we had some action yesterday on a good Friday, man. We had some fights, man. We had the return of the Bronze Bomber. And, you know, I wouldn't be me if I didn't come here and, you know, talk about the fight. You know, what I've seen, what I expect, what we could look forward to going, you know, moving forward with Wilder. But I already see it. You know, I see the videos. I see it a lot. I always do. And, you know, I don't expect people to give him his just due. That's what I'm for, right? That's what y'all got me for. I see a lot of people taking the negative approach with Wilder, right? And, you know, trashing him and, you know, oh, he's done. And, you know, it's a conversation to be had, man. At the end of the day, This dude, shit, he picked up boxing late as hell. And what was he, 20, 21? You know, he had a extreme amount of success, man. He had a hell of a championship run. And the way he did it, man, you probably won't see that shit duplicated for some time, man. Just, you know, the viral highlight reel knockouts. And, you know, he gave us a lot of entertainment, man. So, you know, I'm just here to get a man that's just doing, put things in its proper context, right? You know what I mean? It's all right to feel like he done and all that different stuff, but he ain't just wake up one day and he was this, right? He put in a lot of work before he got to this point. So, you know, we're going to talk about it, man. But what's good with the fam? How y'all feeling? All things, my guy. Ace, what it do, fam? He said AJKO Wilder easy. Yeah, man. Boy, what it do, man? Top of the top, man. Y'all feeling? Like I said, man, I just had to come here and build on it a little bit because, you know, we waited for him to you know, he for a long time, bro, he was the heartbeat of the heavyweight division. And I think boxing and sports in general is kind of a what have you done for us lately kind of mentality, right? As a overall, that's just what the feeling is. But for me, I don't look at it like that. I'm a realist. I look at the full body of work. I look at everything you've done up until this point, and I factor all of that in. You know what I mean? Shout out to Motown. Yeah, man, he's a solid job, man. Solid job. Solid, you know, 7 out of 10, 6 to 7 out of 10, something like that, right? And I mean, I ain't gonna be too harsh with my rating because, again, where he's at in his career is like, what did people expect? Did y'all expect to see, you know, a younger version of Deontay Wilder? Did y'all expect to see this, you know, young, fierce, right? Did you expect to see that right hand whipping like it used to some years ago? That's where I'm at with it. Like, what did you expect? Because, I mean, he can't, once you done, you can't be redone over again. You can't be redone, if that makes sense to y'all. So if you were of the mindset and mentality that Wilder has been done for X amount of fights or however many years now, then last night shouldn't have surprised you. It really shouldn't have. But I'm not here to tear this man down because, like I said, he didn't just wake up and be this version of himself. He had to go through some hell. And like he alluded to in his post-fight, you know, a lot of the things he went through was outside the ring. And, you know, we all know that, you know, in boxing, it requires so much of you. And if you're distracted by outside the ring stuff, it spills into the fights. And I'm not going to say that was the main reason why he was taking losses and things like that. I mean, look, the Fury losses happened before a lot of them outside the ring, you know, situations occurred. So I know this dude just had a hell of a ride, a hell of a journey, man. So I just don't think, like, I think it's lame to kind of, like, I get it. You want to see, like, all right, well, can he beat the AJs? Can he beat the Usyks, the Moses and Thomas, you know, Agit Cabellos and all these different guys, right? Probably not. Probably not. But should he be able to beat these guys? Like, the fact that he's still in here boxing right now, bro, is crazy. I'm telling you. Let's not forget that listen, I ain't got to even get into all the Fury fights, but we seen that like a chunk of flesh got taken out of him each one of those fights. Definitely the second and third fights. Like, I don't care what they're saying as a team. I don't care what he's saying as a fighter. He's supposed to speak life into his career. He's supposed to speak like, you know, he getting it back and he's shaking off some rust. That's how he's supposed to speak. Like he's still confident that he can do this. At what level remains to be seen because, you know, respect to Tyrell Herndon, he didn't provide the level of resistance that one of these other top tier guys would. So that just is what it is. You know what I mean? Schuler, what's good with it, man? Yeah, I don't think he had terrible boxing skills. I think he had limited boxing skills, right? And the reason why I say that is because I don't think you get an Olympic bronze medal with terrible boxing skills, right? So I just think he got away from the boxing when he started producing the knockouts like that as a professional. because you know, in the Olympics he was doing a lot of outboxing. He wasn't knocking all those guys out until he got up there. You know what I mean? Motown, what it do, homie? Yeah, the outside the ring, 815, what it do, homie? That the outside the ring activity or situations and occurrences will distract you. So look, I'm not here to make excuses because I feel like he a real one. Like, he don't need excuses. Wilder was who he was, man. He was one of the most, you know, freakishly athletic heavyweights that we had in quite some time. I don't know how far people want to go back, but at the end of the day, he was an anomaly in the sport. He had a video game record, and we loved him. Viral knockouts, highlight reel knockouts. You know what I mean? If you really, really watched him early on, you knew that he did more boxing specifically early. You get what I'm saying? I do believe Mark Breland was a really good coach for him because I think he understood what Wilder was, and he honed up, he focused on that, and that's what made him who he was, right? He didn't try to change him, tweak him. He didn't try to turn him into something he's not. This is just my opinion. He focused on what Wilder was, and he brought the best out of him in that manner. But, you know, things went south. You know, all is good when you winning. We all seen things go south with the Fury fights, but it is what it is. I don't think nobody was to blame. I just think Fury was the better man. We can get into it. We feel like he cheated with the gloves and all that. I ain't even got to get into all of that because at this point, it would be doing Wilder a disservice. I don't even got to get into all of that. At the end of the day, we seen him fight who he was supposed to fight. Luis Ortiz was looked at as a boogeyman. He said, oh, yeah, bet, I'll fight him. You know what I mean? This dude popped dirty. He still was willing to fight him. He ended up fighting him eventually and ran that shit back. I watched him lose every single round in the rematch of Luis Ortiz fight and then stop him. If you don't think that is special, you seriously missing some shit. You're missing it. You get what I'm saying? This is a guy that shied away from no challenges. They said, yeah, man, you can't box with Fury. He said, oh, yeah, bet. Let's run it. You get what I'm trying to say? He went tooth and nail with Fury in that first fight. And let's not ignore the fact that if the referee wasn't being nice to Tyson Fury, the second and third fight don't even happen. So the version of Wilder we seeing right now, let's put it in its proper context. I'm not here for no conspiracies. I'm not here for none of that. Fury was just the better man in the trilogy. Simple. I think the first fight was what it was. I think he stretched him. I think Fury went to sleep for a few seconds. I think the referee, what was it, Jay Nady, I think it was it him? Or Jack Reese? Jack Reese? Wasn't Jack Reese? I think it was Jack Reese. He gave him the benefit of the doubt. He let Fury rise from the dead like the Undertaker, and he finished that fight on his feet, and it ended up being a draw. We seen him run back the rematch. They ran back the rematch. He kicked Wilder's ass. You get me? But this is the same guy, bro. How many people, y'all? And let's talk about this shit, because I'm tired of the slander. Yeah, it's easy to write him off now. It's easy to say how many people beat him now, but let's not act like this. This ain't Wilder in his prime. This ain't Wilder in his prime, because if it was, give me Wilder in his prime against anybody. Anybody boxing right now at heavyweight. Give me Wilder in his prime. So let's not act like when we say these other guys beat him, yeah, they beat this version of Wilder, and that's cool, because that's my guy, but I'm going to keep it above. Yeah, they'll beat this version, but let's not act like he was the guy before the Fury fight. That's not the guy that we seen last night. But let's rewind real quick. Like I said, back to them Fury fights. He got his ass kicked in that second fight. That's after fighting Luis Ortiz twice when nobody wanted to get that man a shot. Ain't nobody want to fight him. Let's not act like the heavyweight division ain't ignored Luis Ortiz until he got old. This is because that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. You get what? Even after Wilder fought him and softened him up, they still tried to ignore the man like he wasn't one of the ones. You get me? That's who he fought. You get what I'm saying? Twice. When he probably should lose in every round that second fight. Stretched his ass. Then went and took on Fury, who they said was the best heavyweight in the division, the best boxer. He's an anomaly, 6'9". Can't nobody box and move like this. Can't nobody beat Tyson Fury. Wilder said, hold my mouth guard, man. You know what I'm saying? Watch this, man. Watch this. He got up in there. Bro, if he wasn't one of the ones After you go tooth and nail with Tyson Fury and you feel like you've been robbed, you probably don't even run it back for real. He ran it back and he got his ass whooped. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He got his ass whooped. But let's not forget that this is the same guy that after getting his ass whooped, after getting embarrassed, all of that stuff, after getting stopped for the first time in his career, he took Tyson Fury to court to make sure he got that third fight. And it's just not enough appreciation, man. I'm sick of these weird ass boxing fans. Your favorite fighter would never. After an ass whooping like that, they probably would have packed it in. That man said, bro, where my rematch? Where my rematch at? I want the third one. I got my ass kicked in the second, so I want the rematch, bro. Let me get this trilogy. Oh, you ain't trying to give me this trilogy? Let's go to court. I don't give a damn what nobody say. That man fought a whole battle before he even got in the ring with Fury the third time. Show me somebody else that want to smoke so bad after getting their ass beat by somebody that they take them to court because they was contractually obligated to give them that third fight. Show me another person. Man, hell no. I ain't going for no Wilder slander. You can talk about what he is right now, but him at his absolute best, I'm picking him over any of these new guys, man. Straight like that, because that right hand was something different. If it touched you on your chin, you was going out. Make no mistake. Yeah, we could try to clown and, dismiss who he is now, but nah, man, he was one of them ones. And I'm just highlighting the journey, man. He got chunks of flesh took out on with them Fury fights. Let's just say we ain't got to get into the conspiracy stuff. Fury was the better man. I still don't care what nobody say to this day. In my Wilder voice, to this day, them gloves in that fight still look suspect. I don't care what nobody in the world say. If nothing was suspect about them gloves, you don't pay a photographer thousands of dollars to remove the photos from the internet. You don't do stuff like that. That's as far as I'm gonna go with that. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Fury was the better man. And that third fight, it really took something out of Wilder. I truly believe that was the turning point for him as a fighter. Emmanuel, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Technique was good with it. Yeah. We're going to get to it. Limited skills, understated IQ. That's a fact, Aunt McQueen. Shout out to the professor. Motown, Lil Rep It. He said, y'all really think Wilder is back? No. Read the title, Lil Rep It. Wilder back with KO. He's back with a KO win. So let's tune in. If you in for a good conversation, tune in, because I'm going to make it make sense. Is he back? I'm not going to be no super fan and say that. But I could understand why people, are pushing that. I get it. CJ, what it do, homie? CJ Rich in the Billy shirt, a couple new tools, got quality rounds, and still got the stoppage. No satisfying some people. You get me? You got to take small steps, man. You got to take them small steps, bro. Mike Kirkland, shout out to my homie. How you feeling, bro? Always good to see you in the building. Forever G's Mills. Rob, what it do, homie? How you feeling? I don't think you can go on the kind of run, Vo Majesty. What it do? I don't think you can go on the kind of run that Wilder did if he was always awful. You get what I'm saying? We gotta put it in its proper context. We're not here to overpraise him and be on no fanboy shit, but we're not gonna slander him. I don't think he's always been awful. You don't make it to the level that he make it to being awful. And you damn sure not lucky. You don't get 40 knockouts being lucky either. You get what I'm trying to say? Wilder is who he was. Maybe limp. Show me somebody else. How many people do you know in today's boxing? All these damn heavyweights that people say so much better than them. How many of these guys started boxing at 20, 21 years old? How many of them? How many of them dudes picked up boxing that league? He's an overachiever, bro. That man's, and we gonna put it in his proper context. Is he back in terms of like, is he ready to take on the heavyweight division and the cream of the crop? No, I'm not gonna say that. But man, let's put this shit in context, man. He got his ass beat in them Fury fights, second and third fights. He got a lot taken out of him in the two Luis Ortiz fights. Them shits took him. Them was tough fights. You get what I'm saying? The man got a fucking dent punched in his head. We're not even going to get into how it got there and if it was this or that. We know this to be fact. That man got a legit dent in his head. That don't just go away. He ain't even supposed to still be fighting. Show me another guy that picked up boxing that late, made it to the Olympics, actually got a medal, and went on a crazy-ass heavyweight run, and it took for people, they took it from him. It took for Fury to come along and beat him. I think that says something. His best win being Luis Ortiz is that's not a diss. That's not a diss. Think about how many people didn't want nothing to do with Luis Ortiz. Did Fury fight him? Did AJ fight him? Did any of these other so-called beasts, did Usyk, any of these other guys fight Luis Ortiz when he was young? And credit to Usyk, he wasn't there at the time, so he don't count. But any of these other heavyweights, these top guys, Anthony Joshua wouldn't have fought Luis Ortiz. Missed me with that shit. Tyson Fury, big goofy ass, ain't fight Luis Ortiz. So how the hell we trashing Wilder for beating up Luis Ortiz? We tripping. Because at the time of, nobody did it. He beat the best version of the guy and then ran it back and beat him again after getting outboxed for about 7 rounds straight. Now, we going to put some respect on Bomb Squad, man. We tripping. Bogus-ass boxing fans. He might not be the bronze bomber that he once was once upon a time when that right hand was sleeping everything it touched. But again, over on this channel, I'm going to make it make sense. We're not going to just dismiss the man as a talent. We're not going to sit here and act like he wasn't no overachiever, man. He picked up this shit late as hell. Most of these guys been boxing since they was kids, bro. It's easy to say AJ would beat him now, but we all know when he was smoking shit, AJ ain't want nothing to do with him. AJ asked for $50 million, they got him the money, and he still didn't fight him. We all know that. We can't disrespect him. I'll give Fury credit because Fury fought him. Fury fought the best versions of Wilder. And we ain't going to, like I said, I ain't got to get into all the little issues I got with the Fury fights, but he was the better man. I'm going to just give him credit and move on. That man's still running around here fighting with a dent in his head. He fighting heavyweights with a dent in his head, bro. That man should have been, the minute they said he had a dent in his head, his career should have probably been over right there. So everything that he's been doing ever since then has been icing on the cake. He made a promise to his daughter, right? To become the heavyweight champion and make sure she lived right. And he fulfilled that, man. Wilder is a success story, bro. We not doing that. I hate these bogus fans, man. I hate them, man. It's easy to, he's done. Yeah, it's over. And nah, he's not back. And he's not beating none of these guys. I get it. But none of them guys, like I said, in my opinion, if this was Wilder in his prime, give me Wilder against any of these young bucks. Any of them, any of the newcomers. Give me that right hand. Give me that prime right hand, Wilder right hand over any of these dudes. And I'll sit back and I'll take my chances. And I'll bet on them. You get what I'm saying? But we're not gonna make it seem like this dude ain't put on for the sport. We're not gonna make it seem like he ain't revitalized the heavyweight division. We're not gonna act like he wasn't a breath of fresh air. He wasn't everything right with boxing. And people always say, well, he didn't fight this. Show me somebody in boxing that Wilder ducked and who wasn't he willing to fight. He was willing to fight everybody. He was willing to fight them all. And he fought guys that we knew on paper were more skillful than him. And he still fought them. He had a draw with Fury. He could have said, man, hell with Fury. I ain't fighting that dude no more. And keep his belt. And he could have kept it pushing. With that day, he could have took that draw and kept it pushing. He ran it back, got beat down, and ran it back again. Man, we're not going to skip over that. So remember, the turning point for Wilder was them Fury fights. I think that took a lot out of him. I think we've seen this dude go through things outside the ring that as men, if you're real when you go through some shit, I mean, you human. It's only so much you can do, right? You get in the ring, you looking like a shell of yourself. It changed between him and Mark Breland. He went with Malik Scott. Malik Scott was trying to tweak him. He was a much older guy at this point. Like, it's a lot to consider. People not even being genuine when they sit up and have these negative, hit pieces on Wilder and just tear him down. Man, yeah, he probably won't be none of these up and coming guys or the Usyks of the world. Cool. But man, let's not act like once upon a time, if Usyk would have got his little ass in there with Wilder, he probably would have punched him out the ring just like he did the rest of these dudes, man. And y'all remember the conversation where Usyk was talking about fighting Wilder. And then I think that was around the time he knocked out Helenius, and all that shit went quiet after that. Get what I'm saying? This dude would have fought them all, is what I'm saying. So we can't clown him for who he didn't fight. Just show me somebody that he wasn't willing to fight. Show me a fighter that Wilder ducked. Show me a time that he wasn't with challenging himself, despite having a limited bag as a boxer, because I think he picked up the sport so late. This ain't somebody that started boxing since 5 or 6, 7 years old like the rest of these dudes. That's not his story. This is a dude working multiple jobs and jumped in the box and was super successful. And then he found out as a professional, he had a right hand gifted from God and start smoking people with it. He had a video game record. He had a record that you only see in a video game, bro, in Fight Night. You get what I'm saying? He's stretching shit. He talking it and he walking it. You get what I'm saying? And it took some tough ass Luis Ortiz fights and a very skillful, you know, not always honest Tyson Fury to stop him. Just always keep that in mind. That's what took the fights out of Wilder. After that point, I don't think he was no longer the elite version of himself. I think those fights had a really, really big effect on his career, and it wasn't positive, obviously. But let's not forget, man, he made sure he gave us those fights. If it was up to Fury, y'all, he would have took that second win and ran. Let's not forget, we got that trilogy because Wilder pushed for it. Don't ever forget that. It's not too many people run around fighting with a damn dent in his head, man. Everybody need to shut up, man. All that dissing, this man running around with a dent in his head getting punched by men that's over 200 pounds. Talking about who he can't beat. Like I said, man, Prime Wilder, I'm taking him over any of these dudes, active heavyweights today. That's my guy. But it's just unfortunate it can't be that way. And it is what it is. He is who he is now. It was good to see him boxing last night. It was good to see him get his hand raised. It was good to see him get a KO. You know, it was cool to see that, man. His jab was on display. He with a trainer. He's not with Malik Scott no more. I believe he with what is this, Don House, somebody that he's familiar with already. So I don't know how that's going to fare for him, but I just seen the jab on display. But ultimately, like if you watch Wilder, if you know him, you feel like you know what you're watching or understand what you're watching, you know he had a lot more to offer than what we seen last night, obviously. But having enough to beat that guy is cool for me. You know, get your win and keep it pushing. You know, we're going to talk about it, though. Shout out to Mike Kirkland, man. Appreciate the love. Always supporting the grind, man. Thanks for always giving a warrior named Wilder is just do. You got to. It's easy to do it, Mike Kirkland, because show me a time where he didn't give it everything. He literally might have gave it all in them Fury fights, and people don't even get it in an effort to try to show people he could be better than this man. You get what I'm saying? He got thoroughly outclassed in the second fight, stopped and everything. You get me? And still was like, nah, y'all, one more time. I could beat this dude, man. I'm always going to respect the guy that thinks like that, that's willing to try it like that. And still, to this day, he'll talk like, look, I'll get in there and fight whoever, man. So you just got to respect the mentality, the work he put in. Like, it's easy to say, dismiss what he is now. But I think it take a real one to really highlight the work that he put in up until this point. So, he playing with house money at this point. Like, all of this is icing on the cake. He been fulfilled his promise. He don't got shit left to prove to boxing. In my humble, honest opinion, he don't got nothing left to prove. This shit is just for him. He said he been fighting for other people. I think now he fighting for himself. Look, if this is what he on, I'm supporting it. I rock with it, man. It's hard to just dismiss a talent like this, man. This dude definitely is an overachiever. All them title defenses, not shying away from any challenge, right? No matter who they said he couldn't beat. And if somebody was better than him, remember, don't fight. Why he fighting Luis Ortiz? And he shouldn't fight him. And then remember the rematch. Why he fighting him again? It was already a tough fight. And that's the guy that people are dissing. Like, your favorite fighter will never move like this. Straight like that. And I don't even know who people's favorite fighters. I just will assume if you got a favorite fighter, he damn sure ain't moved like this.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
right.
well, I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Click, clack, slaughter. Shout out to you, fam. Like fighters don't usually come back. You get what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I'm telling you, Mike, they wouldn't even get in the ring. These dudes ain't never been put. Early Bird, shout out to you, man. Why did you just retire? He's stupid. He could, you know what I mean? He could. He had to knock off that ring rush. Shout out to you. Legacy remains. What it do, homie? How you feeling? So I'm proud of Wilder's comeback, even though a lot of people not happy with his recent performance. Yeah, or level of competition. And it's too critical. Like, you got to think. You know what I mean? Shout out to Emmanuel, my guy. He'll never be the version that he once was, y'all. And that's okay to be real and say that. Like, you when you go through wars like what he went through with Tyson Fury, like those fights alone would have ended people's careers. Think about something. All the money he made, the man had a dent in his damn head, bro, and still decided to come out and fight. I don't think people respect it enough, man. I ain't trying to hear that. That's scary. Show me somebody that will be shown that they legit got a dent in their head from combat, and you're going to get back in there and fight and give people an opportunity. You get what I'm saying? He made the money already, bro. They gave this man a statue, and he said, you know what? I got a couple more fights in me. Man, it's just different. You don't get a mentality like that. So for me, I'm not tolerating the Wilder slander. We all can have our opinions. I get it. You can say, man, nah, he don't beat, the AJs. He definitely can't beat Furies. I hear people say the young kid, Moses Atoma, and none of those guys, right? I get it. But he beat Tyrell Herndon last night, the guy that was in the ring. None of those dudes was in the ring last night. And I get it, if they was, we'd probably be singing a different tune this morning. But the fact of the matter is, they wasn't in the ring last night. None of them dudes was. He was in the ring with Tyrell, and he handled business. I refuse to look at it like anything else. I like seeing the jab. He took his time. I seen him when he dropped him. I think it was the check hook he dropped him with. What I noticed is he just looked, I don't know, patient. He didn't explode the minute he got him hurt like he's known to do, the younger version of himself. So look, man, if this is who he is now, I'm rocking with him. I'm glad to see him get his hand raised. But like I said, bro, I'm not tolerating the slander, yo. That man gave us fights when he didn't have to. Took dudes to court to make fights after getting his ass whooped in front of the people. Everybody threw him away after the first Fury fight, the second Fury fight, the third Fury fight. Think about it. They've been saying that he's been done so many times. I don't know how many times you could be done with some of these people. If he was done after the Fury fights, then it should be no surprise. At least he went out there and won. So think about it. It's easy to say who he can't beat now, looking like how he looked. You get what I'm saying? It's easy to say that, but think about the story, how the story would have went had he been the guy that got knocked out by Herndon. He'd have got knocked out. Think about what they would have been saying then. So for me, it's all about handling the guy that's in front of you. And last night, it wasn't no Atomas, no Furies, cheating ass Furies. It wasn't no Anthony Joshua's. He could be sitting on the sideline saying whatever he want, but we all know when that man was in the prime of his career, Anthony AJ Joshua ain't want shit to do with him. And that's what I don't respect. So you can talk crazy now, but it took a big cheating ass gypsy for him not to be the guy that he was. At the end of the day, I don't feel like those fights was 100% fair. He got a dent punched into his head and continued to give us fights. I just don't think people, you just won't see too many fighters like this again. Say what you want. Picked up boxing late as hell. Come on, man. This shit goes on and on. He overachieved. Think about how many they said the whole boxing world was better than him, right? Look how many people touched that. How many people fell victim to that right hand? How many of them? Think about it. Joseph Parker that he lost to, bro. They was clowning him at Joseph Parker is arguably having one of the best runs as a heavyweight. And that's who he lost to after those wars with Fury, after those 2 fights with Ortiz. But none of us picked that guy to beat him in his absolute prime. So that's what I'm saying, man. It's easy to dismiss him, but we know, goddamn, we know, most of us, we know in his prime, had he got in there with any of these dudes, we had him knocking these dudes out. We had him. We would have fought AJ at his absolute best. He more than likely would have went to sleep. That's why he didn't want to fight. You get what I'm saying? Fury got lucky, man. He got the complexion for the bullshit at the end of the day. You know what I mean? But I'm glad to see him shake off some ring rush out. I'm glad to see him get his hand raised. There's no way I could just diss a person that he embodies what it means to be a champion. With or without that belt, he move a certain way. You get what I'm saying? And he real. Go listen to the post fight. You know what I'm saying? He ain't like he's sitting here telling you this, I'm the best ever, and I'm gonna KO everybody. He got a different approach, bro. So hey, man, if this is his effort to rebuild and grow, and it's the path that he got to take, if you really a supporter of his, then you rock with it. That's all. And you cross the bridge when they get there. I don't know who the next opponent, but this was the first fight for him, and it looked like he got more in the tank. And I'm here for it. Shout out to my dog, Pac-Man ATL. Tell you what's good with it, bro. I seen you in the mix. Seen my boy in the mix. Haters gonna hate, just phase 1. On to phase 2. You get me? You think about it. All the shit he been through. I'm just saying, you box, and you know the man better than me. He spoke on it in the post fight, just so much that he been through, all the battles. Like he had a damn lead court battle with Fury to make a fight. That's not par for course. That's not regular. You shouldn't have to take somebody to court to get smoked. Big cheating ass. That should have been a red flag right there. Telling you, everybody should have celebrated that man when they seen that shit right there, man. Yeah, he took his time using the jab. You know what I mean? He took what was there. And he got it. He got his job done, man. And Foreman came back and fought 10 times. Telling you, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. And hey, Tay, you know better than me. This man fighting with a dent in his head, bro. They can miss me with the bullshit. A sport that you can't play, that take chunks of flesh out of you, where you arguably never be the same. After you leave the ring, he's still in there actively right now trying to be great. Hey, man, he deserved the support of the people, man. He gonna forever be the people's champ. That's why if y'all watch that post fight, the interviews, they were very respectful. Of Wilder. Like I liked it. They gave him good energy. Like they appreciated the performance. You know what I mean? They love seeing him just get his hand raised. And you just move on to whatever is next, and then we have that conversation when we get there. But I know everybody want to jump. Oh well, he can't beat this one. He can't beat that one, man. I ain't hearing none of that. He beat Tyrell last night, and that's all I need to see. He beat him. He won. Like Tay said, on to the next champ. Ross, what it do, homie? How you feeling? And about Joseph Parker fought 4 times, just like because they probably don't even realize that, bro. They probably don't even realize it. And he having arguably one of the best runs, Tay. You know what I'm saying? Remember how they roll him off? He took a couple losses and they roll him off. You know what I'm saying? But he having a hell of a run. Yeah, he can't be. And you know what's crazy? I go as far as saying it, bro. He fight three more times this year. Oh yeah, that's dope, man. That's dope. The Shark, what it do? He want to understand what's the problem. The problem is though, bro, most people not boxing fans, and they only watching the fight to be critical. They're only watching the fight enough to say, well, look, he ain't back. Yeah, y'all delusional fans, and he can't beat this one, and y'all really think he back, and hey, I bet you he can't beat this one or that one. Look, man, we just glad for the ones that rock with him to see him still competing when he easily could be somewhere with his feet kicked up, enjoying his money. You get what I'm saying? He could easily be doing that. He could easily be like, yeah, you know what, man? The Fury fights took something out of me, man. I got a dent in my head. He could be somewhere sulking, going through it, feeling sorry for himself. But nah, man, what he continue to do is fight. And I think he definitely fighting for himself and the people that still rock with him. And that's good enough for me, bro. He gave me enough fights at his absolute best for me to respect whatever it is he got going on right now. Win, lose, or draw, it is what it is, bro. You a heavyweight, what is he, closing in on 40? Do you expect him to be a spring chicken? Like, what we expecting to see? Like, are you supposed to turn the clock back 10 years? Like, let me know. Like, what was he supposed to do last night? The job was to win. He did it. Some people try to say he struggled. I don't feel like he struggled. I feel like he was comfortably winning that fight. I think he outclassed, Tyrell Herndon. You know what I'm saying? He boxed him, used the jab, took the openings, knocked him down, got some right hands in there, and got the job done. Coming off 2 losses and a KO loss, 7 surgeries, and back in there, bro. Talk to him, bro. That's all. That's the real one coming in here. That's all. I just add more context to it, bro. All them different surgeries. He talked about the rotator cuff, not being able to hold his arm and his hand up the right way, man. He shouldn't even be fighting, bro. I'm going to call it. He got a dent in his head. I ain't trying to hear shit. Bro running around fighting 200-pound men in shape training to beat him with a dent in his head. And they out here talking about who he can't beat. He shouldn't even be fighting. He shouldn't even be fighting. Miss me with the Wilder slander. I'm not going for it, bro. Skills, my dog. What's good with it, bro? How you feeling? Yeah, man, they don't know the half, man. I'm telling you, they think everything is an excuse. And I like some of the stuff he said in the post fight, bro. Shout out to Rome. You can't hear me? Y'all can hear me? It sound good? Gonna do a live later today, bro. Oh yeah, yes sir, man. Gotta come on for sure. You know I'm there. Say no more, man. It's already done, bro. Dre Smith, what it do, homie? I just always spoke this way about him because to me he represented, like he really fought for the people. He shied away from no challenges. I think that's a fact. It was nobody that he was trying to tiptoe away from. When people said he shouldn't, he said, I am. When people said he couldn't, he said, I'm going to. You get what I'm saying? And that's just what I respect, bro. So call it what you want. And like I said, man, y'all can shit on this version of this guy now, but I'm going to stand on this because I believe this. I'm a straight shooter. He was asleep. And when I say Fury was asleep in that first fight. If we really being honest, it wasn't even supposed to be no second and third fight because he was out of there in the first one. That man was supposed to continue on undefeated with another knockout, and they didn't want that to happen. The powers that be, I refuse to believe anything else. I seen too much suspect shit. I seen Fury get too much benefit of the doubt throughout his career. I seen too many instances where he ain't been solid. If y'all want to tell me I'm bugging when I say his gloves was on some bullshit, then I'll go pull up the Nicholas Asbury videos that's still up right now where he showed you that it was padding removed from the glove and it was Tyson Fury that did it in sparring. Even went as far as to say he probably had an egg weight in his glove and all of this. So y'all think I'm crazy about the glove controversy, and I don't even want to get into all of it. I'm just being genuine, bro. It wasn't even supposed to be no second and third fight because he was out of there in the first one. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. Where he at now. Tyrell was on the plate, and he ate last night, man. Champ got him a win, and that's what you want to see. On to the next one, man. That's it, bro. That's it. On to the next. Nah, he ain't struggle. He said he felt good but rusty at the same time, and that's why you get the rounds in. Think about how many surgeries you just said, bro. I didn't know it was that many. I knew it was a couple. I didn't know 7. 7 surgeries, bro. Dent in your head, a trilogy with a cheater. Two tough ass fights with Ortiz, who popped dirty, but we rock with Ortiz. But you get me? So it's like, come on, man. And he's still pushing. He's still out there fighting, bro. Out there, shout out to you. Say he win, that's finishing it. I'm telling you, that's it. You think about what they would have said if he'd have lost. Andy Ruiz would have ended Wilder if they'd have fought. Nah, Champy, man. He had his opportunity to fight too, and he ruined it. You know what I'm saying? He ruined it. If you think anything I'm saying is delusional, you're not listening and you being weird. And I would have to ask, how old are you? Because I'm putting it in context. Ain't nothing delusional about nothing I'm saying. You just probably weird. Because if I was up here telling you how trash Wilder was and how he need to retire and how he can't beat nobody that's good, you would tell me I was cooking. But because I'm a real one and I understand it take a real one to understand the shit that he been through and where he at right now. And I just highlighted the journey. At his absolute best, he was a force to be reckoned with. He was putting up, he had a video game record, some shit that you see in Knockout Kings or Fight Night. Literally, he was that. And he did it smoking shit. Knocking these big, being an undersized guy, giving up these huge ass weight disadvantages. Show me somebody else that could do what he was doing. He's an anomaly, whether you want to accept it or not. Like I said, point out the fighters that started as late as he did, that achieved Olympic bronze. You get what I'm saying? Then turned professional, found out that they had a gift from God in that right hand, bro. Could you blame him for smoking shit and getting away from the boxing and all the different things that he did? Nah, bro, you just used to hearing people tear these fighters down. And this is something different. I don't do that. That man don't deserve the slander. You could keep it a buck. You could say, you know, him getting in there with an AJ or any of those young guys that you put them in there against. You could say they could beat him. But is he supposed to be able to beat those guys right now? This ain't the prime version of him. Like, if he's so-called done, he been done 3, 4, 5 fights ago. Let y'all tell it. So these dudes better be to beat a guy that's been done 5 times over. They better be able to beat him. But right now, none of them dudes is in the ring. Tyrell Herndon was in the ring, and he got it done to him. And that's where I'm focused at. I don't know what the next fight gonna be, but I know I'll be watching. I enjoyed seeing Wilder get his hand raised, man. That dude got took through the ringer. All it took was him to lose to a cheater, and people start writing him off, man. So y'all gotta learn to give people credit where it's due, man. 327, what it do, homie? Now, I mean, you just used to hearing people go crazy. You want to hear me tell you how bad Wilder looked when that's not the truth. Can you say he looked like he in his prime? He ain't supposed to. What is he, 39, 40 years old? And he's still in there doing it. Still in there doing it, bro. That shit ain't easy, bro. This is a combat sport that you can't play. He done had wars, a trilogy. He was willing to fight a guy with PEDs, somebody that popped. You get what I'm saying? Floppy ass gloves. He done fought a dude that was removing patent from his sparring partner's glove. You get what I'm saying? All types of wild shit. And that's the guy y'all act like that dude was solid, man. The hell with Fury. He gonna always had a people, bro. The real ones rock with Wilder because they knew he stood for something, bro. I'm telling you, man. He went in there and did it the right way, man. You could say what you want. He did it the right way, man. No cheating. Little legs and all, y'all. All the jokes that y'all got. Little legs and all, you smoking shit. Ain't stopping from knocking these dudes out. You get what I'm saying? Special guy, man. He's an anomaly. He gonna forever be to me, man. And I'm gonna always rock with him just straight like that. It is what it is. But I ain't saying nothing that's unrealistic. I ain't telling you he goes out there and beat everybody. I didn't say that shit. But what he did do was go out there and beat the task at hand. He shook some ring rust off, built some confidence. You know what I mean? He got the people back talking about him. Let's not act like this ain't the dude that single-handedly revitalized the heavyweight division with a right hand. Missed me with that shit. Nobody else did it. AJ and none of them. He didn't do it. He didn't do it like that. And we be trying to compare and, you know, oh, AJ would do this and AJ would do that. Wasn't AJ a damn gold medalist? He a damn Olympian. You get what I'm saying? He better be able to beat him. He should be able to beat him. You get what I'm saying? And we all know, prime for prime, he would have smoked his ass too. He would have knocked his robotic ass. And I like AJ. Shout out to AJ, but I'm just keeping it a buck. We know why we never got that fight. So all y'all that's pushing what AJ would do to him now, I miss me with that shit. Because why he ain't do it years ago? When he was talking that 50 million shit. Nobody else was he making a bogus demand to fight. But when it came to fighting Wilder, the fans had more confidence than the fighter. And we know that shit. We know it. You know it. You know you could have been got an AJ fight. You could have been got that fight, talking all that shit. That dude ain't want that. He ain't want that because his ass was going to sleep and his promoter knew it too. Now they bold. Now they talking. Now they from the sidelines making comments. You ain't want to fight that dude when he was at the top of his game, and you know you did. The whole world know you did. He ain't want to fight that, man. He ain't want to hell with that AJ talk. We don't want to hear that shit now. Wilder, whatever it is, whatever road you traveling to get back, man. I ain't no unappreciative fan. I appreciate all the viral highlight reel knockouts. I appreciated seeing a damn video game boxing record. You get what I'm saying? A 6'7", slender ass dude knocking out these big, heavy ass grown men, stretching them. You know what I'm saying? Dominique Brazil knockout forever be one of my favorites, man. Stretching people the way he did Bermain Stavern in a rematch. All of man, we forget, man. That dude gave you a lot of entertainment, bro, before anybody even came close to stopping him. How many KOs he had straight before he even took a loss? Come on, man. Don't forget, man. I know it ain't that ain't the same as that guy, but you go through 2 tough fights. A trilogy, that's 5 tough fights, a dent in your head, 7 surgeries, outside the ring shit, legal battles. You go through all that and you show me a guy that'll still be standing there willing to fight. Miss me with that, bro. I just look at Wilder different. I'm okay if he can't beat X, Y, or Z. It's okay, bro, because you can't be in your prime forever. But when he was there, he showed you what he was, man. That's all I'm saying, bro. And the fights that we didn't get to see him in is not to no fault of his own. And if you've been paying attention, you know that. So it's not a lot of people that you could say move like that. Tyson Fury danced around. Look how he avoided Usyk until he eventually fought him. If that was Wilder on the other side, we would have got that fight. You get what I'm saying? It's the same old shit. Shout out to my dog Skills, man. Gift from the God in that right hand sledgehammer, powerful. Shout out to my bro, man. Appreciate the support, man. Yeah, that truly was a gift from God. And when they recognized it, they perfected it. He perfected it. You know what I'm saying? And he made sure that he delivered what people was looking for. And that's why I say, do people really appreciate boxing? You know what I'm saying? Like, do they really appreciate it? Do they really know the story of Wilder? Because I really don't think you could critique his boxing skills in terms of saying they're trash or awful if you know he had a medal. Like, I don't think you win that being trash. It wasn't like he was knocking everybody. Like, people just don't get it. When they found out that right hand do what it do, they perfected it, bro. And that shit went on a hell of a run until he ran into a big cheating ass Fury. And if you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to
And we
Skills.
ain't never got to box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, man. People saying Wilder duck AJ is just they just being fans of Anthony Joshua. And you notice I ain't even say them words out my mouth as far as him ducking. I hope I didn't slip and say that because I don't like to push the duck narrative, but I will be willing to say with confidence that Anthony Joshua wasn't confident the way Wilder was confident that he had beat him. And I don't think his team was either. And had they been, they would have fought him. Think about it. Being the first one to beat Wilder as pure knockout artist, that would have said a lot. That would have been a great win on AJ's resume. And to Buddy that said Luis Ortiz is Wilder's best win, like that was a flex. Hey, smart guy, tell me one thing. Who's Tyson Fury best win? Go. Who's Tyson Fury best win right now? Go. That would be who? Who do they brag about? When they talk about Fury, when they show the highlights of Fury, what fights they like to show the most? I wonder what gave, you know, some of the Fury fans some bragging rights and, you know, made them all loud when he beat who? Who? Not the guy with the skinny legs that can box with the bronze medal that had the 10 title defense. Not that guy. So is Wilder Tyson Fury's best win? I think so. I think it's hands down. Hands down. You get me? So it's crazy to try to shit on him for beating Ortiz when he beat him. But who's Tyson Fury's best win right now? You get what I'm saying? If any of those dudes would have beat Wilder at the time that Tyson Fury beat him, they all that he's all their best win. All of them. Still to this day. And even now, to this day, Deontay Wilder will still be the best wins cheating ass Fury got on his resume, bro. And it's never going to change. He'll never have a better win. It's crazy when you look at it that way. So again, man, I think that's saying something. You can't look at it, Deontay Wilder, and say it's who he didn't beat or who he didn't fight because he was willing to fight them all. Yeah, he didn't beat them all, but came damn near close. You know what I'm saying? Came close. Came close. Don't know why I look at his face after he fight. And AJ come over here the first time he gets smashed. Yeah, Andy Ruiz did a number on him. You know what I'm saying? Just imagine if that was Wilder. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if that's Wilder at the time of. And I'm glad you brought that up because to me, that was one of the reasons why we wouldn't see that fight either. If Ruiz was able to do that, being a big guy, not mobile, just wasn't expected to win, an underdog. Not the gold medalist, you know, that he is. You know what I'm saying? AJ. I mean, you say Ruiz ducked Ortiz. Yeah. And he I think he priced himself out with Wilder when it came to fighting Wilder. I think it was some money situation. I think he was asking for more than he was worth, and that's when Wilder was making the videos trying to tell him, like, you know, you being weird and you're going to find yourself out in the cold. And people don't realize they thought Wilder was just talking. Think about that video when he told Ruiz back then that you're going to find yourself out in the cold from the outside looking in because you're trying to overprice yourself and you ain't trying to play ball because you really, like, it's not that these dudes be scared, but they know you catching Wilder on his game, bro. That's not going to be a good night for you if it don't go well. So Dudes is looking to get compensated, man. That's all that is. You know what I mean? So we could try to diss him and say what he not now, but at the absolute best, and dudes ain't some of these so-called heavyweights ain't want nothing to do with him. You know what I'm saying? The Butcher, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Drake said he had a panic attack because of Wilder not gonna do that in the first round 2 weeks earlier. I'm telling you, he ain't want nothing to do with that. He wanted to stay away from it. You know what I'm saying? Nah, Ruiz went to outbox shit. Ruiz was too stationary. I look, and just in my opinion, I respect your opinion. You feel like Ruiz would have outboxed Wilder? Okay. I feel like Ruiz would have got stopped. I feel like Ruiz would have got stopped because he's a stationary guy. And he's not, I don't think he would have been fast enough or elusive enough or creative enough to consistently get out of the way of the right hand. Look at the AJ fight. AJ just made a mistake with trying to jump on him and getting clipped. I think if that's Wilder that puts you down, I think you get up and I think he finished you. We all know that. You get what I'm saying? And AJ's a pretty damn good finisher, but he made a rookie mistake. He left himself exposed. And he always been people always question his chin and the defense. So that didn't fully surprise me. But if that's Wilder, I think the outcome is different. That's just my opinion. I can't say it's a fact, but I think Andy Ruiz would have been too stationary, and I think because of it, Wilder would have stopped him. I think Wilder would stop Andy Ruiz. I do. You know what I mean? At the time of, so that's just me. A lot of these guys, I mean, they know it too. Shit. The fans be more confident that these fighters win these fights than the fighters because they be having these opportunities to fight. And like I said, if I'm not mistaken, with the Andy Ruiz situation and Wilder, he was asking for money that he just, I don't think was worth. And I hate to say that, but that's what he did. That's how he found his way out the fight. He's on the top for half a year. Yeah, popping that jab was good with it. Yeah, man. So I don't know. I think, and look, shit, Luis Ortiz was outboxing Wilder, and what happened? He got stretched. He got knocked out. He was winning round after round. He got stretched. So outboxing Wilder don't guarantee you no win. You got to make it to the 12th round. And that's what you got to ask yourself. Yeah, Ruiz would be able to box, right? But will he be able to make it? Will he see that 12th round? And a lot of those guys around that time, just fact remains, they wasn't seeing the 12th round. He would have knocked to either more than likely caught him, I think. Because, again, Ruiz ain't no fucking defensive, master or nothing like that. And he's a more stationary guy. Like, think about the version of Ruiz that AJ beat in a rematch. The dude that literally ate himself out of an opportunity to win. He was fat. Like, imagine getting in the ring with Wilder and you stationary and can't really move because you heavy. Man, you get outboxed. Wilder long as hell too. Ruiz, I have to get his way in. And he like the punching combination. I think he gets stopped. Ruiz got dropped by who else? Did y'all see I think it was Chris Arreola. Did y'all see that fight? Look, they got a common opponent. I think it was Chris Arreola. He had Ruiz looking bad. And Ruiz would have got his ass stretched, man. Wilder would have stretched him. Yeah, early bird. Yeah, Wilder would have stretched him. I think Wilder would have stretched his ass. Yeah, he messed the fight up. The Shorty messed the fight up. I'm asking for too much money. He screwed it up. He screwed it up because he ain't won it as bad as he ain't won it as bad as he claimed he did. But let's see the quick clip. Run that clip. You know what I mean? My boy out there shaking off that ring rust, man. Out there hating on the young lad.
Let's see here, Morgan. Right to the body.
Ain't doing. That ain't doing. Hating on the young lad. Yeah, he had to get him up out of there, man. Andy had a pretty solid chin, but he can go down, though. Just think about it. When he get hit flush on that chin, he go down. I think Chris Arreola, didn't Arreola knock him down once or twice? He been down by some people, man, that I don't think would have put Wilder down. Wilder was a dog. He had a beard on him, too. And he was undersized and still knocking these big guys out. Ruiz Arms would have been too short. He would have had to make up a lot of ground to get in the inside. I think he would have been kept outside with a long jab and that straight right hand. He would have been right on line, I think, for the right hand. I think Wilder would have lined him up. Get what I'm saying? Yeah, he like to try to bob and weave and get his way in the inside, but he's not no crazy ass big puncher. He got good combination. He's a good combination puncher for a big guy, but with combinations leaves openings. You get what I'm saying? And I think he would eventually run into a right hand. I really do, because of the size disadvantage that he had too. Shorter guys, them short arms. Wilder having that long ass reach, that whip of a jab, and the right hand was coming like a whip too. He is. I agree with that. He got some. He could be explosive. Man, you got to think he a heavyweight, so he ain't got to be no one punch guy. He can still crack. You know what I mean, with the right punch. But I just didn't. For me, I didn't have him beating Wilder. I just think stylistically, the way he would have had to get in and what he would have had to do would have created openings that Wilder needed. And he had 8 jabs and right hands. I believe that until he, I think Wilder knocks him out. I really, really do. And it's crazy. Like, I ain't saying accept any amount of money and fight, but when you start playing like manager and you get what I'm saying, expert negotiator, all of a sudden when you get offered a really big fight and you try to, ask for more than I think you worth, like he's out of sight, out of mind. The fact that they was offering you a fight should have been a blessing, but he ruined the opportunity, and now it ended up being a bad decision because he on the outside looking in. He on the outside looking in now. On the outside looking in, bro. And now you don't know where he at. You don't know what's up with Andy. You know what I mean? You don't know what's up with Andy. Yeah, you hear somebody saying something about the right hand. Get that right hand. Get it. They're like, oh, he stopped it too early. Oh my God. Why he stopped it so early? Look, that dude got knocked down twice, was losing every round, in my opinion. And Wilder could knock you back the way he stumbled back. I'm guessing that's why the ref called it. Because the only thing that would have happened from that point on is we would have got the highlight reel, I think, that we used to. You know what I'm saying? That one of them right hands would have landed. It would have been a highlight reel knockout for him. But nonetheless, it was a good showing, man. He shook off some ring rust. And like bro said, man, phase 1 is out the way. He got some rounds under his belt. Probably feeling a little bit better physically than he's been feeling in quite some time. You know what I mean? Especially due to all them different surgeries and stuff like that. You got to think, you got a devastating ass punch like that, bro. You got a devastating ass punch like that, and all you do is use it and punch and think about all the wear and tear from the sparring and all the work you put in. You definitely could hurt yourself, bro. It's possible. So, especially the way he used to let that hand go. That shit was like a whip, bro. Shout out to my homie BJ in the building. What's good, homie? So, like I said, man, I just like seeing him win last night. Shout out to BLK Prime, man. He did his thing, man. Got his victory. Now he on to the next, man. Now we'll see what's next for Wilder. We'll see what's next, man. Yeah, but all that AJ talk, man, I ain't trying to hear that, man. He still got Usyk problems, man. He just got knocked out from Dubois. So and that's a crazy thing. I don't know why people so confident in that guy beating somebody. Like, he just got smoked. Like, we don't know what he gonna look like coming off that knockout loss. He could look like shit coming back. He could look like a shell of himself. He could be timid, gunshot, and he coming off an injury too. Like, why he said he ain't been working out. So he has some type of, I think, hand injury. So you never know. Never know how AJ could look back. He could come back looking like a different guy, a changed fighter. You get what I'm saying? So it's funny how Wilder get knocked out. He done. He can't beat nobody. AJ gets stretched. He still could beat people without us even seeing him again. At least we got to see Wilder. So, I mean, took some losses, got outboxed by Parker, who's having a hell of a run. So it's no shame there. He's bounced back crazy since losing to AJ Wade when they fought. Shout out to Joseph Parker, man. He having a phenomenal. Him and Daniel Dubois having phenomenal runs. Two people that they was writing off completely. Daniel Dubois and Joseph Parker after they lost, bro. Especially when he got stopped by Usyk. They was like, yeah, he finished. And look what he did. Goes and cooks AJ. But he beat who he beat. He had a run first. He beat Big Baby Miller. He beat Big Baby Miller. You know what I'm saying? He beat Big Baby Miller. Then he beat Filip Hrgović. Both of those guys, I think, was undefeated back to back. And then he beat AJ and sparked him, knocked his ass out, and put a stop to his second or third championship run. I think it was the third championship run. Yeah, put an end to that shit. So Schuler's a fool, man. Alicia, you like the bomb. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland. Appreciate that support, man. He said enjoyed the shine you just gave Wilder. Yeah, man. I appreciate you, man. And it's all genuine, bro. Like it's really genuine with me. You know how I feel about giving people their credit, because again, bro, everybody gonna go there and talk about what he can't do. Ain't nobody gonna highlight what he actually did, what led him to this point. You know, he went through some shit, fought a lot of different battles. You know what I'm saying? One of them being a damn legal battle with Tyson Fury, dumbass. So I don't know, to go through all that, get cheated, lose in embarrassing fashion right in front of your people, have them turn on you, still have the confidence to go out there and do you. Just got to rock with that. Fighting with a dent in your head, like, it's just so much, man. Different trainers, you know what I mean? And I think, you know, him and Malik Scott was about trust. I think that was somebody that he really rocked with, that he worked with, and they did what they could do. And, you know what I mean? Switch trainers. Like, it's a lot, man. It's a lot, man. You know what I mean? It's a lot with Wilder. So anytime that I see him get his hand raised, I'm going to salute. Feed me more Extreme Link. You trying to come up and build, champ? You definitely could, you know. Facts, I did with both plus FA. Yeah, it's like that, because sometimes it started looking crazy. It was looking a little wild for Daniel Dubois. He had his orbital bone broke by Slow Joe Joyce, you know what I mean? And then he get in there and he didn't get the call against Usyk. Then he gets stopped there and it's looking shaky for him. You like, man, dang, Dubois, man, he looking like it might be, you know what I mean? Usyk ain't even a puncher like that, and he stopped you. So when he, you know, that happened, people was ready to say, yeah, that's it. But he bounced back, and Joseph Parker lost. He had lost to AJ. And people was ready to say he was done, and he bounced back. And now you see the run that he's having. You know what I mean? The Wilder one was a great win. It's crazy because Wilder is going to be the best win on a couple people's resumes. You know what I'm saying? Furies and Furies, Zane, and Joseph Parker. It's crazy. As much as people discredit Wilder, you know, Fury, we seen that. Then you got Joseph Parker and you know, Fury and Joseph Parker got the wins. Did Usyk really beat him? He got to say, I thought that was a low blow. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I thought it was I thought it was more legal than you know, low. That's what I thought. And I always felt like Usyk's reaction told us everything. He reacted like somebody that got punched in the stomach, not in the nuts. I always said that. I didn't see him double over and like reach down there. None of that. It always looked like he was trying to get the air back in his body after getting punched real good in the stomach. That's what it looked like to me. That's what it looked like. So I think that's going to always be in the back of people's minds, but it's dope that he had a chance to bounce back since then. And look, bro, they get to do it again. They get to do it again. So, you know what I'm saying? And let's see if he beat him in the rematch. Skills, he get the rematch now. Daniel Dubois, he earned it. He earned the rematch. You know. He earned it. Terrence Crawford will beat Canelo. We're going to build on that too, because their final presser was dope. Their final presser was entertaining. At least for me it was. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the final presser and the build up. But I just wanted to make sure I came here today and properly gave Wilder his just due. Say what you want. I'm not up here saying that he's going to beat everybody else. All these other guys better watch out. And he's back and he's new and improved. Nah, but he's back in the win column. He's back with a KO win. You get what I'm saying? Back getting his hand raised, shook off some ring rust. He was out for what? I think he said a little over a year. Get what I'm saying? In his later stage of his career, after multiple losses, knockout losses, you get what I'm saying? Zane, Parker, and Fury all gonna be able to say that, you know, Deontay Wilder is their best win. So if that's not saying something about Wilder, then I don't know what it does. Because if you look what Parker is at, like I said, his run. Think about that. He cooking with grease right now. You get what I'm saying? Big Bang Zane got beat since then, but that's gonna be the best win forever on his resume. And the same thing with Fury. He didn't get a chance to beat Usyk. I mean, he had a chance, should I say, but he didn't beat Usyk. So that's gonna always be the best win for him. You know what I'm saying? Damon, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Genetically, as a celestial being, as I'm some humans descent from aliens. I had that in my bloodline, bro. Bro, talking that talk. Damon, what it do, homie? You gonna do some? Oh, you said that was the plan for the night. Well, you want to call? Y'all want to call fights tonight too? We're gonna see what's up, man. With Chavez and Jakey, that's a good card though. Some good fights on there. Jake know what he doing as far as putting them good fights on the card that you gonna want to see. So if you ain't interested in what he got going on, you definitely want to see some of them fights on the card for sure. But good win for Wilder. On to the next. Shout out to BLK Prime, man. They got through it, showed the man some love, and he just his career continues. Now let's see where he go from here. Does it mean he ready for the young guns or the champion and Usyk or the top tier guys? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. And who knows if he'll ever get? We don't know, but I feel like as long as as long as he working, can't just got to sit back and watch and see how far he can take it. See how far he can take it. Let's keep rolling. And yesterday they also had this top rank card, with Christian and Mbilli. And look, I ain't gonna lie, it was a solid fight. It was a solid fight card, should I say. Stephen Butler went out there, man, and that fight was entertaining. That John Arobio guy, John Arobio had a devastating knockout yesterday, man. Impressive, man. Impressive. I think it's the second time I've seen him fight. He's impressive. Yeah, I don't know why the hell Joseph Parker fighting Derek Chisora again. I think low-key they might be allowing Derek Chisora to choose because I think that's his 50th fight, and maybe he was allowed to pick. You know what I'm saying? And Joseph Parker being Joseph Parker, he with it. Showtime, the guy, what's good, homie? How you feeling? Who did I see? Dante in the back, man. You're not a troll, or you turn the camera on for a second just to make sure you ain't no troll, and you could join with me, bro. Oh, I bet for sure. I see you back there. You good? You can turn your camera on if you want. All good. I like Mbilli. Dante in the building. What's good, fam?
Hey, what's up, man? Right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, man. I think Daniel Dubois could beat Alexander Usyk in a rematch.
You think Dubois could pull off in a rematch?
Yeah, but it's gonna be hard, but I think he can do it.
Yeah. Like, look, it's interesting that the rematch is coming, and I think it's a rematch that boxing could appreciate, right? Because a lot of people seen the first one and they felt like he got a raw deal with that body shot that should have been legal in a lot of people's eyes. And he been on a win streak, right? He beat a couple undefeated guys, beat Big Baby Miller, beat Hergovich, then sparked AJ. So I don't think he could. I think he coming into this fight at his absolute best right now. Like, it's the best version of what he's been showing since taking a loss to Usyk. So it's like it's perfect. And Usyk, with every fight, he gets a bit older, right? I seen him express some concerns with having to eat so much to be a heavyweight. And he even expressed thoughts of going back down to cruiserweight so you don't have to eat as much or something like that. So I just wonder, like, it gets harder. I know this shit don't get easier. So you get older and this dude coming in there with a lot of confidence. So I think you're right, bro. I think he got a good shot to make something happen. It's definitely I'm at the point where he showed me not to count him out. Can't count him out. So
yeah, I think that shot was legal. I don't think it was illegal. I don't think that shot because
right. I'm with you. I kind of see it that way too. I don't think he it's his reaction told it all for me. All right, and then he even went as far as saying that if the ref had started counting, he would have just gotten up. And I'm like, that sound good because you was down there. He gave you extra time to the point where I thought they was about to like call the fight off. The way he was just sitting there, just laying. I was like, bro. Then the ref walked up to him. Oh, you good? You need some more time? Just like, bro, what? Like it just looks suspect to me. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you letting them recover. Banks, what it do, homie? How you feeling?
That referee in that first fight, I recognize him because he was in Alexander Usyk other fights, and he gave him carte blanche to basically like he kept like he kind of like was on Usyk's side in the previous fights. It was to me, it's a little bit of corruption there, you know. So, but Daniel's got the rematch in England in Wembley now in London, so. In London, like it's almost going to be 100,000 people, by the way, in that stadium. So, like, I think it might be an English referee. I think so. My theory is, if he does land like something like that again, and even if it is a low blow, they're going to rule that as a knockdown, and then go in and finish them. So, I feel like Dubois needs to be a little bit more dirty, like because he has to get an advantage. Like you can't just be clean, if that makes sense, because like you can win clean, but he needs to really like be more rough with him this time, you know.
Yeah, more physical. Yeah, I think that's his best shot too. I like that. I think he do need to be physical as possible with Usyk, but be smart while you do it because you know, you want to kind of help siphon that gas tank, bro. That don't allow that dude to sit back and get into a rhythm, because then he's gonna be hard to deal with. We all know that Usyk, a rhythm fighter. Once he get in the rhythm and he start, you know, doing the feints and he start having you biting on the feints, now you in his world, and it's gonna be hard to come up out of there once he gets you going. So yeah, man, be physical with him in spots and target the body. Seen a clip a while back, and it was like a little compilation of Usyk taking body shots. He definitely very human to the body, and if you're gonna knock him out or possibly stop him or affect him, I think the best shot is going to the body. I think if you can't ignore the body, you gotta find a way to be consistent to going to his body. Slow him down. Then maybe them big headshots would be there because you definitely got the punching power to stop him. But can you land? And I think, like I said, a consistent body attack should put you in a driver's seat to be able to land some of those big right hands that you're going to be looking to land.
Yeah, I also think Terence Crawford will beat Canelo, I think, you know.
As far as that too, man, I like the press conference. I like that build up, man. I'm just surprised to a degree anyway, because it's boxing, people are weird, that fans have convinced themselves that somehow Terence Crawford energy is off, or he's nervous, or he's scared. And I'm just like, do y'all remember, like, do people been paying attention? Who's been pursuing who? It's not, you know, Canelo pressing him. It's the other way around. And it's like, you're not going to tell me that he had to fight Canelo. This is something he wanted to do. So you're going to want something and then be scared to do it. It's just not logical, man. They're fighters. They've been doing this shit all their life. So if he'll have nerves, I think that's normal, but not to the point where you can look at him and see anything. I think people reaching. I think they got it wrong when it come to Bud Crawford, man. Maybe people don't like him, but shit, ain't nothing he's doing that's making me think he's scared of this fight that's coming up.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, like I don't really like to play the race card or whatever. But it is like, you know how it is in, obviously I'm not from America, I'm from England or whatever, but you know how it is when a Mexican fight, say, Black American. There's like racist tension, but this time with Canelo Alvarez, and he's Mexican, but he's a white Mexican, like he's white. So like they want to protect him. Like, because when you look at all the other Mexicans, they're what you typically call a real Mexican. But he's Mexican, but he's white. And I can guarantee you there's no Mexican fighter that gets as much protection or money as Canelo. So there is, how can I say, like a race element where he's the white Mexican, so he's the top Mexican. Like
that's interesting, bro. That's interesting because I can see where you're going with that. Now he don't get the same pressures to move the way a typical Mexican fighter would. And they allow him to kind of, well, he did it already. He fought everybody. Like he always saying it. That's what he always said. I fought everybody. No, you didn't. Like Benavidez ain't out there. Stop saying that. That's what I would have said to him. Crawford, he keeps sitting up here talking about you fought everybody. I know what you mean when you say that, but man, it was one guy sitting right there that you definitely should have fought. And I just don't feel like Crawford has any instance in his career where you could look at and say it was a guy that he's avoided like that for years, asked for wild money. And I don't think he did that. And I think this dude, like you said, man, he got they do protect him. They do, they rock with whatever it is that he do. So I understand exactly where you're going with it. Not playing so much the race card, but you making a great point because he doesn't have the same responsibility as a typical Mexican fighter does. Like if Benavidez get to a point, like think about it, he was about to start getting, I don't even think he's Mexican, is he? I'm not even sure. I don't even think he's Mexican, but you call him the Mexican monster. He was about to get criticized for not fighting David Morrell, and they was about to start that with him. But to see the fans of Canelo, they justify him not fighting Benavidez. But with, Benavidez, you got to fight Morrell now, where if you look at the difference in the fights, Benavidez and Canelo should have happened yesteryear, right? Whereas Morrell, you could argue still building. He didn't have to take that fight right now, but look how they was ready to critique him and call him a duck, and he went and made that fight, and then people got quiet. So they just held to a different standard almost, right? Like he set the bar, right? He fought some guys, but you don't get to coast in your career like that and ignore top tier challenges and justifying it. You've been making bag moves for a minute, so I ain't knocking him, but don't lie, don't sell me that you fought everybody when it's a guy Mexican monster that could say otherwise. Ramon, what it do, homie?
Yeah, like going off of what you said, like because I'm from England, right? So obviously next door is like Netherlands and Spain. I've not been to Spain, but I know I have a friend that's Spanish, and he looks just like Canelo Alvarez. He's got red hair. He's basically white. You can tell, yeah, he's not like you can tell he's Spanish, but you can see he's a white Spanish person. That's basically what Canelo is, because Mexicans are, if they take a DNA test, it says that they're indigenous Native American. Basically, that's what they are. Like an Aztec. Canelo Alvarez is not Aztec, and he's not indigenous American. He's just a white Mexican. So technically, he's not Mexican. Like, you know what I mean? So,
right. It's funny. Some of the fighters question that too, and they say like he ain't, not everybody is on board with him and how he moves, and they say like he gives Mexican fighters a bad name doing some of the stuff he do. And I get it, you know what I mean? Because if that's what you are, then be it truly. Like we know them for they being about the smoke, not avoiding challenges no matter how difficult. And he's showing us time and time again, not even just with Benavidez, he showed us as early as since after the Mayweather laws at 54, when he used to fight at 55 to avoid fighting the best 54 pounders there. Like he's been doing this. He's been doing this shit for weight classes. So I don't think anybody else would get the benefit of the doubt in the way that he has. And I think a lot of it is because he got some people who do got crazy fan base that'll just support whatever he do. You know what I'm saying? So they don't even care to see him prove it because they just want to see him fight and win. Some people want to see him still challenge himself, and he ain't for it.
Yeah, he's got because Canelo, he came to Ireland, and obviously I live near Ireland. Ireland is basically right next to England. And I looked at the comments, and they said the comments, you know what they were saying? Oh, Canelo Alvarez, the Irish, the red-headed Irish, like what the hell? Like you see what I mean? So that's how he's got them racist. Now, I'm not saying they're racist, but you can see what type of fans he has.
Yeah, he do.
And I feel like with Terence
James,
Crawford,
what up?
He's 2-time undisputed, arguably pound for pound number one. I mean, you can say Usyk or that Japanese guy, but Crawford, for me, if he beats Canelo, is pound for pound number one. But they don't like the fact that he's a dark-skinned Black American and he's 2-time undisputed. So they're trying to say, okay, the size. I mean, Terence Crawford walks around at 86 kilograms. Like that is basically almost 190 pounds. Terence Crawford can make light heavyweight. Literally, he could. Light heavyweight is only what is that? 77 kg. Terence Crawford is fighting at 76 kg. He can make light heavyweight. So Canelo only walks around roughly the same weight. So they are the same size. They literally are the same size. Canelo is not bigger than Crawford. They're the same size. So I don't know what people are talking about. And the punching power of Canelo has been proven, because if you look at the Piers Morgan interview, Piers Morgan said that he failed a drugs test for clenbuterol. And then Canelo tried to say it was because of contaminated meat. And then he said, yeah, he was banned for 6 months. Why would they ban you for 6 months if you didn't take performance-enhancing drugs? So for me, Canelo, I don't buy that he's clean. I buy that he's been on stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to taint his career, but for me, it's been proven that he's been on performance-enhancing drugs. And if you look at Terence Crawford, he's obviously 37. Biologically, he's not 37 because he even said that he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke. Do you understand? It's been proven if you don't drink and you don't smoke, you're going to live longer. So technically, he's very young. So he's younger than Canelo even, who's taking drugs, drinks alcohol, does all that shit. So for me, this is a bad matchup for Canelo, man. This is a bad matchup.
I like what you're saying there, man. You pointing out a lot of great points, right? He do live the fighter's lifestyle. I've been making that point for a while up here, and I'm like, sometimes I don't think you could account for that on paper, right? You can't really get what I'm saying. Like he lives the right way. I've seen Canelo be visible, and I'm not knocking him. He grown, do what you want, but I've seen him out and about, visibly drunk, singing and karaoke and drunk and dancing with his daughter, and he lived that life, man. And on top of that, he's been having it all his way. He's been fighting people that are just happy to be in the ring with him, competing against him, and not really trying to win. And when he got in there with a guy that was trying to win, we see how that shit went. You getting in there with guys, I'm not saying they just giving up, but I think Terence Crawford, the difference is mentality, man. I think he really feels like he can beat you. And that's why he's taking a fight. People keep making it about money and all this other stuff. Like you said, they playing a lot into the size. And I got this video. I got to find to see if it's still in my phone. Somebody made a really good breakdown about how they pretty much like the same size. And I've been saying this for a while. Canelo Alvarez is arguably a blown up super middleweight. I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. If you look at the time in which he moved up, what was people saying about 168 as a whole? It's a weak division. Get what I'm saying? He went up there and smart man, business-wise, he, you know what I mean, made some moves, put him in position to be undisputed. And if it really was all about just being great, then you don't avoid giving Benavidez a shot. You don't maneuver around him and give guys like, you know, Jamel Charlo an opportunity from way down at 54, the same way now you're doing it with Crawford. So now when it's all said and done, you would have had fought both of them and never Benavidez. Is crazy. That says a lot right there. But that dude took advantage. I think he's a blown up guy, and he felt good. He's feeling himself. He tried to go tiptoe up to 75. Kovalev was like a smoke and mirrors fight. I thought he caught him on a quick turnaround, legal battles. I thought he was pulling his punches. That fight always forever will look funny to me. Beat him. Then you try to go back up there playing with Bevel. I knew that wasn't going to go well for him. So, you know, he knew that's my limit is here. This division right here, I could pick a bunch of guys that are inexperienced, probably got knockouts, but, you know, he got a really good beard, so he kind of banking on that. And these dudes don't have what it takes to beat him. So he had a division where he can dress these challenges up as like, you know, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah, I'm supposed to be fighting Berlangas, Gias, and Nah, bro, like you supposed to be fighting a guy like Benavidez, but you didn't. So back to my initial point, man, I just think he been moving that way because of him not really being he ain't no true 68-pounder to me. Like, I don't think so. Like, I don't feel like he really ever grew out of 160. I feel like he chose to do it. I feel like he chose to move up. Now, obviously, after being there for so long and even heavier, I don't ever see him going back. But it's not a big guy, man. I don't know if people ever seen Canelo in person before. He's short, yo. And I seen a video where he had on the lifts just to be like eye level with Crawford. That was wild to me. I was like, bro, is people paying attention to this? He had them thick ass soles on. I'm like, no wonder, because I was just seeing y'all stand in the ring and you could clearly see Canelo shorter. Then you see him in the face off, and it's like, y'all eye level now? Like, what's going on? You bro growing now at this late in his career. So I just think they put too much into the size, man. That dude is arguably, and he came from 140. Crawford did come from lightweight. I think Canelo started at 40, if I'm not mistaken. So he moved up. He's not super tall. Not arms ain't super long. Crawford got him there. I think he's a bit taller and longer. He been fighting the bigger guys. I think Canelo is sturdy in that way, right? His chin, I think he got a hell of a chin. He's been able to fight those bigger guys and deal with them punches. But this fight to me is only like people basing their pick, and it's all physical. And I'll be saying that a lot. They do that when it comes to Tank and Shakur fight, right? It's like all physical they focusing on. Oh, he's bigger, the punching power, this and that. And I'm like, what if that shit don't have the effect that y'all think it's going to have? Because I'm not hearing people say, oh, he's so much more skillful or he's more skilled than Crawford. I think one content creator say that. I'm not buying that shit. I don't think he's more skillful. He's just going to have to show me. Maybe at this stage, but he got to show me more skillful than Crawford. I don't think so. So both of them dudes came from much lighter weight classes. I know he's far more acclimated there, but it's like the mental side of it ain't, being focused on enough. It's just all, well, he going to be punching too hard. And Crawford ain't going to be able to hurt him. And then he's just going to walk Crawford down. Shit, was William Skull hurting him? Get what I'm saying? Like, it's a few fighters that you could say that was fighting him. Was Caleb Plant necessarily hurting him? You know what I'm saying? But he was boxing his ass. So don't give me that. Like, Caleb Plant didn't get knocked out simply because he, his punching power, you know what I mean? He made a mistake, got caught. Canelo made an adjustment and clipped him. So, but it's like skill for skill. I think Crawford can hold his own. So if he's not compromised from putting on the weight and having to fight one of the, most established guys there, then I think people in for a really good fight, man. Good chess match too.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think it's going to be a good fight. I'm picking Crawford to win. I think on points, personally. I think it is. There are in Las Vegas. Unfortunately, it will be a bit of corruption there, but I think Crawford is going to come in and it's going to kind of be a bit like the Dimitri Bivol fight, a bit like that, where he's going to win convincingly enough that you just can't give it to Canelo, and then Canelo will land shots, but I think Crawford will take the shots, and I think he'll counter him, and he'll just start pummeling. I think it's going to be that fight, and I think I don't think Crawford will retire after the fight. I think he might even want to move up again. I don't know. He might want to become 4-time undisputed, but I think if he does beat Canelo, I think this makes him pound for pound number one. Like, some people are dismissing it, saying that it puts him in the conversation, but they're just saying that because they just don't like him. But that makes him pound for pound number one, because that's 3 times undisputed in 3 different weight classes. So how can you? That's nonsense.
It's hard to ignore it and not give him the credit. Wells, what's going on?
What's going on? Now, Deontay, I'm going to take it a step further. If he beats Canelo, he goes down as the greatest of all time. Because, see, this is what people, back to your point, Just Do, shout out to you too as well, and your channel. But back to your point you made just a minute ago. Everybody picking Canelo because of strength or brute force. But that's because most people, that's how they think. They think brute force. They think strength, and they forget about skill. And I mean, it's so many stories throughout history that tells you skill can prevail over brute strength. David and Goliath. Let's talk about the tortoise versus the hare. All kinds of stuff like this. So when it comes, and the biggest thing when it comes to Crawford that separates him from a lot of people. There's a few fighters that's out there, but it's him and Crawford in particular. They forget that his mindset is on another level. Like when Crawford go into that mode, he don't just go into boxing mode. He go into I'm gonna kill you mode. He a killer at heart when that mode gets turned on. And it's the same thing with Keyshawn Davis and a few other fighters, but you see in their mentality and how they carry themselves that if you think I'm going to be easy or you're going to mess with my family, I'm going to kill you. And that's just how he thinks. And I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, that's too much, but it's not. This is boxing. And we got to stop being soft for boxing because these people get in the ring to hit each other in the face, not to hold hands, not to give a show sportsmanship. They get in there to put you on the ground in front of your kids, your wife, and the rest of the world. They don't care who's watching. And that's one thing that Crawford is able to flip that switch because you see it in the Spence fight. That switch was flipped when he came out. And you seen it get flipped the other day when they was face to face and Canelo pushed him, but Crawford wanted him to push him. Because remember, I don't know if you've seen the little clip, but Crawford says to him, I want you to remember that. I want you to. Because I remember that. I remember that. He said, I want you to.
Somebody pointed out that Crawford may have like grabbed him too, like by his like small his back. I seen a different angle and clip. It looked like Crawford did reach out and like I don't know, grab him or something weird. It's like I didn't catch that angle. I gotta find that clip again, man. It's like, man, Crawford grabbed by the small of his back or something that he pushed off. I was like, I didn't see that until somebody showed another angle. That was weird. It was funny, but I think he was letting them know right there, like, bro,
right there.
Like, this ain't everybody else. Nobody else you fought would have did that. Simple little shit. Like it's not about being punked. No, you're not scared, but he letting you know, like, bro, I'm not backing down from you. I'm not coming here just to get paid. I'm coming to beat you. And that is the difference between, I think, him and a lot of other people that he fought, man. I think Crawford is coming to win. I think he wants to win, bro.
And that's why they all against him. Because they don't want a strong black man who has his family together, that has his life together, that's winning, to be the representative of boxing, to be the face that show you everything. The reason they allowed Floyd, because Floyd pushed all this money and jewelry shit. But when you got a fighter that's pushing family first, God first, and then boxing, they don't like it. They don't want that to be the example for these children to look up to. They want them to follow these others so they stay in their lane instead of get in here, make their money, be family people, and develop and build your family. And so and then back to the height situation. So like you said, in the ring, Bud was taller. And then second, that press conference, Canelo wore the high heels. I said it from the beginning. He put them height boosters in his shoes so he could look the same height as Crawford. But yesterday was killed that whole narrative. They let you know who was the bigger man, and it was Bud. They both had on flat shoes because the first time they faced off, I said, okay, well, Crawford is in regular shoes. Canelo's is in boxing boots, so they flat. So then the second one, I said, oh yeah, he got them height boosters in. But yesterday they both had on flat shoes, and Crawford was the taller and bigger man. I mean, he was standing over Canelo like 2 inches. I was like, damn, he's carrying it well. And that's the thing, is like they think that Crawford's gonna put on all this weight and he's not gonna be able to move. But they really forget that Crawford is wrestling, and people forget, like, wrestling, that makes your whole body strong, and not just strong, it's to a whole nother level strong, and the muscles are able to tighten and reflex faster than normal. Because I don't know if the people be watching those wrestling matches, but the twitching in wrestlers, especially 200-pound wrestlers, the twitching those guys, they're moving no problem. And I think Crawford's gonna put on 162, 163, maybe 165. I don't think he come in no more than that. He come in right there, just perfect, and he puts belt to ass, and like he said yesterday, and stumps a mud hole in his ass.
I'm gonna play the clip too. I'm gonna play the clip. Yeah, that shit was funny. I liked it. I like how you talking to Bud. I mean, I like how you talking to Canelo, because you think this, like, you could say a couple little one-liners and get the people to laugh. Yeah, you got the people and they booing Bud. That's to be expected. But you're really dealing with somebody that's not fazed by none of that. So that's why I say the fact that people think he's terrified and scared is, like, laughable. It's like, bro, y'all not being serious with this shit. Listen to this clip.
Did you know that Canelo and Crawford actually weighs the same when they're not fighting? Now, despite the initial argument that Crawford was a smaller guy since he was known to be fighting at a much lower weight class, this would all change after it was revealed that both men had a very similar walk-around weight. Terence Crawford himself posted a photo of his actual off-season weight of 186 pounds months leading up to their face-off, while Canelo previously confessed during an interview with ESPN.
It's funny because they had the clip real quick where he was taller than that. It's crazy. They had the clip where he was just taller.
Posted a photo of his actual off-season weight of 186 pounds months leading up to their face-off, while Canelo previously confessed during an interview with ESPN that his normal walk weight is usually 180, and that's why when he fought at light heavyweight, there was basically no weight cut involved. Not to mention, continuing to train every day despite being off-season also helps Canelo not to go through the extremes when he needs to make weight come fight night. And to be honest, it does kind of show, as Canelo usually looks the same in and out of the ring, while Crawford normally looks much bulkier when he's not fighting. Did you know that?
That's kind of like what you were talking about too, with the weight and them being closer to the same size than people realize. The biggest questions for me is operating with that weight, right? Fighting with it. Because, walk around with it is one thing, but you're going to need to perform at an elite level. And there, I'm assuming against Canelo, especially get a win. But if you can do that, if you can control yourself and still be, Terence Crawford, that weight, he going to be in for a surprise, I believe.
Bro, that's why I cannot wait for the weigh-in. Because when he gets on that scale, and these people see the muscle definition that Bud is gonna put on display, their mind gonna go crazy. Because that's why I brought up wrestling, bro, because they develop their muscles to where they can fast react at any weight. And so that's why I brought that up, because I think he'll carry that weight no problem and still be fast with it, man.
Right. I mean, listen, it's possible. I've seen him working out, and he clearly was a lot heavier than where he just last fought at. And people was trying to say he looked slow. I didn't see it. I thought he was sharp. And that's what it's all about. Still being able to be sharp with any potential weight gain and putting it on the right way. I think Bomac is a smart guy too, man. I think they're gonna do the right things. I think they're gonna craft a pretty damn good game plan too that could put them in the driver's seat, man. The boxes, dude, that's what I'm saying. It's just box his ass, man. You seen him outbox. We ain't see Crawford knocked out. Not saying it can't happen, but we seen Canelo outbox. So we seen it more than once too.
So Crawford's never been dropped. He's actually never been dropped. Like, how Usyk has never been dropped. I actually found out that Crawford has actually never been dropped in his whole career. Never.
Nope.
So
the only time I seen Canelo hurt when he was about 19 fighting Cotto, brother. He had the heavy legs. He had him hurt for a second, and he recovered and knocked Buddy out. But So I think it's gonna surprise people if he don't stop him, because they got it already in their mind that he got to be able to stop this dude because he's so much smaller. But Jermell Charlo came up there from 54 and he ain't come close to getting stopped, in my opinion. I know he took the knee and all that, but I feel like that was a business decision for sure. But
it was.
I feel like Crawford is more versatile than the Jermell Charlo too. So I don't know. I think it's gonna be a different vibe for him in this fight.
I was saying earlier, bro. In my opinion, I think Big Charlo would have gave Canelo the better fight, and I think he would have won. All because Big Charlo got the better jab between the two. Big Charlo is at the heavier weights and can withstand those punches. I understand, the layoff is what threw the whole fight off, but I still say he came in off the layoff and gave a better fight than his brother did, because his brother tucked tail. When you see two dogs about to fight and they hair standing up on the back of their neck, motherfucking Charlo took his tail, put it down, and turned around.
Opulent LD TV, blessings, Brody. How you feeling? Oster 40, what's good, fam? You know what? Like I was on that side of the fence too with the, he ain't try shit, tucked his tail and all that. I started thinking about it a little deeper, and I get it. I know what it looked like, but I started thinking, and I know somebody that know them, know they pops and stuff. And, some of the information I was getting was kind of telling, and he had camp at the crib, like, yeah. You get me? Like, he had camp at the crib in the comfort of his house, doing laps in his swimming pool. It just wasn't like you didn't put yourself mentally in that space to lock in and say, yo, I'm fighting Canelo. It wasn't that vibe. It was like, oh, I'm fighting Canelo, I'm getting paid. It was just a different vibe. It wasn't like you cut some corners. And you did it because you was comfortable. And I think the paycheck made you comfortable. Instead of making you hungrier or making you lock in and kind of isolate, you didn't do it. And I think coming off the layoff, the injury, jumping the weight classes, Canelo know better. You know better. More than likely, that's not a fight you should be taking under them circumstances. And straight up and down, I think he underestimated Canelo. While I say that, remember that it was a clip where he was on the outside and I forget who Canelo was watching, fighting, and he was like, pan the camera to Charlo. They was sitting in the crowd. He like, I could beat Canelo. I could beat him, man. He like, he get tired too. Now you thinking from the outside looking in, it's a certain way. And I'm thinking you also remember how he was when y'all was in the same weight class at 54. It's not the same as that guy. You get what I'm saying? And I think he found that out when he got in there. So it's like the closest thing to a handicap match. Like, it's too many variables going against you. Layoff, injury, jumping up in weight, comfortable ass training camp. You didn't put yourself in position to be able to be more competitive than what you was. And like I said, I think being a career 54 pounder, Charlo can box his ass off. We seen him before he got Derek James when he was with Ronnie Shields. He was boxing to victories a lot. Boxing dudes down. This dude, Derek James, one of the things that separated him in his fights was punching power. And you think about it, like, even if the fight would be good, the first Castano fight was good. You didn't see it appear in that one, but you seen it in the second one, right? You seen what he was capable of doing. You see the punching power kind of get him in the fight. You seen it with Tony Harrison. That fight was competitive, but the punching power made a difference. Like, at 68, that's not the case. You got up there and them same punches that you land and you affect these smaller guys. That's at 54 where you fighting at. You get what I'm saying? You I guess he was used to something different. And think about it. He was in there talking about how he could possibly stop Canelo. And it's not like how Crawford is saying, like, if it's there, I'm going to take it type deal. He was talking like, yo, and I hit harder than he. I remember him saying that. And you start hearing the mentality, like, and that's why I give Crawford a shit ton of credit. His mentality is much different. He sound different. His energy is different than Charlo. everything is different. He's not talking knockouts. He's talking skill. Charlo was talking about, I got more power than Canelo. No the hell. What made you think that? Like, no, what would we have to back that claim? But bro, like, what? I'm like, so already. And then I think his plan A, it didn't work. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if he ever even went to a plan B, but that shit didn't work either. I just think he bit off way more than he can chew. And you go into a fight mentally a certain way, and it plays out and it throws you off. And I think that's what it was. You anticipated an easier guy to deal with. You probably thought that your punching power, according to what you're saying, like if you think you hit harder than him, you obviously think a certain way. And them punches landed that you landed some of the same shit that you land on other guys. It just did nothing to him. And I don't think he was prepared to go to a plan B and be confident that that would get him a win. And it might have looked like he just gave up. And I just think we caught him. He was like, how they say you fuck around, find out. He found out in the ring, like, yeah, this shit was different than what you all had built up in your head. Everything you thought, being comfortable at home, doing laps around your pool, got the family there. It's like you're not treating it like this the biggest opportunity of your life, but you treating it like this the biggest payday though, and I'm comfortable. And I don't think Crawford is gonna make that kind of mistake. So it's like that preparation and shit. That battle start before you even get to the ring. That night, before you get to the scale, and Charlo was losing it from the rip because of where he was at and how he was thinking. He just took it like it wasn't what it was. And I don't think Bug will make a mistake like that. I agree, bro. He ain't playing.
We'll see what that information say. I didn't know that.
But what the kid was good, homie.
Oh, go ahead, my bad.
Nah. Shout out to my guy, Pooh the Kid. Jordan was good, homie. Yeah, he had camp at the crib. Like I said, shout out to my dog behind the hands TV. He probably be popping in here if we still on. But yeah, he know them, he know they pops, and we had some good discussions. And he had never trashed him. It wasn't like trying to play him or say anything bad about him. It's just like observation, bro. Like he knew that, like, oh, you training at the crib, bro. What you bro? You can't be on it like this. You training at the crib, you fighting Canelo, you gotta treat it like what it is. And I feel like mentality is Crawford is going, he's a super competitor. I'm not saying that, Charlo wasn't, but he bought into Canelo. Canelo rocked him to sleep too in the press conference. Canelo, who's the better Charlo brother? Oh, I feel like Jamel did better. He fought the better competition. Start stroking his ego. Mel sitting over there with nothing bad to say and shit. He just rocking you to sleep. You over there chilling. You was almost like happy to be there. It was no moments. You didn't give us not one. And this is the same. Keep running your mouth. That's that dude. Right. This is the dude that when he lost to Tony Harrison, he cried about it.
That's what threw me
off. He lost to Canelo, and he was like, "He knocked me out."
That's what threw me off, bro. It's like
mentality.
For years you've been talking shit to this man. Don't get on the stage and be quiet. Don't get on the stage and be quiet. Talk that shit. Get in Canelo's head. Get in his face and show him you're ready to fight. That's what. I take the information you just gave me, and it helps me understand that he was more than likely, he was just comfortable. He was just wanting to get through it. But I feel like if you give me the Charlo, who fought Brian Castaños the second time, or the Charlo who fought Tony Harrison the second time, he could come out and win those fights, bro. Win that Canelo fight, but it just threw me for a loop when you get up there and the first thing you say is hi in a quiet voice, don't talk no shit. I'm talking about you surprised Canelo himself and the rest of the crowd that was in there listening. They said, I'm so surprised this guy's not talking shit. Like,
I was trying to give him the benefit of doubt, and I'm like, yeah, but at the same token, neither one is talking crazy, right? And I know if he do, then, Charlo won't give him something back. But at that point, I had to reassess it again and look like, but this is what Canelo want. He don't want you to he don't want you to try to get competitive and kick back, right? He wants you to be rocked and just be happy with the opportunity. And I felt that. Crawford, like, man, and it's a difference. I ain't saying Charlo ain't never made no money. That Canelo bag is different, obviously, than anything else he got. It's going to be the same for Crawford, more than likely. But At least he got a taste of his biggest bag, and Earl's biggest bag was each other. He got a taste of that. But he went into that fight possessed, like a man possessed. I get it. We feel like Earl was obviously lacking some things on his side. But aside from that, the way that Terence Crawford prepared and executed was like, hey, you give him, he wasn't rocked to sleep. He wasn't, oh, I'm not, this is just a big fight, and you know, I'm making some money. And nah, bro went in there and fought like he had everything to prove. And I think that's,
I told you, bro.
It's mentality is different.
There's
Like
killers
he want to beat
and
you.
there's
Like,
fighters. There's killers and there's fighters. And Bud Crawford is a killer. And that's a total difference. And like you say, it's the mentality, bro. And you, like I said, when I see a killer coming in the ring, I know him because I got that same mentality. Like, I'm gonna put my life on the line for this. Bud Crawford is willing to put his life on the line. Keyshawn Davis willing to put his life on the line. And that's all. Like, there may be two other ones, but I don't see no other killers. I see boxers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
there's
I get what
great
you're
boxers,
saying.
don't get me wrong, but there's a mentality difference when you're ready to kill somebody versus you're ready to just beat them up.
A lot of people say Keyshawn got that mean streak like Bud. Some people feel like the mean streak or the mentality that me and you discussing is what's gonna get them stopped, or you know, but they're not really, they're not speaking on it the right way. Yeah, I act like when Bud get hit, or the people that's saying that when he get hit, when he goes to get his back, he just careless and reckless. Oh, I got to get it back because you hit me. He's very smart and intelligent about it. It's not a careless thing that
he the one
because you got a good shot. Not really do. So again, I'm gonna keep saying mentality because I could be wrong as hell. Come fight night, Canelo do what he do, right? But I think that's what's gonna separate, you know, not this fight from the other opponents that Canelo been in the ring with, right? You know, but Crawford is a guy shit. You know, anybody mom that's running around the neighborhood actively trying to pay people to beat her son up is wild. First of all, is she out of pocket? But it's funny because imagine that dude, he ain't feeling like nobody could beat him in. And what I'm saying is it ain't gonna just be no lay down. You're gonna have to show him he can't beat you. And that's all. Shout out to Pooh Kid. Appreciate the love. The 5-piece in the Cash App, your blunt raps, my G, my dog, and being a member for 6 months, rocking and rolling, my G. Shout out to my guy Pooh, man. So that I mean, look, I'm Tim Late, my guy Yoda was good. Charlo not beating Mbilli, but Charlo and Billy a dog, man. He is, man. He did some last night, but I put Benavidez in there. Once Bud fight Boots, then I could put him as a killer. Let me just give you something to think about, the Butcher, with that Boots stuff. We love Boots over here. We give everybody they just do, everybody. What route did Boots start going? Bud had the WBO.
IBF.
I rest my case.
Can I please let me take that one off?
I rest my case. That's not a slight to Boots. That's not saying Boots didn't want to fight him, but we're putting the onus on like Bud to get in there with Boots. Boots, once he go to IBF route, takes him out of the radar. You know what I mean? You didn't go to WBO route to kind of try to pursue Bud. But to their defense, one of the things that I did hear Bozy say, they asked him, out of the two, Bud and EJ, who you think will fight you first? And I believe Bozy said EJ, which could potentially explain why they decided to go that route, because they go in the route with the guy that they feel like will fight him. But that's me just trying to put everything out there. But again, if your sole purpose is Bud Crawford, you don't go opposite of him. You go towards him. You get what I'm saying? And I love Boots again, but that little interaction just was a little off-putting too when Bud walked past. It's just little stuff. Like, I just don't think that was the goal. Like, I think the goal was to try to fight one of the champions, but it did get to a point where, like, it's some things that you can examine. And I want to be very clear. This is not me trying to say Boots don't want to fight somebody, but sometimes these guys make moves that moves him further away from what we be saying we want, right? Like we would all love that fight, but I'm telling you, man, and they moved away from it. And I don't think Bud was, unwilling to fight him. But when he said, see, they keep asking me to fight this dude. And when I say, well, show me the money, you get what I'm saying? Then it's like, well, why are you doing? It's like, bro, y'all can't have it all y'all way. If y'all telling him this is the fight to make, and he's saying there should be some money in that fight to make, right? We try to ignore it. Like I just can't point to a point in Bud Crawford's career where he wasn't about to smoke. Like he literally fought Earl Spence, a guy that they said he was scared of, but he was ducking, all this different stuff, right? Just re-signing the top rank because he didn't want it. It's just like I done heard it all. So think about that. The last guy that they say he was scared of, just look how the fight went. I get it. We love Spence, but just look how the fight went. You know what I mean? That's the guy that we be talking about today. So no, man, Bud just a little different, man. I feel like mentality is what's gonna make the fight, like I said, with him and Canelo worth it. Dank, what it do, homie? And that bell rings, Crawford to kill. Yeah, I'm a Spence fan. Yeah, he is. If they wanted to fight, they could have fought. Nah, man. Think about it. The Butcher, I'm just telling you something real. He went the opposite way. You get what I'm saying? GQ, what it do at that point? It's not on. The onus is not on Bud Crawford to pursue him. Right? You going the opposite way. You get what we talking about. Yeah, to think about it. And this is only to the people that's so sold that the reason that fight didn't happen because somehow Bud didn't want it. But what about that guy on the other side making moves that moves him further away from that fight, not towards it? Get what I'm saying? So it's kind of like you make your pick. I feel like they had a decision. I'm trying to be real. When I hear their father say, yo, this is who I think will fight us, and then I see y'all going that way, I'm like, okay, makes sense. But then I kind of have a different, feeling when somebody tell me like, well, Bud got to fight him to. Nah, he ain't got to fight Boots for me to feel nothing. Like, think about it. Well, think about who he's trying to fight right now. You get me? I think he got to a point in his career where he like, you know what? I fought Spence and I'm going to go fight Canelo. He said Bill Haney put it in his head. So think about the challenge that he taking now. He always challenging himself, man. I'll say this, bro. Boots will give everybody hell if he fought. Period, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Anybody, but
I still think it happens, bro. And in my opinion, where it best happen is at 160. They both look. He go on to beat Canelo, win that undisputed 3 times, and then we got Boots at 154. Let's say he has that Virgil fight, wins the belt at 154.
Right.
And then he can move. They can meet in the middle at 160 and make that fight happen. If you say you think you're the best, I'm the best now. I just proved it. And then I'll take him and knock Boots off and I retire. So that's Spence, Majimov, Canelo, Boots, retire. Greatest of all time. And so it's just a lot. But I do get you what you're saying where that daddy said, because I watched that same little interview he did. But my thing is let's be honest. We know at that point in time that those 2 guys were not trying to fight nobody else except each other. And they were trying to do everything they could to make that fight happen. So all you do is, if we're going to be real, what I would have did being Boots, I would have went to 147. I mean, to 154 before Boots, but while they fought, got me a belt there, and then said, come fight me. I got the belt at 154. Come fight me. You want a belt? I'll give you another belt in another weight division instead of fighting Majimov. Fight. You could have fought Boots at 154, made that happen. But
that boy not gonna fight Boots. He don't want to fight. I mean, I think he don't want to fight if it's not gonna come with the money that he's looking for. Like I thought that was reasonable. Like when he say, I keep asking me, it's like we just ignore what the fighters say for what we want. And I get it. Sometimes we selfish as fans. It's understand. We get it. You know what I'm saying? But he like, bro, at the point of career where You know what I'm saying? He want that money to match with it. And if you're telling me that this is the fight, and I tell y'all, show me the money, and it go dead silent, then what we talking about? Like, why keep asking me to fight this kid if y'all not gonna pay me to fight? And I didn't think that was crazy or unreasonable. I thought that was him acknowledging, okay, I hear you. So now pay me. And it's like, people don't ask themselves, who would have put the fight on? Who would have put the fight on, y'all? What network the fight happening on? So it's a lot of the yellow tape that you got to get through before you can realistically see that fight. Sometimes we kind of, never mind that. We fight fans. We just want to see the fight. But think about it. How the business going to be done? Who the eight side in this equation? Bud Crawford, right? Who was going to put on that fight? Who was Bud signed to, y'all? See what I'm saying?
Don't think he was signed at that point.
Get that what I'm saying. So it's like you just don't know how it would really facilitate it. Like sometimes it's a little more than just, you know, I guess at the end of the day, fighters can always say, look, I want that guy and nobody else.
Teron no hype. They were not trying to give him no hype, no good fights, no hype, because they knew that they had already done him dirty. Him and his daddy was out of there as soon as that contract was over. So that's why they also want to help make that fight.
And right, and I just feel like fans would have wanted to fight. Boots wanted to fight whatever champion he could get his hands on, whichever one, right? And out his mouth. I don't think he'll shy away from fighting either the guys. But I just don't think the powers that be, like, who was trying to put the fight together? If that makes sense, if that question makes sense to y'all. When I say who, like, again, Crawford's representation, was it Boots' representation? You get me? Like some of these fights just be, you know, ideas, but it take more than that. Yeah, we know what a good fighter look like. And look, I'll say this: Boots will give anybody hell. I seen Crawford prove it so much through so many, you know, through 4 different weight classes so far. It's hard to bet against him. Boots gonna give you everything, you know, you looking for, but Crawford, it's the experience and maturity of Terrence Crawford for me. I don't think, like, the Boots approach, like, this is a guy that don't have fill out rounds. He get right to it. The ass whooping commenced from the opening bell, right? Boots he don't really care about filling you out. And I think if you force Bud in a situation like this, is just me, I think you run into some shit. I think he's a much better puncher, a much different talent than anybody Boots has been in front of. I think it's fair to say that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he's like, Boots is fresh, younger, all that stuff, but is he smarter? Are y'all 100% confident that he's the smarter fighter than Terrence Crawford right now? I can't say I know that for a fact. I can't say I feel that for a fact. And I feel like he still operates, you know, I like to call it young boy energy, right? Where you just get in there and you know, but sometimes you got to let fights come to you and boost it, you know. I feel like Terrence Crawford is more patient, seen more. And I feel like that would be a real big factor in that fight for me. Boots wouldn't be able to do him how he does the rest of these guys I don't see. I think that's a whole different level that you're in front of. We talking about a 4-division champion. I know he's getting older, so yeah, that's always in the back of my mind. Like, can he perform at, you know, and can he last? Can he hang with Boots? But I think he could, bro. I think he could. Like bro was mentioning, Terrence Crawford took care of his body and different things like that. So even with him being an older guy, I think he's more preserved than most. That's his age. You get what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? That's just me. I think it'd be a really good fight, competitive fight. I think it's like a 50-50 type deal, pretty much. But if I had to edge it, man, I like the experience because the fighter that experience is attached to. And Terrence Crawford is a fighter, for me, if he learned, he going to adapt. He adapt in the ring. He can adjust if he need to. He prepares very well. That's something I think kind of sometimes get overlooked. Like, you know, we talk about the fights that he win, but the preparation is why he able to do that. So just think about, like, how many people said Errol Spence had the better jab. Did we see that night? Like you could say he was missing a lot, but he ain't even out jabbed. He got out jabbed by a dude that everybody said jab wasn't nowhere near as good as his. Punch output. Just think about it. Think about what kind of preparation, like how prepared you got to be to put out a performance the way he did against EJ, despite him not being what we know he could be. But aside from that, you're still able to look at that and say, damn, that's raising your level for the guy that's in front of you. I think he's very capable of doing that. And I think same could be said for a guy like, you know, with Boots being in front of him, you're going to have to prepare for that young boy. Shout out to Pooh the Kid, man. He said, appreciate the Wilder just do my G. You deserve it. You know it. You know he got to get his just do over here, man. Got to. Ain't nobody going to get to him. You know your boy going to get to him.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well, I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
I'll cool it, my dog. Blessings, Brody. How you feeling, man? It's good Saturday, man. Bud versus Boots. Yes, man. Look, and so don't get me to saying nothing wrong. I ain't, you know, taking Boots, you know, saying he can't win. That's a dangerous fight for anybody because he almost seems to be a younger version of these guys, right? And he can do pretty much what these guys can do, probably more of it because he's fresher, a lot fresher, less wear and tear, all those things, but his IQ will truly be tested. Like, and I'll say this, let me try to say it the best way I could. And this is when it obviously pertains to Crawford. And even with all of them saying, still a dangerous fight for anybody. Because Boots, I think, got a chance to beat anybody he get in front of. That's just what I think. But right now, I see him win his fights more with physicality than intellect. And I'm not saying he's not being intelligent or smart in there, but it's like he's very physical. He beat your ass, right? He hasn't had to be forced to really like go in his bag. You get what I'm saying? With his version of going in his bag is just showing us more of the shit that he can do. I'm saying going in your bag when a fight is not going all your way. How are you going to respond then? We've seen some moments with Karen, but think about something. Like, I get his styles make fights, but think about the success Karen was able to have from one fight to the second fight, and just think about that's Bud Crawford. He's nowhere near Bud. Like, you get me? And he provided him with some uncomfortable moments, some tough moments, and he can't do near the shit that Bud could do from a versatile standpoint. He can't do it. So Boots gives everybody hell. I want to be very clear. And you know, at the older, one of the last things you want to do is be in a situation where you're an older champion fighting that young man because he'd kill him. But I don't know, man. That's 50-50-ish, man. But it's hard to bet against Bud just knowing what he's seen in the ring, right? That's 40-something fights, man. And, you know, championship level experience. That stuff started to come to mind. And again, you look at the fighter that those qualities are attached to. And we talking about arguably one of the best fighters, you know, arguably the pound for pound #1 guy, right? Depending on who you talk to. So, yeah, man, it's a dangerous fight because you're an aging champion, right? You are an aging champion I was speaking of, but if it's anybody that would have a chance to slow Boots down, it definitely would be a Terrence Crawford for sure.
Hey, I just got to say this, though. So, you know, the whole narrative with the age, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like people forget that humans are evolving, and medicine and everything is evolving. So where the prime age used to be 27 to 28, 30, that prime age nowadays is usually between 33 to 37 where people are getting their prime. They're forgetting that the life expectancy of humans have doubled in the past years. It's at 80, 90, and for some cases. And so a 40-year-old ain't even old no more in today's society.
You make a great point, especially if you took care of yourself.
Exactly. And Bud, what everybody else don't do, Bud started doing after he got shot. After he got shot, Bud started living that boxing lifestyle, full into boxing, not anything else. You don't got no videos of him at parties drunk. You don't talk about Corona. You don't see that Bud. No. Anytime you see Bud, what's he doing? He in the gym. He wrestling with somebody, or he boxing, or he in
doing
his
something athletic, bro. That one, doing something athletic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They forget.
Yeah.
It just, like I said, it goes back to the wrestling.
Always testing himself. Always. I think he's a preserved 37, 38-year-old because of how he lived. And I think you hear it on almost unanimously around amongst the boxing circles of how this dude stay in shape. Like, you don't see Bud out of shape. You might see him get bigger, but you ain't gonna see him out of shape. And like, I think his preparation is second to none. Shout out to Mike Kirkland, my brother, man. Boots over everybody. I see different. I won't argue it. I'm on the fence trying to, but I'm big on, like, guys that been proving it. And he's proven it so many times. It's really hard to just bet against him. But I could see scenarios where they both win. For real. You know what I'm saying? It's one of them type of fights. That dude, it's not a lot he can't do, and he can do it at a level that's high level, Boots. So, but again, I think Crawford is just, oh man, that's a cerebral dude. He's a smart dude in that ring, man. And I don't think you get enough credit for it. I'm gonna pull up this little clip where somebody was breaking down the lead hand, and I believe the video came from Boxing Gems. I think I sent it to Ant McQueen, but somebody was breaking down why they feel like he would beat Canelo, and I believe it was Boxing Gems original. Kirkland, my God, man, appreciate you, man. So it depends how you take care of yourself. Nobody beats Father Time. That's why you keep hearing me say, when it comes to Crawford, from what we understand, he's taking care of himself. So I think that's helped him preserve himself down the stretch. And I don't think he's your typical 38-year-old fighter, right? Like most people, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Everybody goes through wear and tear. That's real. Father Time is undefeated. But I think that's what's helped Terrence Crawford kind of preserve himself a bit. You know what I'm saying? L-Dub Boxing, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Say they seem to brawl more. Nah, they definitely used to beat, it definitely was a lot of asses being beat back in the day for sure. Because Shakur is going to give Crawford a game plan. Oh, man.
So I see the people in the comments talk about that, everybody age differently, and they do, but we know Bud takes care of his body, and for me, he may be 38 now, but I think his body may be the age of 32, 33. I mean, they need to look up where there's this millionaire, right? He's in his 50s, but he spends $1 million a year on his body, and they tested like the age of his body, and they say his body at 50 years old compares to a 26 to 28-year-old. So just think about what a athletic person that's always been athletic his whole life. Then he gets to start making money, and he can put more money into building. Like I say, I think he's about 32, 33 by body age.
Oh man, damn, my bad. I said shout out to GQ. They don't know about that boot sparring when him and Shakur spar. I just leave it there. I ain't gonna say he did no beating him up, but I know when you hear them two names, you like that had to go a certain way. And Boots is shit, he had 47, Core 35. That's at least 2 weight classes. They spar, I think. Was he at 30? Yeah. So just think about that. It's a story out there. His grandfather told it. He out there aging gracefully on them youngers on that b-ball court. Shout out to Rick Thames, man. But yeah, that's what that was. He sparred Boots. His grandfather told the story. Cause look, Zay Quinn, I think it was Zay Quinn, called the grandfather and told him, like, Shakur about to spar Boots. And I guess he was nervous for him, like, Boots big as hell. Like, he just call me after the sparring. Like, he confident, OG with it. Like, call me after the sparring. Just call me when they done. And he said he called him back after the sparring was done. He was like, yeah, man, they just got done sparring. He said he really couldn't hit him. He wasn't hitting him like that. So it is what it is, man. Boots, that don't get me to line. A fight, shit, bro. Don't go playing with that guy because he ain't no 47-pounder. But what I'm saying is, in the gym, kid handle himself pretty well, right? I got, you know, people that have been in their personal experiences that's done seen him get in there with middleweights and shit like that, and do more than hold his own. So it's like you hear. I've been hearing these stories for some time now, and I feel like it's so consistent, and nobody comes out and say, nah, that ain't true. It ain't like that. I don't hear none of that shit. Like nobody even, you know what I mean? It's regular. Like it's a lot of people that's watching what he doing and they implementing it into their game. They might not say it, but some of them will. But it's people that's running around here talking about this kid they idol. You get what I'm saying? He's still actively boxing. These dudes box, talking about that's their idol. Kid Austin. That's what made me feel like Kid Austin want to go fight him. Kid Austin started talking about how that's his favorite fighter and shit. And I'm like, do you really want to fight him? Or are you a fan? Dude, you keep, I seen like 3 posts and he was saying how he's his favorite fighter. He taught him so much. And then he went from that to like, you know, he went from that to, you know, some other stuff. Where is it? I thought I had a little clip from Kid Austin in here, but he kind of changed his tune. And you know how that go when you about to fight, it always changed. But
all right, man, I'm gonna do word association. Some of your peers. Shakur Stevenson.
Delusional.
Tank.
Power.
Keyshawn.
Weird.
Lamont Roach.
Surprising. He surprised me in the Tank fight.
Surprising. It's called Shakur Delusional. See. So I was like, that was a 180, bro. Because I was watching him. I'm like, is it crazy to be saying how a guy that you could potentially fight is your favorite fighter? And like he was laying it on thick. He kept saying it, whole paragraphs. I'm catching this shit because I follow Kid Austin until his whole ass daddy blocked me. So that's crazy because I don't disrespect nobody. Dad, Pops blocked me for I think when I said something about him, he was saying Shakur's on steroids or something. I just thought I couldn't take it at that point. I'm like, bro, you serious? I ain't say nothing. I ain't even say nothing crazy. I'm just like, yo, you really up here trying to convince people he on steroids? That's all I said. I ain't say nothing crazy. And next thing you know, I was blocked. I'm like, damn, dudes are blocking me.
Yeah. I like Schofield Jr., the son. He's a good fighter.
Mm-hmm.
But you know,
talented.
His daddy, man, they like to talk shit about Bill, but Bill put his sons in the best position.
That's a fact. That's true.
They ain't going Floyd Schofield Sr.
Big Highs. What it do? I know a Big Highs too. What's good with it? He said that's why Shakur did it. What will show up? I'm telling you, he start making up them stories and shit, like planted drugs and poison and all that. He's still running with that poison shit.
When they got a video on it, they did an interview up the other day, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
Keyshawn is a young fighter that's figuring it out, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know him personally, so I can't attest to if he's weird or not. I know he made some bad decisions over this past fight build up and all that, but I definitely don't think he weird. He's just young and living it. Think about if you was in his same exact position. Would you be considered weird? Like he on the top of his game. That's just why we able to talk about him now in this way, because we know he promising career. What you doing, man? You taking steps back unnecessarily. So he made his apology. I didn't think it was gonna be super heartfelt. He don't seem like the type to try to pull at your heartstrings. He said what he said, whether you accept it or not. At least he's put something out there. Now he could resume this, the next phase of his career. You know what I mean? Shout out to North Brick City in the building. Yeah, I got a Shakur interview on the channel. I was supposed to do a part 2 with him, but I just be, I'm a little different. Like I don't be one to, overdo it. Like we got the one in, and maybe after his fight, I reach back out to set up a part 2 after he takes a pay to the school. But he already said, he was with it, so. I'm boosting not the same level at all. Technically, fundamentally, it's different, and you hear it a lot with the people that be in the ring with him. The fighters, man. If you want to know the truth about Shakur, listen to the fighters, and not the ones that could be potential opponents of his. Some of them will keep it real too, but just listen to the fighters. That's all I can say. Don't hear me. Don't listen to nothing I say. Don't even listen to Core. Watch his fights, and then listen to the people that work with him. That's all. Like I hear shit that I'm pretty sure I don't hear about no other fighter right now. constantly. So for him, like I like what he said recently. Sometimes it take a little bit to adjust. Feel like he adjusts, acclimated a bit, and you're ready to kind of try to have it, breakout performance. That's what I want to see from him. You know what I'm saying? I expect to see something special July 12th. I do. Because he got the right opponent for it to be the case. So we gonna see. Last time he got a fight that he really wanted, he showed out and thoroughly outclassed the guy. You know what I mean? Thoroughly. Had him frustrated and complaining. You know what I'm saying?
So when it comes to Shakur, and I'm gonna throw Devin in there as well, bro. So with them, I feel like they need that person that's gonna come at them. They want that person that's gonna come at them because they always get the knock of pillow hands. Mm-hmm. But I see when they be in sparring and even when they be in fights, when they could really throw and let loose and kill a person. Mm-hmm. But they like that person to come at them so they can hit you straight and hit straight through you while you coming forward. That's how they like to to knock people out. Mm-hmm. And both of them really have that ability to start dropping people. And I expect to see it from Shakur.
Yeah, believe it or not, he get knockdowns often. Like that's one thing he had known to do. It's several fights where like the Valdez knocked him down, Nakatila knocked him down. Like he'd knock you down, but he just, I guess people be looking for him to look like their favorite fighter, or if they say he a monster, they mean that, I guess in their mind, you got to fight a certain way to look like a monster. But, it's other ways to show dog and toughness. Like Andre Ward said, man, taking punishment, ain't nothing cool about that. Ain't nothing cool. I just posted one of his stories. I see he liked it.
Yeah, I see it down in the chat, GQ. And I'm not saying they same level. What I'm saying is the way they fight is a little similar, where they both like to hit and not be hit. And what best works for them is when they get to hit the fighter coming into them, because they don't have that one hit power, but they do have that power. If you come in and I catch you with a jab or a straight, and you walk right into it, that it can lay you down. And let's go back to the Canelo Bud fight. For me, I think that with what's his name, with Canelo, they say he got the strong chin and all this and all that. But I think how Bud gets him out of there is punching him in that little nose of his and breaking that, because that nose ain't solid. That nose will get broken in about 2-3 straight jabs that Bud loves to throw, and he throws a hard jab. And so that's why, I think that'll line up for him as well. Those fighters that come in, I just love to see them. Shakur, Devin, Bud, I just love to see him slight step to the right or slight step to the left, and boom, boom, and they jab straight right down the middle from the side, and it will, I promise you, knockouts. But they don't put it into their fight. They rather, try to move around, keep moving around. Where I see where if they would just sit down for 2 seconds and throw 2 punches, they could hurt these people, man. It's just they gotta have that confidence. And I expect Shakur to come into this Zepeda fight. Zepeda done pissed him off. The world done pissed him off. You see how he talking. He ready to throw down. Yeah. And then when it comes to Devin, man, I can't wait for that Norman fight. I can't wait for that one, because
I hope they actually make it happen.
Well, they talked about it, then that night it was off, supposedly according to the manager. Mm-hmm. But then Bill and the daddy got back on this other show and said there was a few hiccups. We're gonna get it back. Mm-hmm. That it's gonna be lined up.
Good.
And so I'm ready to see that one, because what I think is about Devin, man, is that he been cutting weight and cut into his like 5 to 10% of his muscles for years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I think this year layoff helped him regain and all that muscle that he was losing over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And then now you go to 147,
right?
Look for him to line it up.
Right. And yeah, I'm telling you, man, the way he talking like he gonna have to fight a guy like this, and he haven't seen a style like this since the amateur days, and the approach that he was speaking on, like it's gonna make for an interesting fight if that's exactly how he approach it, because he's very sharp, very accurate, and we talk about that a lot up here. Like y'all heard me bring up the plus minus shit just in case people think I'll just be making up my own stats when it come to him. You can see the diagram right there, bro. Just look at this shit. Just look at it. You cannot do that if you don't throw punches. I say this to people all the time. So I don't know where this weak ass, fake, false narrative come that he don't throw punches. It's crazy. I be hearing people like, he just got to let his hands go more. I be like, what? What fights you be watching or who you listen to? That's why I say that, because I know certain people push certain narratives, but they don't pull out the numbers. So I just like stare at that chart right there. You just think about what that's saying. 21-1. People don't get it. And you see the list of the names of the people up there, like that's on that level. That shit is crazy, bro. That ain't somebody that everybody can't do that. That shit ain't easy, man. You got some real good names up there though. That's on that list with these high-ass plus-minus ratios, man. Lomachenko retired with one of the highest in the game. But you got some other guys up there. But they're not as high. I just want y'all to know. You got Bam Rodriguez, Bivol, Benavidez, Tank, NUA, Canelo Alvarez. You got all them up there. You know what I mean? Canelo's 7. His shit at 12.8. NUA's 13.5, Tank 13.9, Benavidez is 16, Bivol is 16.7. So according to this shit, Benavidez get hit a little bit less than Bivol. And Jesse Rodriguez is 18.6. Or matter of fact, higher, should I say. I don't know. So it's a little higher. I'm reading it backwards, so it's higher. So this is an interesting chart right here with these punches landed versus punches absorbed. It's impressive, man. It's impressive, man. These dudes be asked. The only way you can get a plus minus ratio like that if you letting your hands go. And also making sure a guy can't hit you on the other end. That shit ain't easy to do. That's why you see it's only that plus 21 is ridiculous, man. Shit is ridiculous. That shit is ridiculous, man.
Bro, they put that narrative because he not knocking them out like they want him to. But
like, since when has he ever been a KO artist to be getting these knockouts? And then when it's somebody that he should knock out, like quote unquote, like these opponents that they get knocked out, like the Yoshinos of the world, the Padleys of the world. Like you got to fight those kind of guys. They get knocked out, and then it'll be somebody that never got knocked out. They could be undefeated. Shit, that's what Valdez was when he fought him. He ain't knock him out though. I don't care about that lateral movement. And I was just like, what? He outclassed him, man.
People forget
so high
about the science of boxing, bro.
Yeah. Tank is at number, let me see, what number was that? Tank is at number 5, top 5 in plus minus. So, but they say he get hit a lot. I mean, but the numbers say otherwise. So are we going to listen to the people that's just talking because they probably don't like him, or are we going to listen to them numbers? Then you know what they'll say, oh, that ain't accurate. But you saying he get hit a lot is, right? 704 Joe, what it do, homie? So, yeah, man, Tank in that top 5, man. He cracked the top 5 with that plus minus. So you can say what you want. When people say you get hit so much, I just be like, what fight should I go watch? That's going to show me you get hit so much. Yeah, you get hit, but I noticed something when you really looked at and respected, they treat it like a punch. One punch is like you getting your ass beat or something. Somebody land a couple shots, you getting your ass beat. You know what I mean? I heard somebody come up there and say Josh Padley was getting off on Shakur. I'm like, I can't find a single round where that shit happened, but okay. So it's crazy.
Yeah, you could fight. You could be landing 100 punches. Let me land one big one. I won.
You won a round. Mm-hmm. Nah, you landed 10 jabs to his 2 hooks, man. Nah, you know what I mean? He ain't landed no power shots. I'd be like, bro, shit, man. Punches landed, man. 10 get hit with, they don't count. I was watching a Roach fight at the end of the round. It did not add up. Yeah. Sometimes it'd be like that. Don't get me wrong. Now, I'm not gonna say numbers are perfect, right? That we know that that's not the case, but sometimes or a lot of times, often, like the numbers be so far off what the average person say. So the average person will tell you 10 get hit a lot. Then you'll go see the numbers that don't, that don't back up that claim. You'll hear people say Shakur don't throw punches. Then you go see the plus minus that don't back up that claim, and then so many others, right? So you just see it like we got to go off some. Sugar Tank, just a very good fighter. I like him. I just don't like his fight decision. Fight the best, point blank. Yeah, I think you gotta consider that boxing is a business. We say that shit all the time, right? We say how much boxing is a business, and we don't consider that they're gonna move accordingly too. And like Brian Norman has said it in this clip that I had, about the money. It's a lot of money behind him. And I think with that being said, that heavily influences decisions that are made, especially as it pertains to opponents. Sometimes people don't want to hear it because they're like, yo, you're in control of your career. Well, won't you just tell them you want this and want that? And it's like, I get it, but it's like, do you necessarily rock the boat if everything is going smooth? Like if you feel like you got the best team in boxing and you let them do their job, and you at a point where you are the fight, you are the big fight, you don't necessarily have to run around calling nobody's name, right? So you allow the business of boxing to do what it do. And I think when you seen some of his recent energy and frustrations that he been showing, it make you wonder like what's the issue. And not too many things could be wrong unless it's money related. When you see how the press conference looked, or the lack of money that it looked like it was spent to have it, it looked like it was in an auditorium. He looked like he was mentally somewhere else. Like it's off. It's off. That's not blaming him. That's the business that I think is also the cause of the buildup. Like think about it. They threw out the August 16th date. Now it sounds like it's not even going to be that date. When has they been any consistent inconsistency with announcing his date? You never see that type of stuff. So you're seeing some changes, some differences. You're seeing, something different from that guy. You get what I'm saying? It's something on to add all the way up, man. So that, and again, I don't think he making all those decisions himself. I almost lost my train of thought for a second. He not making the decisions by himself. I never thought he did. And I think that's one of the driving forces as to why he not back there calling out the names. He at a position where he don't have to do it. And why do that if they gonna figure it out anyway? He just show up to fight. He said that, ask for the names and stuff like that. So all I'm saying is it's just a lot to consider, I think, when he fight. And I feel like it's hard to believe that a lot of people don't seek or look to gain something from when he fighting. So I think that gonna heavily weigh in on who he fights and when he fight him. Get what I'm saying? And look what Brian Norman said here in this clip.
Too much money behind Tank. If Tank lose, you know how much money finna be lost? Just go with Devin Haney. So Devin Haney was that dude and beat this guy.
I don't even want to play all that because they got some music in the back, but you get the point, right? How much money is behind him. That's a real thing. So it ain't going. I don't think I don't think you're scared to put him in there with nobody, but you take calculated risks. You take the risks that make the most sense, that would still allow you to continue to do business, right? And Breadman Edwards said it best, man. Like unless those two guys, especially the A side in particular, threaten to fire his team or tell him, look, that's the guy I want and nobody else, then you probably don't get that fight. Because if you allow the business of boxing to work, like I think he's been doing, and to no fault of his own, they've gotten him this far. He's one of the biggest names in boxing. It will almost come off damn near, unappreciative. You start complaining, right? Oh, get me this guy. And you're like, bro, we've been figuring this shit out the whole time. So it's like, it's tough, man. It's tough. At what point should he say, hey, give me just this guy, nobody else? And but like they've said, yo, if you got an investment and you got a Shakur Stevenson out there, do you necessarily fight him early if you got a 6-fight deal, or do you wait? Do you save him for last potentially? Right? So it's not that you scared, but you don't take challenges before you have to take them. If one of the, I guess, driving forces is money, right? You want to ensure that you can make the most money possible before you take that risk, because they could be bad for each other's business. Losing the Tank could be bad for your business, but you've seen some people kind of reap the benefits off it, right? Pitbull Cruz didn't get knocked out. People started thinking of him as a star. Lamont Roach didn't get knocked out, and now he's getting a rematch. Get what I'm saying? But with Shakur and Tank typically beat you, he's going to be a knockout loss for you, right? Shakur beats you, he typically embarrass you, outclass you. Your confidence take a hit. People start looking at you a little different. So they could be bad to each other's business. So respectfully on both sides. It's like, but I can't put all the onus on the guy that keeps saying he won it, and it just ain't been offered to him yet. And I think it's a travesty to boxing that the most that we've got from that is preliminary talks. I think that's sad. I think that's bigger than just the fight being made. Like, there's no real line of communication. It's almost like it's a priority to us, not the powers that be. And again, if you move in him and you got in his career, do you necessarily put him in there with that guy? If you looking to get to the end of a deal, just saying. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about being scared, you being smart. It's a risky fight. A lot of people don't like to say it, but it is. And they're at risk for each other. You know what I'm saying? Big time, too. It was double. That's where y'all. Yeah, I get it. But I think you just got to take it like take advantage of the business boxing out of the duck and don't have certain fights. Just not sometimes. People strategically use the business and different little strategies to avoid fights, but excuse me, y'all. Ultimately, if the money is right, God's gonna get in there. And if you don't believe me, just pay attention. And more times than not, when fights don't happen, what's the reason? Think about it. I use Boots and Norman for perfect example. What's the reason? The fans will tell you, well, he didn't really want to fight, and they was asking for too much money. But for the real ones, that was both sides comfortable with what they was getting to go in there and fight? No. And you know how many times that's been the case with fights and we haven't got it, but it wasn't made public? This is more times than I could count. You get me? So it's a lot of times the business getting away. And if parties ain't compensated accordingly to their satisfaction, you're not going to get no fight. It's deeper than being scared. It's like, bro, I know what risk I'm taking. And I know a lot of times fighters and teams don't just come out and say it, but we know it. Some shit they ain't got to say. You know it. They real recognize real, and they know when they taking a risk. That's why guys be want to get paid for those risks. They know. You know what I'm saying? You getting paid. You want to get paid to go out there and risk it against somebody that they're calling the best fighter. So with Turkey, yeah. I mean, Canelo was having it play.
That's why I want these new young fighters that's coming up. Do it like Devin Haney did.
Mm-hmm.
Build yourself. Don't worry about the promoters, those big promoters. Build yourself. There's enough social media and everything to where you can put yourself on the market. I mean, really, if you build yourself big enough, you can then start your own website and stream your own fights and set that up yourself. But I just hope that's how they get to doing it, because we know that these big promoters are not going to think about the fighter first. They're going to think about their back end first. And if their back end is not what they want, they're not going to let it happen. And I don't care how much you say, oh, the fighter's in charge, the fighter's in charge. The fighter won't, these fighters at least, won't make a stand and say, no, I don't care what money you going to give me for this bullshit-ass fight. I want this guy. Mm-hmm. And they won't do that because, well, we give you 8 for him. So I want this guy. I don't care if you give me 4 for this guy. And I understand once you make a bunch of money, You know, like normal people look at it like, oh, $1 million is good, but for them, you know, they got a lot of things they got to pay. So I understand that, but sometimes there's a point in taking this fight where I can make a name for myself. And
yeah,
and like Devin built his name off YouTube, and going to Mexico. And then once he did what he did, who came and found him? Eddie Hearn came and got him. Said, and Devin and Bill both told him, we're not going to sign to you. We're going to partner with you. And that's how we can make the difference. If that's what I want these younger fighters to start doing, is the Devin Haney way. I'm going to partner with you. I'm not going to sign under you. I'm going to partner with you. Just like with the 3-fight deal he did with ESPN for the belt. He wasn't just a fighter under the top ranked banner. No, he was a partner and a promoter that was also getting money for the fight, for the pay-per-view, and he's going to get money for the arena, the concessions, and everything else that comes out the building, because he's the promoter. And that's what these younger fighters got to do for themselves. Start an LLC, get you somebody that you can trust, have them manage you, have them start making the business happen, and start with the little fights. You got these little fights, you got an iPhone, take that iPhone, stream yourself to the views that you do got on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok, wherever social media that you're using. Stream that, and then guess what's going to happen? Those people are going to start coming back to see what's going on with you.
Oh, shit, my bad. You're right. If Dev is to actually take that Norman fight, man, that'd be really, really super impressive, bro. It really would. Like, I just hope we ain't get took through the ringer. You know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate because it'll be off the back of Norman not being able to secure the fight with Boots, and people having that in the back of their mind, and them kind of blaming both parties for why it can't happen. But nah, man, when you start playing them game publicly, you start to make it look like you don't want something. That's for me. Like, don't oversell something. Don't oversell some shit that people willing to buy. That look red flaggish to me. Don't oversell something that ain't etched in stone. Don't get up here talking about something signed and then you go from that to nah, no fight. It's like,
that's because
bro.
Brian Norman got 3 different people running him. I mean, you got the manager who's over here. He comes out first day. Oh, we're gonna wait for the Pacquiao fight and then see who wins that before we choose the fight. Then you got the daddy who gets on and say, I don't care about the Pacquiao fight. I want to fight. I want my son to fight Dev. Y'all talk shit. We're gonna talk shit. We're gonna do it. But people don't realize that unlike Bill, Brian Daddy don't have no say so. Bill got to say so because Bill is a manager. Bill speaks on behalf of DHP and the promotion company. Versus where Brian ain't speaking, he's speaking for being a daddy for a son. Versus where you got the manager who's speaking to Top Rank, who Top Rank is also speaking to the other third party that they got with them, and they making the decisions on the fight. So they're like, we're gonna wait it out. And more than likely, I hope the fight happens because I hope Pacquiao gets knocked out and get him out the way. Barrios will be there. Then we know for sure that the Devin and Brian fight can happen because that fight's bigger than Norman versus Barrios.
Right. Shout out to Cad Brown. He said got to pick a Devin Haney on the profile. Yeah, man, for sure. So like, she could be trying to. That's why dudes be like, I'm good. Yeah, man. What by any of the top guys? JC, what it do, homie? Look, Dev is on his comeback trail, bro. I know it's easy to clown these dudes when they ain't looking like they best. But he fight removed off of getting cheated, getting hit with Osterine and Deuce left hooks, bro, in front of the world. And he had to keep climbing up off the canvas. And in his mind, for a while, it was because, I lost because he was a better man. And just think about that. He had to really make peace with it just to find out that this dude cheated and for the boxing world to turn on him. all because of the lawsuit situation, because of you know, the drugs that was involved, and they felt like financially, like they, you know, career might have had taken a hit because nobody was willing to bid on that fight. You know what I mean? And it just looked a certain way. So, you know, I think people was just looking at it wrong. He says, Haney ducking. Shout out to JC. Nah, what's good with it, bro? Nah, I wouldn't say ducking. I just think his dad might have, you know, he'd be speaking too soon sometimes before everything is etched in stone. The last thing I heard was them saying that they working some other stuff out, that it wasn't over with. You know what I mean? That was before I got up here. That was one of the last things I heard, that it wasn't. So it still has a possibility it happened.
His daddy said last night on the show that or yesterday, he said that it was just a few hiccups in it that we're gonna work it out, because Bill came on the show the other day, that day before that night, and he was talking about, hey, the one of y'all got some hiccups, and they was like, what are you talking about? He said the other camp says they got some hiccups going on. That's why but the fight's still gonna happen. So then Brian gets on the next day, says, yeah, we had little hiccups. We're gonna work it out. The fight gonna happen. So I hope it does, because Kev, I see you talking. Yeah, I got the Devin Haney picture because I'm a Devin Haney fan, but I also understand boxing. And I know that Dev can make a comeback and he can compete with the best of the best. I said it long ago, when it's all said and done, Dev will be the one still left with that O on the record while everybody else had done lost, especially if they fight each other.
It's possible. I mean,
that's just
for him, it's all about making the right fights on why he get back, right? I think Jose Ramirez was a calculated risk. It made sense. Brian Norman is just a risk altogether. If you take that, my respect go through the roof to take a fight like that when you're not even sure that you're 100% back. Gotta respect it. But he just got to take his time, right? You got to take his time and do it for you this trip, right? You gave us a fight that, you know, you fought in a way that wasn't in your best interest. It didn't work out. And since then, you've been going through hell trying to get your career all the way back. Do it the right way. But I think, I ain't gonna lie, I think, yeah, Brian Norman is a huge risk. I think that's not the fight that you take after looking the way you did. And that's not me knocking you, because it's a really risky fight. That shit is not gonna go the way I think you think it's gonna go. But you know, I'm here for it. You know what I'm saying? Brian Norman, I interviewed Junior a couple times. I interviewed him once since he's been the champion. I called the fight that morning with him and Sasaki, and later on that day, his dad popped on to talk to us. Some of y'all was in here for that. So, you know, he jumped on the live and we chopped it up. I just hope that's a fight they can make, but I think it's very risky for Devin. Yo, that's not somebody that you go playing with, bro. And I ain't saying he playing, but, you know, it's to be fair, it's questions that you still got to answer. And, you know, to go into a fight like that, trying to answer them questions, man, my respect go through the roof, bro. I rock with you. The only thing is, I wish we was hearing more from Devin, though, and less from Bill. Listen, I don't mind hearing from Bill. Talk all your shit you want, but I still would like to hear more from Devin to see exactly what he think. Because the only thing I know that he said was, you know, Norman Jr. is ass. And then after that knockout, he was like, oh, maybe he not so ass then. So, you know, yeah, he's gotten better, Big Eyes. I'm telling you, and that's something that can't be denied. And he's building momentum. So do you necessarily fight a guy that's building momentum, coming off some of the best wins of his career, when you coming off one of the most shakiest wins of the most shakiest win of your career? I like Devin, but he's still rebuilding. I think he's gonna need more than one fight to get back to where he was at, if he's gonna even reach back to where he once was. I'm giving him the benefit of doubt. I'm thinking he could do it, but he need the right kind of game plan. And when I say game plan, I ain't saying just for a fight. He need to kind of right career plan in motion, right? Like, okay, Ramirez made sense. Scout somebody else out. Who else could you scout out to kind of put up some resistance, but also answer some questions and allow you to go out there and put together a win? Come on, man. We know you real ones got to know that this dude ain't no scary guy. Got to know that. You got to know he ain't got no quit in him. So I think he proved that with the Ryan fight. I think he proved it with fighting Ramirez with an effort to get right back to Ryan, but it was Ryan that messed up the bag. So Devin just gotta do it the right way and don't try to do it for the people, man. Like, I don't mean that in no crazy way. Like, yeah, you fight for the fans, but be smart, right? Don't let them dictate the moves that you make. Y'all make the moves for y'all, the ones that make sense. And respectfully, Brian Norman don't make the most sense, but it's a really good fight because it's a guy that it's the most his name been spoken on. He's a champion. It'll allow you to be a 3-division champion if you can beat him. You get what I'm saying? It'd be a really good name to put on your resume. He hot right now. So if you can beat him, everybody got to respect it. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't look the best offensively, if any way you can pull off a win against him, I think people are going to respect it. But we'll see. Say Ramirez slower. Yeah, the AOL dial-up. Yeah, he was really slow. Just look like a shell of himself for real. You know what I'm saying? Look like a shell of himself. Like, you're not beating nobody fighting that way. Like, I don't think it's absolutely nobody he beat fighting the way he beat. And shout out to Ant McQueen. This was what he was showing about
That's because I'm an athlete. You should be able to do that.
Yeah, he said you should be able to do it. He said that's because I'm an athlete. So it's just little shit like that, bro. Like, dude, super athletic, always trying to challenge himself. Ain't never been in a fight that he ain't tried to win because he feel like he better than you. That's Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? So gotta show another fight, just not to fight in him. Yeah, you don't. And I wish that's a part that was stopped too, because it's like he be back and forth for a minute. You try to say it and then you jump back on the other side. Yeah, no hands, bro. No hands. None whatsoever. You know, a lot of people catch themselves with their hands. Yeah, he did that. But really, he said it because I'm an athlete. He really is. He just competitive and athletic as hell, man. And at this age, he run around doing that type of shit. So, I mean, fighting for free. He's a certified cheater. Yeah, man. I told y'all my guy seen the person he got his drugs from. It's not even a speculation whether or not he cheated. It's like, it's a matter if I want to really sit here and talk about it. But yeah, he cheated. That was nice. I think it was ring rust. Recent buys got to keep him question Dev. Understandable though. Yeah. Locked and loaded TV. What up, man? Look, I get it. The performance and how it looked made people question it, but oftentimes people don't put things in its proper context, right? And you got to consider what he just went through. Did you expect him to come out here and really take a whole bunch of chances? Like, just think about it. If you one fight removed when you did that, that shit went horribly bad. You ain't gonna have a little bit of fight jitters. They act like that shit just it's supposed to just disappear. Like, bro, he got fucked up. And he never get beat up like that. Dude was on TV talking about I ain't never been overmatched like that. Think about what he went through mentally. Fuck, physically, mentally. Like, so, nah, you wasn't gonna get in there with Ramirez and just take a whole bunch of chat. Nah, you just, I don't care what they sold. I don't care what they was saying. So, yeah.
See, they also forget that, like,
confidence.
Dev, through that whole period, he was trying to please the fans. Because if you go back to the Campbell's win, right? Everybody was talking shit about how he fought, this and that. They don't want to see the jab. They don't want to see the movement. So he comes into the Loma fight. Right. He goes at Loma. Right. He puts it on. He's throwing at Loma the whole fight. Puts it on her. They say they try to discredit that win, but Devin won that hands down, no problem. Right. And what it is, he got caught up trying to knock Ryan out, and because he's trying to please the fans, and what I think happened is through this, he took it like a man. Everybody say he didn't, but in that ring, he said he was the better man. I lost tonight. Good to him. Allah is a perfect plan, and walked out the ring. Right. Then the cheating came out. Like you said, mentally, you got to understand. You got to think about how you got whooped. Damn, but even come to find out he owned the drugs, cheating. Right. Cool. So now you take this year, and I say, this go back where he been cutting off so much muscle for the past couple of years. This year off, let him get the muscles to build back up. Come into this next fight, just let me get my feet, let me get back used to it. And in this next fight, I'm going to do what I do. I'm not going to try to please you fans like I tried to do for the past 3 fights. I'm going to please myself, and I'm going to win.
Yeah.
And I say he's choosing Norman because Norman is a name that people look at and they're going to respect. They always say who he fought. But if we're being real, he the only one that's actually fighting in top fighters. So with this Norman fight, he go in there, he win that, he gets the respect back from the people. And then you're able to build your career off from there. Because I think this is going to be the second part of Devin Haney. And the second part is going to push him to another level, especially when you become a father and that switch flips in your mind and you learn and you try to mature yourself more and more just by living life.
Right.
And I think that's what's going to help him very much. And I also think that, you know, like you were saying earlier, I would love to hear him talk more, but I also think that's what helps him as well, is letting his daddy do the talking, because I keep my mind clear. I keep my mind focused on boxing. But my daddy Bill over here got y'all butt hurt, hating him. Y'all ready to fight Bill more than y'all ready to fight Deb. And that's why I love Bill, because he know how to get up under their skin.
Yeah.
He know how to make them. He just know how to make them itch, and it's so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah. Yeah, fans of the sport and then fans of the actual fighters. And there's nothing wrong with being a fan of a fighter, but you can't be more of a fan of the fighter than the overall sport. I try my best to, you know, stay clear of being on any type of fanboy behavior. But that's why I take the approach of just giving guys their credit as I see fit. And I was able to do that with Devin. Like, you got to think, not only did he get dragged across the ring, literally, right, by Ryan, he was cheated a year off, you know, a little bit heavier, right? New weight class, essentially. Fighting that welterweight, just an adjustment period, right? Fighting a bigger guy naturally. Like, I know that shit is in the back of his mind. I don't care what he say. So, yeah, it was going to look a certain way. I didn't think it was going to look like, you know, perfect. I didn't think it was going to look, you know, super clean. He didn't take a lot of punishment, that's for sure. So he got the job done. I think he set out to do what he set out to do. And again, when you set up 90+% of your offense off your jab and you're not using it, how is the offense going to look? Get me? Think about it. Take his jab away from his fights and see it. Think about how his fights will look if he's not jabbing in there. Cool, JC, what it do, fam? Please his fans or please his father. Maybe some of both. Maybe some of both. But you know what? They as a unit was trying to please the fans. Because anytime you allow them to dictate how you approach a fight and you do something that goes against what's best in your best interest, you get me? Now you playing with fire. It's a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be very, very, very mindful of that.
Yeah. I think, like I like what you said, that it was both, but their agenda together was to please the fans, because, you know, at that time, he was just getting the hate, and Devin wanted the fans' attention, wanted that fan love, and because he's seen it from his favorite fighters, and that's what he wants. And that can happen to any fighter out there, because you look up to people, right? Especially in the sport or let's say the occupation or field that you're in. You try to find somebody that you can emulate till you get to the point where you can do your own. And I just feel like he was wanting to get that attention and that love from the fans, where he can then blow up to be that superstar. I just don't think it was his time to blow up to be the superstar right then. Personally, I thought he should just went in there and box Ryan around that ring and do him like he did Regis.
Right.
But everything happened for a reason, you know. And we got a lot of great fights after, since, you know, when Dev was out the way, we got some good fights. But I will say, with Dev gone, the boxing was quiet for a little bit.
Right.
But it is coming back, and I'm ready for it.
Yeah. Yeah, they think everybody think they Stephen A. That's why I say, man, I'm trying my best to fight that good fight. Let people know, man, it's a way to talk boxing without all the toxic arguing, man. That should be lame. It'd be way too much of that shit going on. It's like you can't enjoy a conversation that way because everybody got to be right. Everybody, they don't listen to get game or listen to build and have a conversation. People listen enough so they could be right. They want to be right. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all. I don't care about nothing else. I just need to be right. That's how it be. It's crazy. It's weird. Hey, one zone, my brother. What's good with it? You know, we're gonna keep cooking, man. It's the Saturday. I just popped on, man. Talk about the fights, man. We gonna be here for a little bit, man. I got an empty house, so I'm gonna take advantage. Shout out to A1. What's good with it, bro? You know, the kids ain't on my back today. And I still want to play some of this stuff from the press conference that was funny. It's funny, some good stuff, man. They had some really good moments in this presser, man. They really did. I enjoyed it. Shout out to A1. Was good, man. How you feeling, brethren? Yeah, man, this was fun watching it, man. Bud told him he's gonna stop a mud hole in him, man. Canelo feeling real confident. Saudi got him acting crazy. Look good.
Turkey, Alan Sheikh asked you to spice things up?
Turkey didn't ask me to do nothing. I didn't touch him.
You know.
Listen.
Hey, we know, buddy. We know.
First
we
and
know.
We know. No, Canelo trying to be an asshole. We know. Canelo is bullshit, man. Listen, man, I'm making fun out of them holding hands, man. Look, Bud Crawford just out there making sure he secured the bag. You know what I mean? He ain't trying to ruffle no feathers, you know what I mean? He might have held a hand, but he ain't, you know. Bro, $5, man. Shout out to Locked and Loaded. Appreciate you, bro. That's another one that called me non-biased. That's real, man. I tell people that all the time. They be like, nah, everybody's biased. I'm like, yo, bias to people means when I don't agree with you. I'm like, that's not bias, bro. Like, as I'm from Jersey, so I support Jersey heavy. And while we on it, shout out to Emmanuel Chance out of East Orange, New Jersey, man. He got his second fight out the way last night, man. He 2-0, 1 KO, got a first round stoppage, man. Shout out to Manny, man. The Manster era is on the way. And he in that, you know, he over there getting that work in at Jay Prince Gym with Shakur, Ray Ford, and the rest of them guys, Zay and them. They got a special crop of talent. I like them young boys out there. So shout out to them. But one thing I keep trying to get to everybody over here, everybody get their credit. I know the typical boxing fan not used to hearing that approach because I'm 1-1. You know, I don't want to sit up here and talk about how bad these guys are. Because if that was the case, I couldn't enjoy the sport. If all I wanted to talk about what was wrong, how bad Wilder looked, and how many people I think could beat him, it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to talk about that, you could focus on that. But I choose to focus on the shit that make me appreciate what they do. And anybody that been took through the ringer like that in his professional career with the things that he been through, some of the shit he had to overcome, you know, personal life stuff. We all go through that, right? And still having to go out there and fight. The embarrassment of losing, still getting back in there to fight, like a dent in your head, still getting back out there and fight. You get knocked out, look like somebody unplugged your controller and your batteries died on your remote or something, and you get embarrassed and you still get out there and fight. I look at it different. Somebody, oh, he ain't shit no more, man. Nah, Walter can't be none of these. And I get it. That shit get people talking. It's like it's negative as hell, but I just ain't my approach. It's toxic and it's corny. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like everybody think they Stephen A and Skip Bayless say, I want to see how bad I could talk about these fighters and how many people you could get to listen to you do it. So I just don't, that approach is lame. North got a lot of talent. Jersey is putting on, man. Julian Rodriguez fight tonight. He fighting Avius Griffin. He from Jersey as well. It's a lot of Jersey talent, bro, and they getting a shine. And I'm loving it. Shout out to East Orange. You got Patterson in Jersey. It's a lot, man. They everywhere, man. Newark, of course. I'm missing somewhere. Where is Khalil Cole? I be forgetting, man. Canelo trying to sum up. Yeah, it was the most passive aggressive way I ever treated him. Like the moment is too big for him. Yep, same way Floyd. Yeah, you see it. Yeah, hey man, I like that. You see what he trying to do. You see it, A1, but it ain't gonna work. But like, bro, this is what I do, man. Like, this is a big fight for you.
Oh, you went mute, bro.
My bad, Mike muted. Yeah, but Tio, Lopez, he was too much for Barboza. Barboza wasn't athletic enough, not enough fast twitch muscles and shit like that to keep up with Tio, and it showed. Nah, that's a fact. We're gonna get to it though, man. Let me get to some of these little videos that I had pulled up from these dudes. I like it, man. Bud talking his talk, man. He said, I'm gonna stomp a mud hole in your ass. That's all I needed to hear. On that black Air Force, and yeah, you get what I'm saying? Like, bro, I ain't scared of shit. I don't know what you like. Who told you this? Who convinced you that I'm scared? But I buy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, when we start doing this? Like, when we start saying Crawford scared of people? Like, when did this occur? I wasn't here for this. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't aware of all this this scared business. Like, where are they getting this shit from? Is what I'm saying, though.
They're saying that because he is a soft-spoken, respectable person, man, and they think that they take that as a weakness. When that's not a weakness, it's really just a cover for what's really in there. And you say from New Jersey. Another killer I got on the list, man. Jacqueline Moses, man.
Yeah.
In a few years,
I'm new.
Be ready for that.
Yeah, I'm rocking with Zay. I'm trying to get him on here, man. Got to get him on here after this fight. I got Manny on here now. I want to get Zay on here. And we're going to double back the court, and we got to get Ray Ford and Khalil Cole. And we're going to get Shadeja Green back on. See, I'm trying to show Jersey the talent, man. And I'll just reach out to these dudes because I actually support them and rock with them. So it don't be on no, oh, I'm just doing it because you from here. Nah, I've been watching. I've been paying attention, and I know who to look for. I know where the new talent they coming out of there, and I know a lot of them dudes is getting up with Shakur, and you could see it. And it's doing wonders for their career. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
His cousin get his career started. You know,
that
now and he got his shit. He's supporting the hell out of him. Y'all don't forget, y'all hit that like button because we building on this good Saturday. I know we just popped up and went live. I know y'all used to me being on that 4, but look at it this way, y'all. It's almost 4 o'clock anyway. You know, so we're gonna keep building. I don't really care about the prelims for the Jake Paul card. The main card is good for sure. But I don't care about no damn prelims. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't. Twin in the building. What do we do, Bug? Gonna get broken down, rolled up, and smoke the lead pad. Damn, why you gonna do my boy Budrick like that? But man, let's talk to him, Bud. Hold on, because they getting crazy.
In English, so your English is a little bit. Can you speak a little bit slowly? Oh, no. Got it. You know what? I didn't. He did before. He tried to welcome me back, and it just was my reaction. That's it. You know, you know what kind of fighter I am. I always try to respect my opponents, and I think he don't did them because he really wanted to do. I think Turki Al-Rashid told him, you need to do something. And he did. He did. And now, before I respect his word because he say, oh, I'm not going to let somebody to tell me what I need to do. And he did. So, but you know me. Just, I respect everybody, but if you fuck with me, so it's going to be different.
Terrence, is that true? Did Turki Al-Rashid ask?
Bro, I'm going to just call bullshit on that. See, Canelo, look, I can't tell. That's what he feel like. Turki told him this, but I don't think Terrence Crawford no show pony, bro. I don't think Turki, see, that's where he don't get it. That's what he's missing. See, he don't get it. It's the mentality. You the only one that believe you gonna do to Crawford what you gonna do. Crawford don't believe that shit. That's the thing. That's why he walked up on you. He told you why he walked up on you. Y'all acting like I won't give him some type of energy. All right, bro, let me walk up on him. And he made you respond. That's why he said I ain't even doing all I did was walk up to you. So I can see if he walked up and tried to shove you, then you could say maybe Turki done told you to spice it up. But because he walked up to you, nah, he ain't laying down like these other guys that you beat up. That's all. And then you probably going to have to learn the hard way. You're going to have to beat Bud down.
You to spice things up?
Turki didn't ask me to.
I don't think he laying down for you.
I didn't touch him.
You know.
Listen.
Hey, we know, buddy. We know.
First and foremost, somebody was in the room saying that I was scared of them. So I stepped to him and showed him who was the boss of this fight. I ain't scared of shit.
Hey, I never say that. Your uncle say that, not me.
I ain't scared of shit.
Nah, I think it's funny as hell how you keep calling Turki Al-Rashid his uncle, bro. But you talking shit. You went from saying you wouldn't work with him to now you working with him. And then the fight before, William Skull, don't worry, Turki, I got you. So what we talking about? Look like you doing more for Turki than Bud Crawford is. I know they held hands, I know, but Bud was just playing nice, bro. He's securing the bag. You know what I'm saying? He about to let you know what it is, man. You get me? You get me? You know what I mean? Coming to chop something up, man.
And you're going to find that out. As you've seen, the last press conference,
we'll see.
When I walked you down, when you supposed to be the bigger man.
Yeah, hey, you say that because you're fighting with nobody, and you obviously look like you're a great fighter. But you find out September 13th, this is going to be different for you.
And it's going to be different from you as well.
Question for Canelo.
The last fighters that you fought, they ain't on my level. And
I fought everybody.
The last fight.
Except David Benavidez, damn it. Yeah, you fought everybody except for David, man, you didn't fight David. That's what Bud should have said. So why you ain't fight David? You know what I'm saying? Why you ain't fight David, man? You fight with nobody. That shit is funny, B-Dog. I ain't gonna lie. He said his English getting good. You obviously think I'm a great fighter. I'm like, oh, Canelo talking shit.
Fighters you fought since 2002.
Mention me one. You mention me one elite fighter. Just one.
You.
Oh, me.
Look,
it's gonna be me.
I don't care about nobody else.
And you will see that.
You. So when I beat you, is you gonna be a nobody? When I stuff a mud hole in your ass, is you gonna be a nobody? You're gonna be just like everybody else.
And I believe
you're gonna be just like everybody else. Why? Stuff a mud hole in your ass, is you gonna be a nobody? Be a nobody? When I stuff a mud hole in your ass, is you gonna be a nobody? You're gonna be just like everybody else. Watch.
You know what I'm saying? See, you try to go back and forth with Bud. Now he hit you with them stomp a mud hole, and you're gonna be just like everybody else. I believe him, guys.
Watch. Same shit that everybody else been saying since I moved to 147. I ain't fought nobody. Every last one of them stump a mud hole in their ass, and he gonna be next. Watch.
Yes, sir.
Make us like look at.
I believe Bud when he say gonna stomp a mud hole in his ass. I believe him when he said that.
Yeah,
you did. I believe.
He means it.
At least he do mean it. I believe that he gonna try. Let me say that. But yeah, I don't think it's no quit, no back down. I don't think you could get under his skin. If you felt like Terrence Crawford was scared, you definitely better not still be saying that. Like, these dudes ain't scared. He challenged Canelo, not the other way around. Shout out to Dude. My cuz, I believe him too, cuz. I think he gonna try. You get me? He said, yeah, he gonna try, B-Dog. He damn sure ain't going out. But look, yo, if skill for skill, I'm leaning towards Crawford, yo. If he don't just like break him down with, with punches that he land and it ain't too much for him, man, he in trouble, man. I'm telling you, Canelo ass in trouble, y'all. Canelo ass in trouble. He already think he got it easy. Watch. Hey, can you imagine what it's gonna be like if I get closer when the late weight gotta start getting locked in? Oh man, I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be real. September be here faster sooner than later, bro.
They are competing, but no, I'm not. I always like Dana White. And I respect all the UFC
That's what I'm
fighters.
saying. He didn't even want this fight.
And I think we can show people if we are together, we can do big things.
I think it's why we're
so.
Like that's what I'm saying. If the size and power is not the factor that people think it's gonna be, he gonna be in for one. He gonna be in for a fight.
I'm very glad to work with Dana White and obviously everybody involved in this big fight.
You gotta work on that, obviously. Netflix, but I got you. I know what you're saying.
Everybody. So I'm glad to go with this guy. So I always like him, and he knows.
Right.
Similar question for Bud Crawford. A lot of MMA fans, UFC fans, may not have ever seen you fight before, and they might tune in because Dana and the UFC are involved. So what has it been like maybe introducing yourself to a lot of MMA fans?
Say that again.
What's it like, Dana, you got
it. Talk to him, popping that jab.
I don't.
Them cherry picks going wrong. What Bud told him every time you stepped up, you lost.
You
know what I'm saying?
Research by saying a lot of MMA fighters haven't seen me fight before. I think that's wrong. I got a lot of fans, friends that's been in the UFC, MMA field. Being that I got a wrestling background, when I'm at the UFC Performance Institute, I got so many UFC fans want to take pictures that know who I am. So I don't know where you got that from.
And one final one for Dana. For a long time, you've wanted to promote boxing. You've wanted to make a few changes. So I guess, what are you most excited for to introduce to boxing? Because this does kind of feel like a UFC production here at the press conference.
Well, obviously, I've been talking about boxing for a long time. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for boxing. And I said it,
it's crazy that
leading up to this. For this to be my first boxing match that I'm promoting is pretty surreal and incredible.
So that's why I don't get it. You saying you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for boxing, but for this to only be your first event that you're promoting, it just seems like you would have had more dealings with boxing. I get it, you've been doing your thing in the UFC. Like, we ain't gonna knock you there, but
he
I
just thought he'd glorified middleman, bro. That's all Dana is. He a glorified middleman. Because when it comes to the UFC, he didn't own it the first time. He don't own it this time. They just use him as the face. The people who make the real decisions that have the money are a whole nother what's it called? A company, a corporation. And he's just waiting. He has to wait to be told what's going to finally happen.
And it did call him Kendrick. I think they be intentionally doing that stuff though, because there's no way in God's green earth you at an MMA event and you don't know Terrence Bud Crawford. And like he said, with a wrestling background, he's been around. He's been in the facilities with these guys. Like, they know full well who he is. I just think that people that be in control of the putting them graphics and shit up there be doing bullshit. And I think they be having fun with it, because I be seeing a lot of little errors and mistakes and little shit going on. So with that, like, shame on you, whoever thought that was really Kendrick Lamar is a complete idiot. And you not getting no benefit of doubt. No, we not trying to hear nothing. You had a damn UFC event, you had a mixed martial art event, you don't know who Terrence Bud Crawford is, shame on you. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's how I looked at that. I was like, Kendrick, that's kind of funny, but I be thinking people doing that shit on purpose. Like, there's no way. If you really thought Bud Crawford was Kendrick Lamar, you gotta be.
And like Canelo was saying, the great thing about working on this fight other than how epic it is and it's a once-in-a-lifetime fight. I like both of these guys. They're both really good guys. They're great to work with, so we're looking forward to it. This is going to be fun.
Okay, Dana. Okay, Dana White. Okay, Dana. He said it's going to be a good one. Well, look, that's what we're looking forward to. That's all we want to see anyway. We want to see a good damn scrap, bro. A good fight. That's what we want to see. And I want to see a fair scrap. I don't want to see no BS. None of that. You know what I'm saying? Just want to see two guys go out there and see what they could do. You feel like it's just going to be easy for you? You're going to get that bag, get his ass kicked and go on his way?
Because Terrence is a smaller guy, and why do I need to fight this guy? For you, what changed? Tell me about the moment where you're like, you know what? Maybe I'll do this. This sounds like a good idea.
No, if you're thinking about it, look how big turns this fight. It's a big fight. No, that's why made me change. But
bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. We do it with everybody else. He's saying the reason he take this fight because look, you know, it shows us that big fight. Benavidez is. I don't think this is a bigger fight than what you and Benavidez would be. Definitely don't. So it's like, nah, you took this fight because you've seen that people did have an interest, and I believe it to a degree. But you also feel like you got the ups on the dude. You spent too much time talking about how you wouldn't get credit, and just for you to accept it now, you think you got an easy bag. And like bro said, I think Crawford, man, think he might have walked you into one, man. You might, man. I don't care if I'm wrong. So what?
I've been in his situation before, jumping in weight classes. And when you're a good fighter, that doesn't matter. So I'm not gonna focus on that. I'm gonna focus on training very hard because Crawford is very good fighter.
Yeah, tell me about your experience with that, because now it's reversed. He's coming up in weight. What could be dangerous? What aren't we seeing that maybe you see in this fight?
No, everything. He's a good fighter. Obviously, I know that, and I need to be careful. I need to be careful in everything. So I see everything, and I need to be ready for everything. So every advantage I have, I'm gonna take it. So that's for sure.
When you look at this fight, like, do you feel it's the hardest puzzle in your career? Because you fought with so many, but I'm curious, like, based on all the other opponents.
No, he's gonna be one of my best opponents in my career because he have everything. No, he's a great fighter.
To you, how does this compare to the Mayweather fight that you had back in 2013?
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, he's very complicated fighter. It's gonna be very hard to adapt myself to that style, but you know, I have the experience to do it.
For you, in a way, like, is it a challenge, or like you could say, hey, you know what? I can't beat that Mayweather style. I was too young, but look, I did it now against Crawford.
I forget Mayweather a long time ago. This is different for me, you know?
You forgot.
I lost that day, and that's it. I learned.
I was too young, but look, I did it now against Crawford.
This is bullshit.
To adapt myself to that style, but you know, I have the experience to do it.
For you, in a way, like, is it?
So if you got the experience to do it, the experience that you got to adapt to his style is the Mayweather fight. But then in this instance, you're gonna say you forgot about the fight.
Hey, you need that sound.
I get it. I forgot, man. Language barrier. Let me stall him out. What he's saying is I'm not thinking about that fight. That fight was in the past. But you know, just hearing you say it, like, bro, you just said, all right, never mind. I'm doing too much. Let me let him make it.
Is it a challenge, or like you could say, hey, you know what? I can't beat that Mayweather style. I was too young, but look, I did it now against Crawford.
No, I forget Mayweather a long time ago. This is different for me, you know? I lost that day, and that's it. I learned a lot. So I forget that day a long time ago. This is different. I'm different. So, and that's it.
Would you say this is the biggest, would be the biggest one of your career?
One of the biggest.
But not the biggest.
I think for everything is involved, Netflix, Riyadh Season, Nana White, Nick Khan, everything I think is going to be the biggest, right? But I have big fights before.
Okay, in comparison to the other big fights, the Golovkin 1 and 2, Mayweather, Cotto, like, where does this rank in terms of excitement and motivation?
Oh, I always motivate myself this kind of fights, big fights, and I love boxing. I love boxing. I've been in this for a long time, and I like to be in this situation.
The push. Tell me a little bit about that. Did things get a little bit personal now?
Yeah, a little bit more personal because, you know, I did respect him. I don't respect him anymore because he say, I'm not going to do what they want me to do and this and that. And then he tried to, maybe Turki Al-Rashid told him, hey, you need to do something because you seem so nervous in Riyadh. So, and he tried to, like, he walked me back, and that's why I pushed him. And, you know, like I say, don't fuck with me.
Does it bring a different Canelo then?
Yeah, it's different.
Wow. So with that being said, what's different in the ring that night? Like, what are we going to see different? And how do you prepare differently for someone like Crawford?
Yeah, you watch Saunders fight, right?
Which one? The Saunders? Oh.
He pissed me off. He pissed me off.
Yeah.
So it's going to be almost the same.
It's going to be bad.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
He said he going to break Crawford eye socket.
Looking into the future, Saul, I know
He said he going
he
to
spoke
break
to-
Crawford eye socket like he did Billy Joe Saunders. You seen the Saunders fight, right? Yeah, well, he ain't no damn Billy Joe Saunders, bro. Billy Joe Saunders ran right into that uppercut. He talked all that shit and ran right into that uppercut. Crawford a much better fighter than Billy Joe Saunders is. And Billy Joe Saunders seen better days, too. Shout out to Bruce Gaddis, the OG, man. But, yeah, we'll see. Canelo seems off. Crawford on his ass. Yeah, they saying Crawford is off. Like, you got people keep saying Crawford is terrified. They seen the face off, and Terrence Crawford's terrified of Canelo. Where is it at? This
Bro,
idiot.
And I don't understand that because on that first face off, they faced off, and then what happened? They turned towards the camera. Bud looked straight into the camera. Canelo looked 3-4 different ways, little nervousness in his face, then looked at the camera.
And he got the damn shades on. He the one with shades on covering his eyes. Bud wants you to see the whites in his eyes, bro. He letting you know he confident. Told that man, I ain't scared of shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all here talking about I'm scared, bro. What's wrong with y'all? That's why I walked up on him. You know what I'm saying? That's why I walked him down, G. You know what I'm saying? That's what he on.
Canelo, you can easily get in his head, and it's been shown in multiple fights. Think back to that when Bivol fight. He had him frustrated by the 5th round, ready to throw him on his neck because he couldn't get it.
Yeah.
Bud gonna do the same thing, and if Bud starts now, gets in his head now, that's gonna, bro. Canelo gets frustrated easily, and when he gets frustrated, you can see it coming out of. He turned red as hell. He start breathing funny, and he can't box when he's frustrated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He say he pissed off. Let's see how you fight. I mean, he ain't no damn Saunders you getting in there with, so he can get that shit out of his head. Talking about you seen these Saunders fight? Yeah, he pissed me off like that. Like, he ain't no damn Billy Joe Saunders, cheat. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no Billy Joe. He in for a different one. They think he too small, too old, though. That's what they said.
You couldn't cut off Williams' skull, and you think you about to come in here and just be able to walk Bud down. No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look at this. Listen to this shit, man. These people, shout out to the boxing boys, but Two-Tone he be laying it on, man.
He be hating, man.
Absolutely terrified. It's levels now. Canelo gonna beat the brakes off that man. Yesterday at that press conference, that's the first time I ever seen this nigga Terrence Bud Crawford, little bro. Canelo was like, no, I know you and this nigga in cahoots. So now you got motivated. Now I'm gonna show y'all all the.
So just because he said they in cahoots, he little boyed them because he didn't expect. See that? Nah, he reading this shit wrong. He think because he got walked up on that's just not who Crawford is. He's blaming it on Turkey, and I'm willing to bet money Turkey ain't telling him to walk up on him. Dumbass, like that's stupid. What that was gonna do? Walk up on him? It's a regular face-off. You used to people bowing down. Crawford ain't scared of you. So whatever you gonna do, you're gonna have to do it. And those kind of people are dangerous. The ones that understand that, yeah, you bad and there's some shit you could do, but you're gonna have to do it.
Yeah, I know what you're capable of. I know you're a great fighter. I've seen what you did to all them other dudes. I'm not them, and you're going to have to do it. I'm telling you.
With Floyd Mayweather. I'm the nigga that fought Triple G twice.
And Triple G beat him the first time because all that running that he be claiming everybody else did, that's what he did when he fought Triple G for the first time. Did a lot of movement. And according to his own words, that's what running is.
He lost to a two-time undisputed 175-pound champion in Dimitri Bivol. Crawford ain't never been on this level before, bro. And Canelo's
Comparing the wrong shit, man. Bivol is a legit 75-pounder. It's a reason why a Crawford wouldn't go after a guy that's naturally at 68. And notice he's picking the guy that's at 68. Yeah, he look like this, but he ain't start there. That's what he doing. He's not fighting natural guys. He's not fighting the Bivols naturally that size. Like fighting the Canelo Alvarez that ate his way up to 68, bro. Let's stop acting like it. He ate enough tacos and bad meat and street tacos to be up at 68. That's all that is, man. And he been having it his way. He's very comfortable. I think this would be the fight where he'll I think be the most uncomfortable he's been in some time. That's what I think. And he said, "Send him in, break it up," but he's saying, so shout out to R. Stokes. What it do, homie? Exactly. Talk to him, Ness. They was saying that same weak ass shit. Y'all kept saying, his resume. His resume is the reason. He too light in the ass. They saying all the same shit now. They saying it. Remember, not too long ago, before that fight actually happened, people was talking about Errol Spence going up there and fighting Canelo Alvarez. Now the tables turn. He done beat a guy. I'm telling y'all, the last time they told me he was scared, ducking, terrified, all this weird ass shit, his resume wasn't good. He too light in the ass. The last time they told me that, it was Errol Spence. That Errol Spence fight. That's all I'm saying. So just keep that in mind. I'm not saying that Canelo was Errol Spence. I'm not. But I'm saying that you can't count Terrence Crawford out. The last time you did it, I know some of y'all bet and y'all lost money. I know y'all did. I know it. I know y'all bet. I know y'all bet against Bud. And y'all like, yeah, man, and Earl gonna kick his ass. And then, you know what I mean? He go out there and do what he do, man. You feel me? And hold on, what is how'd I pull this? This is the joint I wanted to play with somebody was talking about while Bud.
So this why I think Bud gonna beat Crawford. He uses his lead hand to probe and control distance. That's what I've been trying to explain to y'all. Which could help keep Canelo from his best range. Brody explained it much better.
Shout out to R. Stokes. What's good on?
See, lead hand, real good with that lead hand. Canelo had trouble with that. Or alternatively, frees his opponent's feet while he circles.
I think it's what is this boxing gyms, right? But I think they be going on both sides. Like he'll make a video telling you a Bug will win, but he'll also do a video telling you why Canelo will win. So I like people that speak on both sides.
Crawford can disguise his jab from numerous hand positions.
Different variations of the jab. Telling you that versatility, man, that should be getting overlooked when you in there with Crawford, man. I'm trying to tell you. I think Superman, you think Buzz Superman? Nah, man, but the thing is, anybody could be knocked out if they get hit with the right punch, you know? A knockout is less than likely to happen, but I think he can be outboxed. I think we've seen it before. I think it's one of the two things we haven't seen before. And that's Bud being knocked out. Not saying it can't happen, but we haven't seen it. You know? But we have seen Canelo get outboxed. I think Lara outboxed him. Obviously, Floyd did. I thought Triple G beat him in the first fight, and then Bivol too. So that's it for me. I think Bud is a more versatile, especially if a fighter than that Lara. Lara just did an extreme amount of moving, but I thought it was smart. I think this to be the most talented fighter he faced since Bivol and since Mayweather. Mayweather and Bivol, however you want to look at it. You know what I mean? So I know when people say, well, Bud won't fight this one or that one or Christian Mbilli, Benavidez, Bivol. Y'all looking at it wrong. He's not fighting a guy. It's not like Canelo started his career at 68. I don't care how long he's been there. He didn't start there. In Bud mind, he like, bro ass was little like me. I know a lot of people don't remember the 140-pound Canelo. I think that's where he knocked out on, what was his name? Valdemir. He beat some ass. He started lighter than what people think. You know what I'm saying? And he blew up. You know what I'm saying? So they both cherry picking. Only way you could say, really, it's like it's tough to call Bud a cherry pick, but the situation, he's accepting a situation that he has several advantages, obviously, in, right? Canelo don't take fights he don't feel like he could win, so he definitely fighting Crawford for a similar reason Crawford fight him. They both feel like they can beat one another, but might be a little false sense of confidence going in there with Crawford. Like I said, I think he kind of overlooking who he is. So I don't want to say he cherry picking because Crawford been asking for it, but oh shit! Pardon me. Damn, I thought bro was still on. My bad.
Yeah, my page had to refresh.
Nah, it's all good.
Let's look in.
Let me ask that question on B-Dogs real quick. Are they both cherry picked?
I
would say no, one side cherry picked. Because we got Bud, who's coming up, who's chasing greatness. That's not a cherry pick. Remember, all y'all say is Canelo's the guy. He's the face of boxing. He's the big one. He's the one that can't be beat, right? Because Bud's too little.
Right.
But we know that Canelo's cherry picking because before this Bud fight came about, y'all forget about the $150, $200 million 3-fight offer where the first fight was David Benavidez. Don't forget about that. So we know that he's ducking David Benavidez, the cherry pick, the Crawford fight that he said he didn't want because he wouldn't get no credit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that is.
Mm-hmm. I think they call Bivol and Canelo a cherry pick going wrong because I think they looked at Bivol and you could just look at Canelo and see the people that he fight. Look at Bivol. He's not the guy with the knockouts. And if he really was all about just daring to be great, he wouldn't have chose Bivol. He would have chose Better Beef. It's the reason why he didn't go that route. You know what I'm saying? I think he looked at the 19 or something fights that Bivol had, and not an extreme high KO ratio. Because notice, old boy didn't have a ton of fights either, but they were all knockouts. So he was way less likely to fight that animal and Dimitri and Arthur Better Beef. So, in my opinion, I think that's why people framed it a cherry pick going wrong. Because you get what I'm saying? People felt like you handpicked him because you thought he was like easy pickings, not somebody that's known to get you out of there. You get what I'm saying? You had a ton of pro experience over him, so you thought that would be enough to get you to win. And I think he chose wrong. I think he effed around and found out that night.
Yeah, because remember,
out there with Bivol, it was just a totally different fight.
He was trying to remember. First person he chose was Badu Jack, and a couple other guys in that division that nobody knew their name, and then the people even his own fans started talking down on him about that. So that's why he then changed it to Bivol. Mm-hmm. But I bet on Bivol that night and won big because when they say it's a cherry pick, and it was supposed to be for Canelo because he didn't want to fight David because that was when even the WBC was talking about forcing the mandate after David's next fight, but that never happened because he went up to fight Bivol. And if you go and watch Bivol's last fights before he fought Canelo, you can see that his skill is exactly what, and the way he fights is exactly what gives Canelo problems. The straights, the jab, the movement. And that's why people didn't know who he was. And especially here in America, if you're not fighting, a lot of Americans think if you're not fighting an American or a top name that we know from another country, then you're fighting a bum. And you just can't put that on everybody because, like Bivol, there's a lot of guys that come out that don't have no backing, they ain't never made a bunch of money, don't got the connections, they just boxing and they trying to put on for their family.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Bivol won, because he was trying to put on for his family. That's also why Canelo would not give Bivol a rematch at 168. But you want that rematch so bad. Give it to him at 168 if you want it so bad. You didn't want to give him those titles.
Like he was going to rematch him and didn't do it.
Yes, because he knew that he would lose them titles at 168, and because Bivol could have made 168 no problem and would have won that fight the same way he won the first one. Had him frustrated. I think he would have had him frustrated by the third round, even quicker if the second fight did happen.
Right. Both started at lower weight classes. You think there's a difference from basically moving almost 3 weight classes from a fighter gradually moving up? Yeah, it is. It is. So I see your point, though. That's understood, but it's only so much I could make that point, right? We get it, weight classes, right? But how many pounds did he outweigh Floyd? And he lost to him. I've seen him. I'm not saying Terrence Crawford is Floyd Mayweather, but I've seen him get outboxed by a considerably smaller man naturally. Floyd had to struggle to even be up at the weight that they fought at. Just think about that. I know he's not Floyd Mayweather. I want to be very clear because people, when sometimes they hear the name get brought up, they're like, he ain't Floyd. I'm not saying that. But I think he's of that cloth. I do. I think he one of them ones. I think he very crafty and they're a smart guy, man. Just somebody you kind of go overlook, right? Floyd, they did the same thing with him. One of the biggest punchers. It's like you hear a lot of the similarities, the things that they question, right? And I just don't know, man. I don't know, man. I see it being different, man. I see it being different. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you get hit and shell up and don't fight, and it's just easy for Canelo. But yeah, man. That's why I played that video, man. I get it. He been fighting at the way he acclimated, but it's not like him losing is impossible. It's not impossible to see him lose, is what I'm saying. CJ, what it do, man? Top of the top is 4:20 over here in the morning. In the afternoon. 4:20. I know for my smokers out there, it's been a good build, man. But Mbilli fought last night too, y'all. He fought Selecki. He dusted him off in one round, man. I don't think they could put him back in there with nobody, man. Selecki, he's starting to get knocked out. He used to take you the distance. Now he out getting stopped. Yeah, it ain't good for him, man. I don't know. I want to see who Mbilli gonna fight because I didn't expect much from this fight, and he first round knockout was crazy. That should be wild. So I'm telling you, it's skill. I've seen skills pay the bill so many times, man. I've seen undersized guys win. Like, look what Usyk is doing, y'all. And I get it, gradually moved up, but look what Usyk is doing. They said he wouldn't be able to compete at heavyweight because he was undersized and too small. Tyson Fury tried to call him a steroided middleweight, right? Indicating that he's a blown up cruiserweight and an even more blown up heavyweight. And look what he did. Got in there with the biggest heavyweight in the division. And look what he did to him. Because of what? Skills. See what I'm saying? That's all. I feel like Terrence Crawford is talented enough, good enough, where he might be able to overcome, some size disadvantage, right? I think he's of that cloth where just because a guy is bigger than him won't be the reason he beat him, right? That's all. But I get it. Yeah, Canelo definitely gradually moved up, took his time, but I still think he a blown up 68-pounder, though. I don't think he's obviously not a natural 68-pounder. He had to eat his way up there, I think. You stating the obvious, man. You stating the obvious by ignoring the obvious as well, though. We know that, but the biggest issue you're talking about is size, right? You're talking about size. Was Floyd the smaller man? It ain't about him having to jump up. He was undersized for the weight that they fought at. Undersized. Terrence Crawford, the biggest point people keep pointing to is the weight jump. Stop thinking about the weight in terms of pounds so much and just you talking about it's an advantage, right? Just look at it. It's an advantage there, being a smaller guy.
being undersized, right? Usyk, an undersized heavyweight. Floyd Mayweather is not 50 something pounder. You get what I'm saying? He's not a junior middleweight at all. Like they said, he's had to struggle to even be up anywhere in the 50s, right? So this dude, that's what I'm speaking to. Like he's undersized, right? Smaller guy. Canelo had the size advantage there, right? You get what I'm saying? I think we putting a lot into the weight classes. It's still boxing, y'all. If he could compete with the weight on him, I think he'll be fine. We just kind of assuming that he can't. Charlo was able to go up there and fight and go 12 rounds. You get what I'm saying? He was up, but he did off a layoff, an injury, and jumping up. You get what I'm saying? These Bud Crawford ain't got to deal with as much of a setup fight as what Charlo had to deal with. And he asking for it, so I'm cool. You know, I'm cool. I'm cool. You know, I get it. Y'all can't see him being able to do it with the weight classes. You know what I'm saying? Y'all stuck on the weight, but I don't know, man. I'm just breathing life into it. I just don't think it got to be the end all be all, right? I don't think just because somebody's a bigger guy means they win the fight. That's all. I'm not hearing enough of the skills being spoken about. I'm just hearing size. Oh, he jumped this much weight. Oh, it's this. So it's like, is that going to change the fact that it's still a boxing match? You know? But nah, I thought the question was reasonable. I get what B-Dog was saying. And again, it's not, sometimes it just makes for a good conversation. Just asking, is it a cherry pick? You know what I mean? On either side. Because it's people that'll say it. So I don't think it's a dumb question because I've heard it being asked before. So it just makes for a good conversation, man. But I think, it could be an underestimating on both sides. Maybe Crawford is biting off more than he could chew. Maybe Canelo was thinking less of Crawford when he should think more. Who knows, So we'll see. But, Crawford did make a great point. Every time he stepped up, he lost. That's what he said. And if you just look at his whole entire resume, who did he beat that you thought he wasn't going to beat? Think about it. I thought Triple G beat him in the first fight. He moved way too much. All that moving, he was slipping punches, but it was less coming back from him. And I felt like Canelo was getting walked down, and he took punches well. He did his thing, but he did an excessive amount of moving. By his own definition, that's running. So you ran and you lost to me. I thought you got outboxed. The 2 and 3, you definitely won those. You know what I mean? You changed tactics in the second fight. The third fight, he was 40 years old, and he shouldn't even been up at 68. I think he took a pay grab, and that was that. But
look, man, they forget that they take down skyscrapers in cities without touching another building. And why is that? It's because they use skill to place those little dynamites at particular places to where it's gonna fall this way or it's gonna fall that way. And that's what skill does. Skill allows you to take on any challenge that is put in front of you.
It allows you to kind of, I don't want to say defy the odds, but in some cases beat the odds, right? The odds will be against Terrence Crawford. And what I'm saying is I still believe in him enough as a talent and a skillful guy that he could somewhat overcome this. And look, Poppin' and Jab make a great point. Giving up 60, 70 pounds, even 40, 50. Just think about 40, 50 pounds. Just think about how many weight classes that is. And ask yourself, what's the reason that this guy is able to overcome guys that's that much bigger than him? Think about it. That's all. So it's no right or wrong answer. I want to be clear. I don't disagree with people saying how tough of a fight is going to be for Bud. I don't think that it's going to be easy or it's not going to be an uphill. I don't think the deck is stacked up. I get all that, but I'm still like you can't. It's hard to bet against a guy like that. And again, a lot of the same narratives I'm hearing. He's too small. He's scared. He really don't want to fight, even though he pressing the fight. But he's scared. I heard all that shit before. He ain't fought nobody. He fight with nobody. Man, my guy EJ said that too, and he made him look like one of them nobodies that he was talking about. He said it was gonna be a one-sided ass whooping. It was that, but it was the opposite way. Like, it's a lot. So I'm just thinking of that, right? I'm thinking of like how bro said, Wilder seen him be an undersized guy, but I get it. I get it. I feel like moving up the weight classes, but when you at that kind of disadvantage, what kind of balance is that? Skill. Why is Usyk able to beat guys that are so much bigger than him naturally? That's the same difference. Yo, he's a cruiserweight, right? He said he had to eat a whole lot. He has to currently eat a whole lot just to make heavyweight, just to compete with the bigger guys. So much so that he expressed interest in going back to cruiserweight. So he don't got to eat that much. You get me? So what it is, bro, a lot of times we just make good points. It's no right or wrong answer, right? It's if you saying some bullshit or you're not. And I don't think it is. I think we trying to just make some sense out of it. So trust me, I get it with the jumping up the weight classes and stuff like that. But I just feel like that shit is a part of boxing. You get what I'm saying? Shit is a part of boxing. Shit, look at how Jahai Tucker moved up. Dude was at like 147. He has 60 now. You get me? Look at the span, like, and how fast, boom, like, and he up there fighting full-blown 60-pounders. You get me? So it's sometimes you just, skills are able to keep you in situations where you otherwise will be outgunned, right? That's all I'm saying. And I feel like the gap is not wide enough where he going, because of the size and skill, he's just going to be at such a disadvantage. I feel like, one of them is going the skill side of it plays in his favor. And McQueen, what it do, homie?
Man, I just want to come up here and expound upon something that you said, man. I thought that it was a major key. And B-Dog, you didn't ask a dumb question at all. I just want to reiterate, because I think that something that Just said several minutes ago actually speaks to your point about why Bud would be willing to face Canelo at 168, but not some of these other guys. Canelo started his career at 147, moved up to 154 to 160, and so on and so forth. But you also have to take this into account. The guys that are at 147, their contemporaries also probably should be fighting at a weight class or two above where they are right now. We see it all the time. Like right now, you got Stephen Fulton moving up to 130, but then he's saying in the interview that he's 160 something at the moment. But he's not the only guy that's cutting down. You look at Devin Haney cutting down to 135. Look at this dude cutting down to, we just had Boots move up to 154. Did he really move up or is he cutting less? Because his doctor's saying that he's not operating at optimal capability because he's taking something out of himself by cutting. So I think that with Canelo and Bud, there may not be that big of a size disparity, but you got to think about those other guys.
You cut out.
Oh, my bad. They hit me with the little delivery. But yeah, so I was saying a lot of these guys, they're cutting down to the same weight.
Whoever Damian,
those guys aren't necessarily natural, air quotes. Those are guys that are cutting weight to get to that point. Because everybody's not going to be like Triple G or Marvin Hagler or somebody like that, where they're at their ideal or optimal weight class and they can just fight there and just sustain themselves over the duration of their career. A lot of these guys, they cut down for a number of reasons. It could be because if they were to move up a class, they're going to be facing bigger guys who are cutting down. And then also you got to think about the monetary aspect of it too. Like, hey, I might cut down to 135 because there's more opportunities there. There's more names there. So the whole weight thing, it's pretty convoluted. I think so, at least.
I just think it's way too much emphasis being put on it. Like it's still boxing. It's still a fight, bro. Like I get it. It could have an effect, but people not even willing to have a conversation about if it don't, then what? And whoever Damian Perez is, if you're listening, get your goofy ass out the comments and you will feel free to click the link. I'm telling you, man, because I'm cooking all disrespect. Y'all people have been conditioned by your favorite weak, corny ass content creator to get up and talk negative every day about fighters that none of these pussies could beat. None of them. None of them. Imagine waking up and me telling y'all how trash Wilder is. But if I was to get in the ring with him, I'll get smoked. I don't want to hear it. And don't try to claim, oh, but I'm not a boxer. Don't talk like you want. A lot of y'all talk like y'all can get in there and do what these fighters do. You can't. You get what I'm saying? You can't call somebody a fanboy because I'm not willing to shit on Crawford the way you want me to. Some of them same people wanted me to do this shit years ago when it was time for him and Spence to fight. Yeah, shit on Crawford to make your points. Like, no. And through all of this shit, look who's still standing the test of time. The guy that was scared, too light in the ass, and ain't fought nobody. And he clearly about to take Canelo out. And I'm standing on it. I don't care if he beat him and I'm wrong. Who gives a fuck? I don't care about no boxing opinion or being right about a fight. I'm telling you who I want to win. I want Terrence Crawford to take his head off. I would love to see. And I ain't saying he got to stop him. And I'd love to see Terrence Crawford outbox and take his belts. I would love to see it. So, again, when you come to this channel, it's called Just Do for a reason. That's what you're going to hear. You're not going to hear me just shitting on boxing. There's so many other places you could go for that. Crawford fanboy. So 1 minute I'm a Crawford fanboy. Spence get his just due. Now I'm a Spence fanboy. Shakur Stevenson get his just due. Now I'm a Shakur Stevenson fanboy. Then you go to Tank and every other fighter. That tells me I'm doing something right. I can't be a fanboy of everybody. Sound like I'm more of a fan of boxing and not shitting on these people for some corny people in the chat that don't know shit about the sport. These dudes deserve way more credit than they get. The man currently is being dismissed. And when I say the man, I'm talking about Terrence Crawford for what he's doing currently. If you let y'all tell it, he was too light in the ass. He would have never beat a guy. He was too small for 147. Miss me with that shit. I watched him destroy a weight class that people told me he ain't have no business in. He was too small. And then when that didn't work, when that narrative ran out, when he got to the man, oh man, this is the one. He ain't like the rest of them. This Errol Spence gonna do X, Y, and Z, and then he destroyed him, and then they moved to the next bullshit narrative. Terrence Crawford been proving y'all wrong for 40 plus fights. So pardon me if I think he got a chance to be the guy that I seen get outboxed multiple times. Miss me with that shit. I don't care about no weight. I want to see a fight, and I hope that what I'm saying about Crawford is right. He's athletic enough and good enough and skilled and talented enough to overcome the weight disparity between the two naturally or whatever it is and beat this guy. It's not impossible. We're not talking about somebody that never got beat. We're not like we talking about somebody that just started boxing. This dude been fighting since he was 15 years old. He got close to 70 fights. Where's the wear and tear? Remember, this dude had bad knees a couple years ago, bad elbows, wrists, and all types of shit. I'm thinking way different than y'all. He got real wear and tear, and he liked to drink. Remember, we throw that out every time we talk about Errol Spence, how he ruined his career because too much drinking. Well, we see Canelo Alvarez visibly intoxicated, singing karaoke and shit, but somehow that shit don't matter because he bigger than Terrence Crawford. Man, hell with that. I'm standing by what I say. I feel like Terrence Crawford is a better fighter. If he beat him, oh well. So what? I'll just be wrong. Canelo Alvarez will get his just due and we'll keep it moving. Get out of here with that Crawford fanboy shit. Nah, y'all not used to people not shitting on that man. You goofies. This dude is undefeated. He been proving y'all wrong for years. When y'all gonna sit down and just say, you know, that's that dude cold, man. I still don't like him personally when you don't know him. But at what point do Crawford get his credit? A Crawford fanboy, because I ain't ready to kiss Canelo ass, somebody that got caught with computer all in the system and then they raised the limit. Jog y'all memories, man. I don't give a damn about him. He a drug cheat. See, I be trying to let it ride. So yeah, I'm pushing for the guy that ain't never been caught cheating and none of that shit. He always did it the right way. He lived a fighter's lifestyle and he seeked him out for a reason. He seeked out everybody else and he beat everybody else on his resume. He's seeking him out because he sees something. That's what I believe. Hope he kick his ass too. I really do. Because I want to see where y'all going to be at if he beat him. Better, yeah, I don't care if he lose. But if it's a great fight and the reason Canelo win is just because he had a better game plan or executed better and it wasn't because of the size. Man, get out of here with that. He a blown up 68-pounder that came from 140. He ate enough bad meat and tacos and shit to be at 68. Then he got brave and tried to play with 75. He done tricked everybody when he beat up a faded ass Kovalev that pulled his punches every time he threw him. Went back up there, played with Beagle, got beat up, took his ass back down to 68. Now he pretended. Man, he wanted to prove some shit. He should have fought Benavidez a long time ago. So yeah, I'm pushing for him taking these quote unquote handicap matches and acting like people ain't got a shot in hell. The only reason he talking the way he talking because he feel like he got a size advantage over this dude. Get out of here. Didn't he have a better resume than Beagle? Where the hell was that shit at in the ring? Did the resume climb between the ropes and help him beat Beagle for them 12 rounds? Hell no, he got cooked because he wasn't the better man. Get out of here with that, man. I'm a fan of skills pay the bills. I believe that. I've been shown that by some of my favorite fighters. They've been undersized, smaller guys, and they win because they're better. They're smarter and they're more talented. That's where I'm at. I think Terrence Crawford's a little better than Canelo Alvarez. I do. He not as lazy. He more creative. I think he more versatile. And he ain't had no damn pre-celebration tour or no pre-retirement tour where he handpicking everybody he want to fight. That's the difference. One guy still challenging himself. The other guy is challenging himself just enough, you know what I mean, to make more money. He's just making strictly bag moves. He ain't fighting nobody that he think can actually beat him. Nobody. He not. So I miss me with that shit. And I hope this is a cherry pick going wrong. Just like with Beagle. Yeah, you thought you had one with him. Crawford, you saying a lot of shit I heard with Errol Spence, and I'm feeling like that shit might not matter. I'll say the same thing to Errol Spence. What was this damn resume when y'all was fighting? That shit didn't matter, right? All these people that you beating, he ain't fought nobody. That's the same shit they spinning now. Man, I ain't buying that shit. Terrence Crawford, one of them ones. That's why he even in position to be able to fight Canelo. And remember, a couple years ago, it was Errol Spence that was supposed to be in this spot. And look who lasted. That's not a knock on Errol Spence. That's a testament to Terrence Crawford and how he continue to prove y'all wrong. So all I'm saying is, man, I ain't no scenario where I feel like 100% Canelo wins and there's no way Terrence Crawford could win. I don't feel like that. I don't. I'm telling y'all who I want to win. I'm telling y'all I know how tough it's going to be. If I had to bet my money, I would say Canelo, but I don't got to bet my money, y'all. And I could just pick who I want to win. And that's all I'm doing. I'm not sitting here telling y'all, man, he going to watch Canelo. This shit going to be easy. That's fanboy shit. Getting up here telling y'all he going to knock him out. You know what I mean? And that shit going to be, that's fanboy shit. But creating a scenario where a very skillful, versatile fighter has shown me he stood the test of time, treat his body the right way, and he's able to last a lot longer than most people. I don't think Errol Spence will still be fighting at 38. I don't think so. I don't. Got a hard time coming back now. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not creating a scenario where it's a 100% Canelo and 0% Bud. No, I don't see that. Shout out to Keys. Bud wasn't about to fight Jake Paul. No, he wasn't. I don't know where that was at. Crawford cardio is a problem. Yeah, they be tripping. Yeah, so I say early bird, man. I hear people say they don't like how he move, whatever. And I think when I hear that, only thing I could think of is the negotiations with him and Errol. He made him do the coin toss. He was a shrewd negotiator or whatever you want to call it. And people kind of, they wore it like it was their situation. But they never asked themselves, why did your favorite fighter or why did the guy that you was lobbying for so much finally give him what he wanted? Why didn't nobody hear Bud when he said they got on the phone and talked and he opened Bud, he opened Spence's eyes up to certain parts of the business that he was unaware of. It's like people they only hear what they want. Why is it still to this day that people run around shitting on Terrence Crawford for beating the guy that everybody said he was scared of, but the guy that beat him, you know what I mean, that lost to him, ain't worried about it. Since then, he's picked Bud to beat Canelo. So, man, when y'all tell me I'm being a fanboy, tell Errol Spence, because he going with Terrence Crawford in that one too. So call him a fanboy too, because we going with Bud, even after getting beat from him by him. So I know that make him a super fanboy, don't it? It's bullshit. Crawford, Spence should hate this dude, right? Since Spence be going against Bud, there's no way he should be getting on record and saying he rooting for Bud against Canelo, right? Come on, man. The guy that lost to him know he got a damn chance. That's all I'm saying. And some of these same people that's making it seem like Bud ain't got no shot was some of them same people that was saying Errol Spence could go up there and beat Canelo Alvarez. Miss me with that shit. Y'all think I forgot? I didn't forget. Because before they fought, when the consensus was that if they fight, Errol Spence gonna be too big. He throw too many punches. Bud is slow starter. He don't have a good jab, man. He dominated Errol Spence and took his jab away from him, bro.
He don't got a chin. He got rocked by Gamboa.
You get me?
Forgot
Right.
about that one. He ain't got no chin.
Right. He chinny. He did see that, bro, man. Y'all, what hurt y'all? Terrence Crawford been proving y'all asses wrong since about 2008. If you've been watching, I think he been pro since then.
For
He
a
been proving
long
y'all
time.
asses wrong since then. Y'all been wrong about him because y'all stuck on the names that he fought instead of how he beat him and what he was doing to each one of these dudes every time he won. Dudes in here kicking ass. That's why y'all hang on to one or two moments in his career and try to minimize them to that. What about when Gamboa hurt him? That was a 126 pounder. What about when Mean Machine dropped him? It's like, how long y'all gonna hang on to that shit? What about when he knocked Mean Machine out? What about when he knocked Gamboa out? Notice they don't finish telling the story. What about when y'all told me for years that he was scared of Errol Spence and not trying to fight him and hanging on to the WBO belt because he ain't want no smoke? People told me they damn near swore that this dude was too light in the ass and that they damn near guaranteed victory for Earl. Nah, bro, hell no. They was so wrong about this dude that I think it's okay to give him a shot to win a fight. That's all. You're not gonna tell me somebody that won every single fight that he was in don't have a chance to win because of some weight, man. I refuse to believe that shit. If Canelo gonna be that much better on the night, then that's what it's gonna be, and I'm gonna just be wrong. But that's cool. We're gonna have to show me. Gonna have to show me. I have to show me. Tell me.
Exactly, bro. No, not like people don't think about things like to the point where these guys put in work constantly from little kids to where they are now, to where you've seen them. And you don't understand, like, people don't think like the hours and the hours of hard work that they put into it. And they forget, yeah, we all human. That's a man, I'm a man. But I know if that man over there is putting that work in, going for it constantly, you can't go against him. You can't go against him because if you know something about Bud, he just carries that aura, bro, where I don't know do you remember that little story that they used to tell us back in the day about John Henry beating through the mountain with the hammers? Man, that's Bud, man.
I'm telling you.
That's Bud, man. He gets through it.
He ain't your favorite, so you kind of overlook him. He don't say all the one-liners. He don't got the slick-ass one-liners that you like so much, so you probably don't like him. The dude stay out of sight, out of mind, so you get what I'm saying? He ain't in the mix. He ain't trying to be, keep up with nobody. He his own entity, his own man. He do his own thing. And that dude can get in the ring and beat ass at a very high level, bro. And it's so crazy that the first time we see somebody give him a good fight, we dismiss him as a talent and don't even acknowledge the challenge that he's taking. Y'all some weird ass fans, bro. Y'all same people that saying Bud don't got no shot was telling me EJ gonna beat him when he fight him. Not if they fight, when he fight him. This car accident and all that shit, and we still saying that. You still think, could you say undeniably that you know that Errol Spence is more skillful than Canelo? Go ahead and say that. Go ahead and lie. Go ahead and lie. Come on, man. But that they was telling me that he gonna beat Canelo. Nah, bro, hell no. You don't get to tell me that Terrence Crawford can't beat him today when yesteryear you was telling me that it was Errol Spence that was gonna do it. Hell no. His ass could get cooked, man, just like anybody else. That's all I'm saying.
Like anybody.
And power a little overstated. He'll knock me the hell out. Let me be clear. He punched Jusdueboxing. I'm gonna go out. Y'all gonna have to call an ambulance. You know what I'm saying? But boxing wise, I think it's a little overstated. And I don't want to sound crazy. I'm just saying overstated. Like guys that he knocked out a lot of people that you expect him to knock out. You don't typically knock out people you don't anticipate him knocking out. Wasn't a surprise he beat up and knocked out a faded Kovalev. I don't think it's no coincidence that the last knockout he had was Caleb Plant. I don't feel like, I'm not going to say he don't punch hard or none of that. I just think it's a little overstated. They act like he just cleaning everybody up. Because where was this energy for Charlo, right? Ain't he coming from the same weight class as Charlo? Right? Charlo off a layoff, broken hand, injury, all types of shit. Well, he's supposed to knock him out because that's what they said. And don't tell me he ran. Because Charlo ain't that damn fast. Canelo lazy. He don't like to cut the ring off.
Tell me somebody with a lazy approach can't lose to Crawford, a guy that put everything into his fights.
Look, they never answer the question.
Lazy ass. It's reasons why I feel like he can win. He got some bad traits. Fighting those fighters, he been building he been establishing bad habits fighting these guys. Telling you, it might be a little different. I've heard people say the smaller guy could move a little bit better. What if he's moving better than Crawford? I mean Canelo. You know what I'm saying? We don't know Crawford to have knee problems. Get what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man. They just do elbows, knees, wrists, all type of shit. Then all of a sudden he revisit the fountain of youth and it's over. Nah, I'm rooting for 1,000,000% for Bud Crawford. Shout out to Nello for taking the fight. But nah, man, that's the clenbuterol Dom. And I call them that because they raised the limits after us. I don't want to hear all these, creative ass excuses as to why they raised the limits. I don't want to hear that. Nah, they bogus as hell. They know why they did it. Come on, man. That's the guy you think I feel like he can't lose? Yeah, okay. Mr. I was born ready, then got outboxed and was ready to cry. Same guy that needed the judges to bail him out when Lara outboxed him. Had him looking very similar to how he was looking at the Floyd did it. Same guy that accused Mayweather of running from him, but then getting a fight with Triple G, a guy known for power, and he get on a good foot. Call that, man. Nah, I'm rocking with Crawford. I'm going down with this shit. He lose, we gonna lose together, Crawford. It's all good. I'll be here to tell y'all talk some shit and still tell somebody gonna beat Nello. It's deeper than the winner of law. I don't care about being wrong about an opinion. You get what I'm saying? In this one, I know I could be wrong, but don't tell me I'm crazy for giving this dude the opportunity to beat a guy that's been outboxed before. That's all. And we ain't talking about some undefeated spring chicken, young ass in his prime. Nah, bro, he getting older too. Mr. I got 70 fights. I'm fighting since I was 15 years old. Mr. I ain't got to fight nobody because I fought them all except for David Benavidez. Like, man, get out of here, bro. Nah, man, I'm going with Crawford. I'm going with Bud and Bomac. B&B. You get me? B&B. Bud and Bomac.
I think that's going to be the biggest thing to this fight. The biggest key to this fight is going to be Bomac. They really underestimate the man and talk down on him because he's a big man. And, bro, people are born to be the way they are. Did he not get in the ring, put the work in, and still was a big guy? So, but his mind is on another level, bro. I think he's the best coach in boxing. He's on his way to being, what's that word? When you look up to him, into like how they do Emmanuel Stewart, Bomac is the next Emmanuel Stewart.
Man, he on point, yo. I love Bomac the way he be putting them wins together, man. Shout out to CJ. You feel me? They raised the levels to help him, and it's almost like taboo to speak it. Call that shit what it is, because if it was anybody else, would be saying it. Now I'm not gonna hold it against him forever. Like I get it. You happy you got caught up, but it is what it is after that for me. Because like we still, we don't let nobody else make it. So why let him make it? You know what I'm saying?
I say it all the time, bro. If it was a black man that got caught cheating on any kind of PED, any kind of anything, they gonna hate him and they gonna hold it against him. Look how they did Keyshawn over some weed. They took away his win.
Yeah.
Over weed.
Yeah, and they let Valdez rock. They let Valdez rock. Belt everything. Right.
Man, I'm telling you, bro, it's just crazy, bro. Like when it comes to Black American fighters, you gotta be the best of the best. If you're not, we're gonna talk down on you first of all, and we're gonna get your own people to do it with us. We're gonna talk down on you, try to hold you in where you are in a spot. Don't let you come up because you ain't on our side. You ain't under us, and it's ridiculous, man. Like that's why I think Bud is on a path to where, and Bomac, they're on a path to where they are gonna be recognized as the best of the best, bro. Because
I mean,
work
look,
they put in and the intelligence that they gonna put to the game.
It's tough to compare anybody to Floyd. You always, I think, can't just make the broad statements when you can making the Floyd comparisons. You got to kind of try to make it make sense. Nobody is Floyd. But I think he's of that cloth. I think he got some of those qualities some of those same things that made Floyd great. I think Crawford has some of those same qualities. Are they the same exact fighter? No, I don't got nobody beating Floyd. That's just my opinion. If Floyd would have fought any of these dudes, I think he'd beat him. But that being said, I don't think he has to exactly beat Floyd to beat him. Shit, Lara wasn't Floyd. Triple G wasn't Floyd. Beaver wasn't Floyd. Get me? I'm just saying, none of them dudes was Floyd. They all gave him their own kind of trouble, right? So Terrence Crawford just gotta be Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Terrence just gotta be Terrence, man, and it's got him thus far. So no, it ain't like this ain't like the Edgar Berlanga setup to me. Even Edgar Berlanga had the size, but nowhere near the skill and the experience. So we don't know. He might be in for a little bit of surprise with Crawford. Crawford might surprise him. Shit, he surprised Errol Spence. He surprised a lot of guys that end up getting in the ring with him. Errol said he was stronger than he thought. All types of shit. So physically stronger than he thought. So you get me? Like, think about it. People was telling me how he was gonna get drowned, swallowed up by the work rate and Errol Spence's pressure and relentless body attack and his constant jab. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Crawford downfall will be his pride, ego, and fighting spirit. That's what's gonna get his ass clipped. I know people saying that, but I've heard that more recently. But you know why I see it differently? Because they, like I was saying it earlier, they make it seem like when he goes to get you back, like his fighting spirit comes with being stupid. It don't. Like when he make up his mind to go get you or get his back, he got a very intelligent approach. He's strategic about how he gonna get his back. It's just not like a mindless zombie. And it's like, okay, well, you got that one now. I'm gonna give a couple to take one. It's not that. You get me? He usually stops you from being able to have the level of success that you just had prior to the adjustment. And then the ass whooping commenced. So I get it. I feel like I understand the point. Like people feel like, he get caught, he want it back. So his willingness to engage and want to fight is going to get him knocked out or hurt. I don't think so. I think that shit is the shit that might keep him in the fight. You know what I'm saying? The shit that people, how they mentally check out when they in there with Canelo, it seems sometimes, right? Where they kind of make up their mind and it's like, all right, they just accepted losing the Rocky. Well, not the Rocky film. What's his name? What's Buddy name that he didn't stop? It went the distance. What's dude? Damn, what's his name? Not Rocky Fielding. No,
Callum Smith.
Not Callum. The other guy.
Yildirim.
Not Yildirim. It was after Yildirim. It was the guy.
It was Rocky Fielding.
That reddened the nose real good. I can't think of his name.
There was Rocky Fielding. Rocky Fielding. There was Yildirim.
It's another guy because Jaime Munguia ended up fighting him.
Oh, John Ryder.
There you go. I couldn't think of his name, bro.
I don't think John Ryder checked out. John Ryder was low-key putting hands on him. I rewatched it the other day.
He was.
Bro, I rewatched it the other day because I was on X and there was a guy talking crap about Crawford get hit with a right hand. He was like, Canelo never gets hit like this. I went to the John Ryder fight. John Ryder was putting hands on Canelo. And Canelo looked visibly frustrated, like, damn, this was not supposed to be this much of a struggle. Like, he was thinking John Ryder was supposed to just lay down and that was it. John Ryder was not going.
What they gonna say? That was all he's done. He done all of that because he was the size to do it, right? Come on, man. That's all I'm saying. Like, shit, I seen Amir Khan be outside. Now I get it. When he lowered the boom, it was over. But look how much success he had. Look how much rounds in a row, like banking them joints, banking them back to back to back. That's the thing, twin. There's no right or wrong answer until it's proven, right? But I think a lot of what we talking is just a conversation, right? It's easy to sit up here and talk about how Canelo would just walk through him. But think about it. There was people that felt like that about Floyd when he was about to fight him. Floyd should be fighting, man. He's 36. He's kind of old, man. This young lion. And he go in there and cook his ass. You get me? Cooked. Man, that man about ready to cry. I don't see Canelo KO Bud. I do see him dropping Bud. Round one. Shout out to you, fam. So look, that's why I say, twin, when you over here, I don't look at you as what you're saying or is wrong. Like, it's just part of a conversation, bro. It could be proven right or wrong on the night. You get what I'm saying? If Terrence gets some hurt, we're gonna find out September 13th, right? So I'm not big on having to be right or wrong. It's just a conversation. I'm just speaking to the other side, man. It's easy to sit up here and talk about how Canelo gonna beat him because he's bigger. He got more experience, and get what I'm saying? That shit don't always win you fights. And I know resumes definitely don't win fights. So I don't want to hear about who they fought. It's all about that night. And if he come prepared, I think we got a good fight, man. So yeah, but I don't think he'll knock Bud out. It could happen, but I don't think so. Tim Bradley don't think so either, man. Tim, Desert Storms.
Canelo couldn't knock out Charlo. Or you really think that he's gonna knock out Crawford? I would pick Terrence Crawford to beat a Canelo Alvarez, even at 168. Everybody can call me crazy and whatever you want to say. I get it. Y'all didn't believe me when I told you about Spence, but trust me, Crawford will figure out a way. I know a secret y'all don't know, and I ain't gonna tell you why I would pick Terrence Crawford, but it's part of the secret. Is the reason why I'm picking him to win the fight. So
live only on DAZN, June 28th. Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. Buy now at DAZN.com.
What is it, Tim? What you got, man? What you know about Crawford that we don't know? But nah, this is always a good conversation, bro. Like there's no right or wrong. Until the fight happening, we proven that everything I said was wrong or y'all was right. It's all good though. The conversation will stop then. Then we go talk about where we was wrong at and where I might have had a Canelo effed up at. It's okay, man. Like being wrong is not a big deal. You know what I mean? I've seen some very intelligent people pick the wrong winner, and I've seen great fighters pick the wrong winner. I done seen this shit a lot. Some of the best fighters in the world, you make crazy picks. So it's not a big deal. It's just a boxing conversation. And a lot of what I'm saying too is based off me wanting Crawford to win and me rooting for him too. But then the other side of it is what he's shown me and how I just don't count a guy out like that. That's all. Crawford had us, EJ fans feeling messed up for a couple weeks. Yeah, wasn't even in the ring, and Bud still hurt us. Still to this day, popping that jab. I'm telling you, still to this day, people salty there like Bud, man.
1000%, Just. We was watching some videos the other day. We was watching Bud and Canelo, both of them, and somebody asked, I think it might have been Jarrell Hattie asked to play the Spence fight. People in the chat was like, nah, don't play that. If you play that, I'm going to leave. Like, we not going to break that one down. We can't break that one down.
I'm telling you.
But
people don't even want to watch.
I'll say this as far as what Twin said, because I understand where he's coming from, because I thought the same thing, too, once upon a time. But to your point, I think that Bud actually gets a little bit more dialed in, more focused. I'll give you an example. When they came to him in the corner and they told him that he was down in the Sean Porter fight, that same round he went out there and dropped him like twice. I was like, yo, and he didn't take any crazy chances. He applied pressure, step to him, but he did it with intelligence. He set a trap. Like, he didn't just go press him and just start swinging crazy, throwing haymakers. Right. He did it with technique.
Right.
Bro, a skill that Bud has that they forget about is his patience, and he's able to lure you into the fight that he wants you to have, and he's able to put those shots exactly where he wants them. And he waits. He lets you get to where you think you want to do something good. As soon as you think you about to do it, I'm going to hit you. That's why when you see on those knockdowns, it was always between the shots on Spence.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I think the patient come in. That really helps.
Mm-hmm. Right. And this is gonna be fun though, man. Can't lie. I'm gonna enjoy it, man. Gonna enjoy all of this, man. Let's see if Tavin Farmer got what it takes to upset the kid tonight. This is gonna be interesting, man. But yeah, Bud Crawford, man. He gonna make it do damn. Selecki got dead bad last night, y'all. Sheesh, he got dead, Phil. He got dead dirty.
I didn't expect that. I thought there was gonna be a little bit more resistance because he's been in there with some good guys, man. He's been in there with Daniel Jacobs. He went at least I think 9 with Pacheco.
Yeah.
Selecki, so Selecki's one of them dudes where it's like
You don't really get him out of there.
He in the world, he in a bum, he in the world beater, but he's like fringe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But I think
right.
now at this point, he's definitely going to be like full time.
Yeah.
Either journeyman. I would say journeyman because I don't think he's ever been a champion, but I think he's a solid fighter for sure. And
Facts.
yeah, it was kind of rough seeing him get done like that because I did not
Mm-hmm.
expect him to. I thought that Mbilli was going to win the fight, but I didn't think it was going to happen that soon like that. And that was a beautiful combination of Billy throw too. That little three punch combination. He threw the two to the body, then one to the head. I said, "Damn."
Yeah, that was nasty. That was
Nasty, bro.
And it landed, the way it landed was beautiful. And the way he hit the deck, I was like, yeah, even if he get up, he done. Like, and he was. I was like, shit. So good win. Shout out to Emmanuel Chance getting the first round KO yesterday too, man. Getting his second win. Them Jersey boys doing their thing, man. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna tune into these fights tonight too. Let's see if we try to make it back to Colin. But shout out to everybody, man. Over 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Shout out to Aunt McQueen, my guy Wills, coming up here to rock out with me. And y'all bros can get y'all final words before we get up out of here.
I got two things to say, man. Shakur Stevenson by stoppage. Stevenson by stoppage. And the other thing, man, let's go Tevin Farmer. Never too late. Love me some Tevin Farmer. That guy will always forever have a special place in my heart, man. Just because of, the story and the journey and everything like that.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Fact. For sure.
Yeah, I got to agree on both. But I ain't gonna lie. I do think I want Tevin to win, but I got Schofield by knockout, man.
I got Schofield by decision, but I'm rooting for Tevin.
Yeah, that's how it be, man. But
I Schofield by decision, but I'm rooting for Tevin.
I got that. I hope he get that knockout because I think they're gonna get the rumbling, and when they get the rumbling, I know Buddy can hit, and if he hit Tevin just right, everybody could be dropped. Even though he ain't went down a lot, but he could be dropped.
Yeah, Pedraza got him early in his career.
Yeah, and so that's the first one. Then let's get all the hands of praise to Bud, man, because he gonna make it happen, man. And I know they're gonna hate it, like you said. When they go home, they gonna be crying. Boy, do you know in Raider Stadium, all the Mexicans in the world gonna be in there, and he gonna disappoint them 100,000 with broke hearts, maybe 2,000-3,000 cheering my boy Bud going.
I'm telling you. Don't count him out, child. Don't count him out. Last time they counted him out, they counted wrong. But shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all rocking out 4.5 hours on this beautiful Saturday. And we still got some fights later on tonight that we're gonna have to talk about if we don't call them live, man. But let's see if Tevin Farmer give us a reason to have a real good discussion later on. That's all I'm looking for, man. You know what I'm saying? Just don't go out like Willie Lump. You know what I'm saying? Push a youngin' to the brink. I want to see you pushing. You know what I mean? The way you push the payday, even if you don't beat him, I want to see you stand on everything you've been selling. So we're going to see, man. Tonight is the night. And let's see. They open up the card, too. So main event portion, the pay-per-view portion, they open it up. So we're going to be here for it. But, man, much love to everybody. Shout out to everybody that supported the grind today. Make sure you hit the like button. Turn them notifications on. Sub to the channel. Share the lives. And we're going to keep building, man. We probably be back before the day is out. That card going to end late. I'm guessing Jake Paul being in the ring by 11:30. So said Tevin going to drop that ball. I wonder if he will round one. I hope he do. It's going to make things really interesting. When he drops the payday, got fun. So, again, if you ain't subbed to the channel, make sure you do. Keep support, keep rocking with me, and we'll be back, man. Shout out to my guy Wills, Aunt McQueen.
And everybody rocking out. Enjoy the rest of this good Saturday, man. We'll be back to talk some more boxing a little later. Peace to the fam.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size, and from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret, with tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. "4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link. Word 'em up. It's Judah.